Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will now begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our first plenary session of the day. Please welcome to the stage our moderator for this session, Global Affairs Analyst at CNN, Kimberly Dozier.
Lovely to see so many people out bright and early in Rabat at the home of the Policy Center. I would like to introduce my panel first. Joining us on stage, we have Ambassador Omar Hilal. He is the permanent representative of Morocco to the United Nations. And next, we have Minister Erica Moines. She is the former Minister of Foreign Affairs for Panama. About there.
Great.
And then we have Minister Ana Palacio, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs for Spain. And last, we have Professor Jacques Attali, President of Attali Associates. Now, as we settle ourselves, we're just going to watch a quick video from the Policy Center.
Thoughtfulness, a concept increasingly debated in international forums, challenges the idea of the West as a unified and influential bloc. Today, the West often appears out of step with the world's fast-paced developments, struggling to drive the global agenda and losing ground to emerging powers. It faces an existential crisis, lacking a clear purpose. Meanwhile, the South is gaining concretely gain a greater role in global governance. What would more Southfulness imply for global governance? How can South-South coordination and cooperation be enhanced? For what results?
So, with those overarching questions, I must first apologize that I brought something here with me from the West. I got a cold a couple of weeks ago at Chatham House in Berlin. So with apologies for my hoarse voice, this session is riffing off of the theme from the Munich Security Conference in 2020, which was called Westlessness, where it was trying to describe how Western alliances and Western bodies were not as useful as they seem to have been before. This was somewhat provoked by the Trump administration then. That was February 2020, and nobody knew that Biden was going to win that fall. The Trump administration had questioned the value of alliances. People who briefed President Trump tell me that he would question them behind closed doors in the Oval Office. Tell me the concrete value of some of these alliances. Tell me what NATO has gained for us. Bringing fresh eyes to the question of don't just say the names of these things, let's ask them to give back what we are giving to them. So it was a bit of introspection, and we're going to kick off from that introspection to look at, okay, that's Westlessness, or what's happening in the West, but what is Southfulness? Now, I heard in some of the panels yesterday, they were trying to grapple with what does it mean, culturally, to be a cultural ambassador with Southern culture to the rest of the world. What I'm going to ask all of my panelists is a lightning round question of, okay, you've got someone in their 20s who, yeah, they've heard the word NATO, they've heard of the BRICS, but they don't know what the word Southfulness means. So you've got a smart young 20-year-old, perhaps at this Polytechnic University. I'm going to start with our host country. Ambassador, give us your elevator speech. Remember, this generation, they're always on their phones, so they have a very short attention span. So tell them very briefly what Southfulness means.
Si vous permettez, je vais répondre en français.
He wanted to challenge me to get back at the fact that I wouldn't give them the question beforehand.
That's the surprising reaction. Génération. Et on doit être franc avec la génération présente et future. Le Sud.
There is not a single South. The South is plural, which is why we talk about global South. There is the South related to the BRICS, as well as the South representing emerging nations. There are also southern countries which are isolated islands and other emerging nations which are fighting against difficult challenges, particularly related to climate change challenges. And we have already started to speak about ways to protect their sovereignty and their core governmental institutions. There are also other states which finance terrorism, separatism, and fuel wars and greater tensions in various regions. But amongst this plurality of various components within the word South, there is hope, because the South represents about 85% of the world's population and over 50% of the world's GDP. The South, as we perceive it, or as we wish to perceive it, should be encouraged to protect national sovereignty, dialogue, and also foster greater inclusivity, because the current world we're living in, we can be witness in this world to growing inequalities and economic disparities, various disparities which are present in the South, as well as the persistence of armed conflicts. About 56 armed conflicts, and from these 56 armed conflicts that we currently are witness to around the world, 54 are located in the South. The UN Security Council's agenda contains in its majority wars related to southern nations, but the South also presents political power. Even if it is not a bloc which is economically dominant across the world, it holds a lot of political power. There is an emergence of ideology, and the South as a region has a lot to bring to the table. Various benefits to having the South involved in international organizations. The South also can be perceived as a space where we can foster greater solidarity. We also talk about the exploitation of different materials and minerals, for example, which are overwhelmingly present in the southern region. And we can consider the South as a resource-rich region. But this is all conditional on having laws and an equitable and fair treatment of countries of the South, particularly when it comes to global affairs, and an acceptance of the South's contribution on an equal footing as the North and northern countries, a major part. I
mean, you're invited to most of the fora. You're part of lots of international bodies. What more needs to happen to indicate acceptance of the South point of view?
I think from our part in South, there is this there is this desire to contribute, to participate to the management of international relationships and to settle problems. But in the North, I think there is a fear that the South is doing or behaving in a manner to replace the North or to be more influential. I don't think that the South would like to change the world. I don't think that the South would like to take the place in the North, in the international governance. What the South is looking for is, as I said, more equity, more inclusivity, and more participation at equal level, either in the Security Council or in the financial international institutions or regionally, because the South sometimes doesn't have the leverage to settle its own problems, either economic problems or political problems, because of the ingerence or interference.
So one of the ways that fear of Southern power is articulated is that there isn't enough Southern representation, for instance, at the Security Council, on the Permanent Security Council?
We are looking for that.
Yeah.
There is an injustice that is done to Africa.
So that's a concrete way that they could prove it.
That's the concrete way. But unfortunately, up to now, the last reform of the Security Council is already 60 years. And we are still discussing the manner to reform and to accept the new members.
Right.
Unfortunately, and here, the different perceptions. Now, the North is trying to find solution to accept the membership of their own candidates from the North. But when it comes to the South, there is discussions.
I love concrete examples of things people could do to represent and to show that they're bringing the South into things. So, Minister Moines, the ambassador laid out both some positives and some negatives. On the positive side, resource rich, with mineral wealth especially. The South has 85% of the population and roughly 50% of the GDP, and that translates into political power. But he also mentioned of the 56 global armed conflicts, 54 are in the South. So how would you explain Southfulness to someone who's in their 20s with a short attention span and perhaps make it sound positive?
Well, I would avoid more terms. I think Southfulness in itself wouldn't catch the attention of a 20-year-old. It would be too much. It's a mouthful. So
doesn't fit with the meme generation.
No. But I think the idea behind it, it's to me more interesting and more positive, which is I think 20-year-olds relate with the idea that the current platform architecture of the systems, the norms that we follow in the international arena are not fair, are not equitable. Any 20-year-old can relate to that, and the idea and the hope and the positive behind the rise of the South. So anything that is coming up and bringing in less sort of the status quo, and we can, we just talked about the Security Council, but it could be the WHO and what happened with the pandemic and how the vaccines never got where they should have on timely basis. The WTO, I mean,
You mean they never got where they should have in the South on a timely basis?
Yes, absolutely. And the numbers are there, but I think 20-year-olds relate to the idea when how long it took for the Caribbean, for Africa to get to get, while other countries had 8 times reserve, 10 times reserve, just waiting them and not using them. So the idea that the time is prime for disruption and for newer and more equitable, I think is super interesting, super positive, and could catch the attention beyond a new term or debating whether the term is helpful or not or inclusive or not. I think it's more helpful to focus on the idea and get more young people involved or interested, and the best way to connect is to connect. And here there's a program of young leaders, and I think we do little on thinking that for younger generations to be more humane and more equitable in thinking about more of the actual cooperation, they need to talk among themselves. So you can't continue having one generation on one side, and you mentioned the South-to-South cooperation. Latin America and Africa rarely connect at a younger base, at a younger level, studying together, working together, and that's a way to actually make those connections real and for, setting up this framework that I'm referring to in terms of the international norms that needs revision desperately in all forms. Even the International Court of Justice, wherever you go, it's time.
Now, there was a wonderful panel last night on how culture can lead and be an ambassador for foreign policy. How would you perhaps use culture to connect, or sports to connect the youth of those different populations?
Well, I think that there is, first you cut the dependency from the North. And that everything that comes from the North is the good part, and we forget how interesting, how wonderful it is, the identity and that sort of same parallel. So cutting the dependency, and that starts with us.
So get rid of the McDonald's and the Starbucks. What is the Panama coffee chain that we should have here in Morocco?
Yes, that's absolutely, and it's interesting. I think, again, we're all, I think, exhausted from the same things that we've been told, that we've been digesting in terms of content, in terms of everything that we consider great and wonderful. So this newer generation is actually more interested in this exoticness of beyond the McDonald's and beyond the Starbucks. And this is where we can all help and create and foster that environment so there starts a more direct exchange of ideas. And we have one wonderful tool that did not exist a couple decades ago, and that's the internet. And yes, it has its negative, but it also has the positive. You don't need to be person to person in order for those ideas to exchange and that content to go from one side to the other. So it's a wonderful platform for that exchange to take place.
So, Minister Palacio has asked to go last. But you also wrote a wonderful paper for the Policy Center. So you essentially wrote the paper on it. So I'm going to go to Professor Attali next. How would you, since you spend a lot of your time thinking about the future, you are a futurist, what frame do you see for Southfulness going forward?
Je vais suivre l'exemple de l'ambassadeur et parler français.
Ambassador's example and speak in French. The term of Southfulness is anachronic. It is a term which does not apply today and is outdated. With the unaligned group, this dating from the 1950s. Excuse me, I would like to just pursue my thought. Indeed, it is a outdated world. I do maintain that argument. What remains from this term is former colonized nations, which form some unity. But we obviously do not count certain self-proclaimed nations, self-proclaimed southern nations like Russia. As the ambassador has explained, there is a plurality in the South, something that we can also consider. We can find North in the South. We can find elitism in the South. There are populations in northern countries that also struggle just as much as some in the South. But my main point is having countries which are autocratic and totalitarian. And what we can link back to this rapport between the North and the South is that the American empire is declining, but they do remain, the states do remain, a global superpower. It is similar to what happened with the decline of the Roman Empire. When I speak of the future, it's very important to look back at the history and the past. When the Roman Empire started declining, it was still a major world power and empire, the most powerful. And what happened at that time? Everyone was living like Romans. The barbarians, which were not actually barbarians, were also living the Roman way and adopted the Roman faith. And this is what happens today. The South is replicating the way of life of the norm, of the North. The West is declining, but the world has been imprinted with the Western model. Individualism, which was born in various ways in India, in Africa, and across thinkers, Judeo-Greek thinkers, we can see that individualism is today the new way of life and the norm. The West has won and imposed. It's really between those who have joined democratic regimes and those who haven't. That is where the line lies. You have southern democracies. Are we heading towards dark times, or are we heading towards something else? Where are we heading? Are we going to see greater individualism within humanity? I am from those who think that democracy will prevail.
With considerable changes,
With
because of course
major
it's not reasonable, of course, to
changes.
treat
It's
the
not
Indian
normal
democracy as a
to
sub-country,
consider
whereas
or
of course,
treat
which is
the
not, of course,
Indian
having
democracy as a
permanent
minority when
seat
it
at
is
the
one
United
of the
Nations
most
is
populated
absurdity.
countries
No,
in the
but
world.
as far as I'm concerned, the real distinction, the real barometer, is the distinction between democracy, dictatorship, and countries transiting either one or the other side. Bon, ceci étant dit,
Minister Palacio. Now, you wrote a paper for the Policy Center, The Atlantic, in parentheses, Global South in the Geopolitical Whirlwind, where you kind of went into a lot of the history of this term. So how would you describe it? And also, I want everyone to pick up your apps and just as Minister Palacio is talking, I have a word cloud discussion question, how you see Southfulness in one word. So if you all, the organizers, can show that on the screen. And now, Anna, over to you.
Bueno, yo quiero empezar dando las gracias al Policy Center.
Thanking the Policy Center for having included Spanish as one of the languages of this conference. I think this is the right thing to do with this idea of the Atlantic. I think there are many Latin American participants in this conference, and I think that this was the right choice. We need to foster this idea of belonging to the Atlantic Basin, both north and south. And obviously, this shows the vision and how smart the university and the Policy Center is by including Spanish in the conference. However, I will not be speaking Spanish. I will just switch to French or English.
Just addressing this youngster, I think that the question, and I fully agree with both Ambassador Filali and Professor, and my paper just takes from a different perspective, but exactly the same thing. I think for the South, it's about agency. If I had to explain to a youngster what is the challenge, it's about agency. And you have highlighted that this youngster will have his cell phone with him. And I think that this agency for the new generation has to be channeled through training. I think that we have to rethink, and this university is starting to rethink, this idea of the classical training, which will happen, the university as we have known it, but there is a challenge, especially in Africa, because of demographics. Yesterday we had some interesting comments on the fact that Africa is the burgeoning continent until the 50s. And after the 50s, humanity itself will have a problem of degrowth or not growing, or which is different. So, for me, I will tell him it's about agency. It's about what we would call today informal training based on the new technologies, and it's happening. OCP is a good example of having launched, and the university, I think, is going to pick up. Now, to complement what has been said, okay, well, I would say I fully agree with Filali, I fully agree with what has been said, but I want to highlight another issue. You are absolutely right in highlighting that it's about the perceived relative decline of United States. That's clear. But we have gone into a spiral of self-deprecation in the West that is not helpful. In other terms, it's not helpful. I think that this is what I would tell, and I told them in the Munich security, Westlessness. I mean, come on, Westlessness. It's
you mean the West has gone into a spiral of self-deprecation?
Yeah, of self-deprecation. Absolutely, yes. Especially we Europeans. We have to see what the role, and there is a role for us in the future. And I will go again to the Atlantic, because on this I partially disagree with you in the sense that I think that the divide is democracies, autocracies, but with a big gray in between, a big gray. I would say that the gray is overwhelming today, but it's the individual against the group. Or we have at one extreme the liberal democracies highlighting the individual, at the other extreme culture and civilization like China, but others that highlight the group. And I think that this is the big challenge. All our multilateral system is, in the end, based on the value of the individual. If some of you have read the memoirs of Eleanor Roosevelt, and Eleanor Roosevelt was the head of the American delegation to the debate of the Declaration of Human Rights in 1947, at a certain moment she says, and Mr. Chan, or Professor Chan, was the Chinese representative. Of course, it was Chiang Kai-shek's representative, but was very cross and said, you know what? Your administration should learn Confucianism because of the importance of the group in this context. So I think that this is the big debate, and I think that in the Atlantic, we fully value the individual more than in other cultures in Asia that highlight more, and this is, I fully agree that this is confusion. So this is my first comment. My second comment is that I fully agree that in this self-deprecation, we tend to see that the South, and there is no South, you are absolutely right, there are many South, but that there is a tendency of scruton the rest of the West being united just by opposition to the West. And honestly, when you go inside, and I fully agree that Russia cannot just claim to be South. They are not South in any respect. Even China, it's very difficult to see China as the South. But I think that the South is hedging. I mean, countries all over the world are hedging because they have different possibilities. As a former world banker, and I was there, General Counsel of the group, I have seen how many times we were confronted with the fact that, okay, you have too many conditions, and this we could discuss why we have this conditionality. We have China that will do the same, will not ask questions. And today it's not just China, it's India, it's Turkey. So what we have to understand is that today I think almost any country in the list, except a few, two categories of the list that you have very rightly exposed, has choices, and that they don't feel that it's like during the Cold War, either with the free world or with the communist world. And there are regions and there are areas where you see that in history. And one is here in Morocco. Morocco, the relations of Morocco with Algeria just are a translation of all this historically. So I'm positive. There is one last comment that I want to do. In our north, there are many pundits that say, finish the rules. There is no space for the rules. Rules is doomed. I think that it's very important that the Moroccan permanent representative to United Nations that sees that in direct contact every day just has supported this idea that, of course, there is a role for rules. These rules have to change, have to be more inclusive, have to be reformed. And when I say rules, I say institutions. And you have asked about the Security Council. I can tell you, the Bretton Woods institution is not just about having another African as a concession on the board of the World Bank. No, it's changing, completely changing the approach of these institutions. But there is a future. I think that there is this old world, and there is a new world where the West, Europe, just a parenthesis, I think that there is much more in common and agency in the G7 than in the BRICS. The BRICS have nothing to do one with the other. It's just by opposition to the G7. Even the G20 has an interest for other reasons, but I will leave it there, because if you let me, I will speak.
Well, so if we could bring up the word cloud again, just to sum up some of the things that Minister Palacio said. You think Westlessness equals a spiral of self-deprecation, but that it does acknowledge the fall or the decline of the United States, which Professor Attali brought up as well. But you have this interesting frame of adding Atlanticness to Southfulness, which can equal the values of the individual, and that there's this big gray area of individuals against a group, which is somewhere between democracies and autocracies. So those are some of the things that fit into the definition. Now we see our audience is divided. Some of the biggest words are nothing. Southfulness means nothing, or it means revolution. And then a word that's getting a lot more votes is woke. So you're dismissing us as being woke for even discussing the concept at all. If it means revolution, Ambassador, what does that revolution look like? Let's launch on the subject of COP29. Now, COP29 did come up with a compromise where $300 billion would be invested annually by 2035 to provide global finance to help less wealthy countries develop clean economies and cope with damage. But independent economists say you actually need more like 1.3 trillion annually. And we all saw what happened with the largely southern islands that ended up walking out and really couldn't get what they needed. So let's talk about a practical approach to increase the volume or increase, how do you make the South more powerful diplomatically so that this doesn't keep happening?
Let's go back to COP29. They call it a technical COP because all the discussion was how money we can collect to help the South or countries who are suffering from the climate change. And you explain it very well by saying that, unfortunately, what the agreement of 300 billion are not meeting the expectations of the developing countries, especially the Pacific Islands. That's why they walked out from the meeting. And I think that's kind of revolution. They said, no, we cannot accept what you are proposing because it's not fair, and we are suffering from your pollution. Because when you see the volume of pollution in the north and the south, who are the emitter of carbon. So there is a revolution in asking more justice, more equality, reducing inequality, and more respect for the rules. I think there was a call for respecting the rules. And when we see the state of the world, we realize, unfortunately, that rules are not respected anymore, especially by, when I say anymore, I'm a little bit extremist, but I see in the UN daily what's going on in Gaza, what's going on in Ukraine reflects that even big powers are not respecting anymore the rules. And people or states are asking, where is the UN? UN is a victim of what's happening because the rules are not respected. But despite that, there is hopes because the developing country or the global south is pushing to force the other countries to sit, to discuss, and to find compromises. And I will give you one example. Just recently, we adopted in New York the Pact of the Future. It was discussed during months and months. And in the final day, the West, I would not say the North, the West didn't want to accept some paragraphs. And also, not only the West, the East means another big power in the East. But the Global South imposed that the position, because since we are discussing how we can build a better future for the next generation, and we win there. I mean, when we win, we are talking about the Global South. Another example for the veto, which is weakening the Security Council mission and the responsibility to protect peace and security. 3 years ago, thanks to the General Assembly and thanks to the Global South, we managed to adopt a resolution that forces, whenever there is a veto, the issue goes to the General Assembly, and the country who used the veto is obliged to explain why. And, that's it's kind of, the General Assembly is just taking some powers from the Security Council, but it's only moral power, only political power. They cannot impose any kind of resolutions. That's why there was a resolution on Ukraine, there was a resolution on ceasefire on Gaza, and also in other issues. So there is a revolution, but a revolution for more equitable world. But in the same times, and I would like just to go back to the word you said that people here are divided. Nothing. We go back to the perception of the South is not very clear. There is so many South that it's very difficult to position itself with which South. Does this South, kind of this 5 or 6 South represent me or not? Can I be with them or not? Even for the BRICS, the BRICS is something from the South. And the South is the one who is asking for respecting less using the veto. But the BRICS is using the veto among themselves to prevent the adhesion of new members. You see, what they are denouncing in New York, they are just approving it in Pretoria or in Moscow or other country.
And so it'll be market power that determines who really moves forward.
Unfortunately.
Minister Moines, just riffing off of that, I'm thinking about how President-elect Trump has talked about putting tariffs on everyone outside of the U.S. Panama gets a lot of its GDP, of course, from the Panama Canal, the traffic. So any impact on trade will impact you. But where I'm going with this is I'm thinking of things like the Organization of American States and wondering if there's a way of Latin American countries or Latin American and African countries binding together to fight against a trade war of some sort. Can these southern bodies be useful in rounding people up to be as powerful in their cooperation as some of these West-based cooperative networks?
So I think there are several distinct
Yeah, I went several
elements.
directions there. I'm just going to let you pick what you want out of it.
Okay, so tariff, yes, it's the new word for everything and the solution apparently for everything, whether that will pan out or not. I think there's several skeptics, including myself, that it will actually work in the long term, given what's happened in the past. However, the threat is looming. The most immediate neighbor, Mexico and Canada, already gotten sort of the soft threats of it. I think it is forgotten the power that each of those countries have. Mexico, for starters, the buying power is the number one purchaser of goods of the U.S. So you have to stand on your ground and sort of also recognize or establish this is me, and I'm not going to be bullied by another country. I think that's important. More generally, when you're speaking about all Latin American countries, I don't think that there's an existing threat of tariffs for the broader Latin America. If that were the case, I do think that the countries can unite themselves in fighting any country. Whether they do it or not, that's a different story, because we have not been great at uniting ourselves. We have several platforms that have not played out as they should have. But the time, as I was saying before, what's happened in the past has led us to a point where it's ready and ripe for disruption in terms of how things have been carried out. So I am very hopeful of how, on a principle basis, because I think, and you started talking about alliances and whether they were useful or not. Typically, alliances that are based on principles last a really long time, and those that are out of convenience or in a point in time tend to disappear very quickly. So I think that there is a possibility, because most Latin American countries shared principles, and those values and principles unite us more than sort of the political spectrum that is very different amongst Latin American countries. The general and more broader point that you raised of whether the canal would be affected by potentially tariffs and trade, there is a movement already happening, which is economic nationalism. And I wrote about it, where most powers, and this is not only the US, China has done it. I mean, several of the big powers have recognized that against the globalization, it is better to invest locally, even if for the economy, the net effect is not positive, because it generates workforce, it creates employment, it's very popular, you're creating for your own. So this economic nationalism is forcing a lot of countries to look inwards, even if it's not economically beneficial. And unfortunately, you don't have the consumer groups going out and being the loudest voices in all those Congress. What you see are the interest groups, the farmers that may be affected. Those are the ones who lobby in each of the countries to say, we want less trade and we want more sort of inwards and more investment locally, even if it's not the ideal or the most positive for the economy. So that's a general trend, and you can see in terms of trade how that's affecting. Now, for the Panama Canal directly, we have plenty, we have more than what we can even manage. So I don't think that would be a direct concern for us. I would be more concerned, and this is going to your point on the COP, we are suffering from climate change and going on whether the allocation is fair or not is definitely not fair. The COP has become, to a certain extent, a great photo op for presidents and statesmen around the world to say that they're collaborating. But without the enforcement mechanism, other than a beautiful picture of many flags, it doesn't translate into the actual dollar value that is needed or the money that is required in each of these countries, including myself, and including my own country. Panama is one of the only 3 countries in the world certified to be carbon negative. So we emit less carbon than the one that we take on. And we get $0 from this fund. We get zero. Now we have the Panama Canal, and going to the point, we need to expand. It's going to be on the order of $1 billion. We're not going to get any money from outside. We have to fund essentially our own bill. So there is a lot of frustration, and continuing on the path of let's try out of the goodwill is not going to do any good, because without the enforcement mechanism, it doesn't translate into action.
Now, would like to take a vote in the audience before we turn to audience questions, and I pull our other panelists in. Bilal and team, I know I'm giving you a real challenge since I was going to lead with the vote, but if you go to your app, the choices I've offered you are, does the current inner turmoil in the West present an opportunity for the South, an opportunity for China and Russia, a worrying loss of Western focus, or all of the above? So as we wait for the vote, Professor Attali, how would you answer that question?
I don't understand the question.
So in terms of the inner turmoil in the West, is it an opportunity for the South to expand on its own goals, hopes, dreams, plans? Or if you have the West not investing as prominently as it used to, but you have China and Russia making major inroads diplomatically and economically, is that an opportunity for them?
Yes, but as I said, but the South is meaningless, I would not answer to the question which is meaningless to me. Therefore, I would say it's clear that today we see an increasing influence of China in Africa and Russia in Africa, that's for sure. But this is China and Russia, this is not the South as a whole. As I said, I don't believe in this concept. It's the influence of totalitarian regimes on countries and on governments which are also totalitarian or fascinated by totalitarian regimes. And in my view, if you look at long-term history of mankind, totalitarianism is a disaster for mankind. There is no solution. Even if in today people say, well, autocracy are better for environment, for taking unpopular decisions, I don't think it's true. It's not true. Democracy is the worst but the best system. And therefore, I think it's really the line of divide that we must have in mind.
Which are the totalitarian regimes that you think are taking advantage of
Russia and China?
And you think they're taking advantage of Africa and Latin America?
Yeah, they are taking advantage of. Why do they do that? They do that as the Europeans did in the past, to take raw materials out of it. If you see what China is doing in Democratic Republic of Congo, it's not a political influence. It's to take the raw materials from the country and use it for their own benefit. It's purely an economic fight. I don't think it is in the interest of Africa to have Russia and China more influential. I think what is important is for them to build institutions. Of course, it's true, and what you said about the last COP demonstrates that there is a line of divide between people who can pay and people who cannot pay, and we saw that again. But this division is also true. There is a division between who can pay. China can pay, and China doesn't pay. But China, is it part of North or South?
Yeah.
China decided not to pay the 1.3 trillion.
Well, it's still considered a developing country, isn't it?
It's a shame. Then it's nothing to do with North and South.
Well, our answers looks like not many people are worried about a loss of Western focus. Yes, it's an opportunity for the South and for China and Russia, but most people think it's all of the above. So with that, I'm going to go to questions, and probably one of the first ones. Let's see, I'm going to take a couple here, and here in this panel, and then is there anyone behind me? I've been giving you my back this whole time. So if you could keep your questions brief. The mic runners, we have in the front row right here, this gentleman, and then this lady and this gentleman.
Thank you. For all the panelists, I get the impression that we're having a debate at two different levels. Part of it is on form, in other words, what you call it, and part of it is on substance. So I want to ask sounds like a trivial kind of making fun question. If I fight with my wife, does it mean that I'm looking for another woman?
Good question. Okay. And sorry. And did you introduce yourself?
Question.
Sir, did you introduce yourself?
Nkosana Moyo. I run a think tank called the Mandela Institute for Development Studies.
Okay, that's a good question. And then from you, the lady in the vest.
Thank you very much. My name is Asma. I'm an economist at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD. So my question would be for Monsieur Jacques Attali about what he thinks about the role of multi-development bank now, because also Monsieur l'Ambassadeur pointed that also the pressure as well. Do you think now with the BRICS Bank, etc., do you think there is a threat for the work of the multi-development bank and the pressure they get actually from their shareholder to not invest in certain country? How do you see that actually?
Okay. And then one more. Oh, did you introduce yourself?
My name is Asma. I'm an economist at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development.
Yes, thank you.
Mon nom est Ali Ben Yahya, doctorant en économie à l'UM6P.
At UM6P, it's not really a question, but you've extensively discussed youth, 20-year-olds, and naturally I was struck because I am part of that age bracket. If I may, I'd like to share the point of view of a 20-something-year-old from the South. Even if I am a French Moroccan, ladies and gentlemen, I can very candidly tell you that I do not want for the South to be the North of tomorrow. I would be absolutely mortified to see the Kingdom of Morocco transmuting into a new Western world with all of the plights that this model, this civilizational model, is breeding, as we can see unfolding today.
That you want to see?
Alors, justement, j'ai vécu un certain temps
So I've lived in France for about a decade, and I witnessed a real identity crisis, and consumerism is becoming an end in and of itself. I see social media that is gaining lots of ground. I mean, especially in young people's mindsets.
People want to ask questions?
Je comprends.
Just briefly.
Mais vraiment parce que vous avez beaucoup.
So you've extensively spoken about youth. So I wanted to share the perspective of a young person.
Et je suis certain que.
And I am sure that the honorable panelists would be intrigued by this point of view that I am sharing. Please feel free to interrupt me if that's not the case, but I simply would like to share that for my future, in fact, for the future of the children, my unborn children, for the South to be a point of a real civilizational disruption for the world. And I hope that we can go towards a civilization that can elevate us. Because, to be honest, if we were to see if you were to meet is an example, or meet somebody from the West, and if you have dinner with them, and if you ask them at the end of the meal or whatnot, are you happy? Do you feel complete? Well, they'll probably break down in tears in front of you.
Basically, sir, I'll get to you in a moment. Why don't we start with, if you're fighting with your wife, does that mean you want a divorce? No, sorry, say again.
If I'm fighting with my wife, does it mean I want another woman?
Okay, sorry. Important. Professor Attali.
My answer to that, if you are fighting with your wife, is your wife looking for another man?
No, I mean,
Minister Palacio.
frankly, I think probably if you are fighting with your wife is that there is something to rebalance in your couple. And this is what you will be discussing, which I think is a great image. And if you don't have a copyright, I'm going to use it.
I guess if you're fighting with your wife, then, is this the marital therapy that we're going through right now? So, Ambassador, about the investment, the bank that you were asking about.
Non, c'était pour moi.
C'était, oui,
C'était
voilà, oui,
pour,
parce qu'il a été le boss. Il a été le grand boss.
He was actually the leader of the bank.
I think the question was for me. And when we founded this institution, we put something very specific, which never exists in another institution, which is the democratic conditionality to any operation. I will not comment on what is happening today, but I think this should have been the rule for every international institution. No funding without helping transition to democracy. The world will be totally different if it was implemented.
And if you allow me one sentence,
yes.
This is the Articles of Agreement of the bank. So it's the framework, the constitution of the bank. And as a former General Counsel of the World Bank Group, this we don't have. This is the difference of a European sponsor at the end of the 20s, after the end of the Cold War, versus the Bretton Woods institutions. And I fully agree with Professor Attali. This was une grande première, and we have to fight for this kind of inclusions of framework, even if it's not always well followed, but it's a kind of safeguard.
So we have one question here, and then we had a couple of...
I'm sorry, but I would like to answer to the young man. When he said he's young, but I don't know if he's as young as he said.
We need a young.
Sure.
Yes. Nobody's perfect. You're right to say that. Vous avez raison.
So you're right in saying that it is extremely frustrating to see the world unfolding as it is today, and you're also right to say that we're all trying to seek a sort of this utopia in this consumer society that is destroying humanity, the environment, that is also self-sabotaging and destroying our identity. But I'm not sure whether the South is the only place where we will try to find that answer. I mean, we need to find that answer everywhere. I mean, we all seek a better world, a different world. It's the only prerequisite or the criteria for humanity's survival. Obviously, in this type of, I think that what we're witnessing today is the economy of death to the economy of life, which needs to contain a sort of a radical shift towards a new development model. I mean, whether it's going to happen in a totalitarian or democratic way, it will happen. And if it doesn't happen, well, humanity will disappear.
And let's see, I had a question here. If you could introduce yourself.
Je voudrais revenir, si vous permettez, à cette dualité que M. Attali a proposée.
If I may, I'd like to comment this democracy or the comment that Mr. Attali said before. he actually kind of nuanced the issue of democracy by highlighting that India is a democracy in its own way. And they chose the way they want to be a democracy. And as the ambassador said, the Global South is plural. And in this plurality, there are several levels of democracy. And I would say even different natures of democracy. And it's up to the West to acknowledge these different natures and styles of democracy. In other words, this plural Global South can trigger and lead to the emergence of several expressions and sensitivities and different alignments in relation with this new polarity, China and the United States. Pourriez-vous
introduce yourself?
Ça va. Comment?
Quel est votre...
Je me présente.
Oui.
Walalou du Policy.
I am Mr. Walalou from the Policy Center, former minister. Well, as you know, democracy is considered as the Western source, the Western concept, but this is not true. India used to be, and it has been recognized as a source of inspiring democracy, and it was also demonstrated and proven that in Africa it was found the source of true and authentic democracy. Democracy is not a Western source or source in the West, so the West cannot be just the only democracy, cannot only be the creed of the West. Of course, democracy is making its baby steps and sometimes stumbling in France, in other parts of the world. This being said, totalitarianism is a barbarian act. And democracy, this is the only way that will allow the world to reach its human dimension. I think we should not make an alliance of the North between the South and the North, and the South and the North, or against the North and the South, but we need to all stand against totalitarianism. Bush used to use democracy to actually hide the North behind the democracy. But if when we have achieved a real notion of democracy towards the South, it is absolutely a great achievement. And this is what Morocco is doing with its neighbors. Thank you.
So, Mr. Tali, I listened to you just now, and you said that Southfulness is meaningless. And could you explain to me why it's meaningless? Is it because there is no communication policy framed around it? And if there is communication policy framed around Southfulness, will it be more meaningful? Thank you.
And could you introduce yourself?
My name is Maureen Chibo. I publish Real News Magazine online, based in Nigeria.
Based in Nigeria. For me, there is no... I explained that, and we all agree, I think, that there are so many different South that you cannot have one concept of South. What is common between Nigeria and China? I don't see anything. China is rich, China is a dictatorship, Nigeria is going in direction of democracy. I wouldn't say it's a full democracy, nobody is. And therefore there's nothing in common, no common interests. There may be more common interest between Nigeria and Brazil than between Nigeria and China. Therefore, I don't think this is a useful and operational concept. South is not an operational concept.
Ma'am.
I'm Mampila Rampili. I am from South Africa. I'm a former co-president of the Club of Rome. I'm concerned about the characterization of individuality versus communality only in terms of Asia versus Western countries. I come from the cradle of humanity, where all of you come from. And the human beings well, it doesn't matter which political ideology you have. Human beings are essentially relational they cannot, a baby cannot survive except through the support of others, which is why they can never be, in terms of African philosophy, a me without a we. So that's the first thing. The second point which concerns me is the South, or Southfulness as is defined by some of the speakers here, as like as the language of emerging markets. Emerging from where to where? And that suggests that the West is the standard against which or everything else has to be measured. That, I think, is exactly what brought us to this polycrisis. Because the way of life that the West adopted post the Industrial Revolution is not sustainable. And the educational system we are using is equally inspired by that Industrial Revolution. So I would like us to be more open, and I think this is what's exciting about Morocco and its exploration of ways of being that's different from the current traditional way of doing things. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It is a good point that a lot of our language, what's left over, is vestiges of colonialism. And I have to say, as a member of the West or the North, I don't feel comfortable telling people in the South that Southfulness doesn't apply when it's something that someone in the South told me is something that is meaningful to them.
I mean, sorry,
Go for it.
I think that there is a misunderstanding because I was the one that highlighted individualism. And I will respond to the young gentleman because in the end, the liberal democracy has gone to an extreme where the individual is so self-centered that you end up in this consumerism. This is the individual. And what I have said never dismiss the group. The thing is that the balance between the individual and the group is one, and I wouldn't say that this is particularly, but it's clear that the Confucian philosophy has a balance between the group and the individual, different from other philosophies that are at the base. And I personally think you're right. In Africa, the group is fundamental. I mean, the group makes the survival of the individual. But in terms of agency, and I go back to this word, agency, I think there is a reason to highlight this continuum between the individual and its deviated manifestations today. You are absolutely right. And the excessive manifestations of the primacy of the group over everything, which is dictatorship. I mean, dictatorship in essence. I leave it there.
Okay, Professor Attali, you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I think we need to invent something which is not north, south, not east, not west. We need to invent something which is different. The West is going to a wall, and the world will collapse with this model of development. And the South is trying now to join the North with the same model of development, which is going to be a catastrophe. Therefore, we have to invent something different, something using the best of both, but maybe doing something which is totally different from both. I have my own view of what is needed, which is to move from what I call the economy of death to economy of life, which means to stop using fossil fuels, to stop using sugar, artificial sugar, to stop extensive agriculture, and to move to renewable energy, to education, to health, to democracy, to culture, to recycling, which is a huge change, because as we speak, 55 or 60% of the world GDP is on economy of death, while it should not be more than 10%. It's a huge change.
What is the economy of death? I mean, how would you...
The whole of the use of fossil fuels, from mobility to textiles, whoever you have on your shoulders, this is economy of death. And we have to get rid of it as quickly as possible. And the key question is, will we get rid of it democratically or not? Will we be forced to do it because of climate or because of any reason? Or will we do it with the purpose of another model of development where we put health, education, culture, democracy, science, research as number one?
Yes,
This is the challenge.
And does that sound like what...
I oppose on this. I mean, I disagree. I think it's clear in the model. But what this is translating is that we, in particular with the European Union, we patronize. And let me take the example of Mauritania, Mozambique. The Germans go and buy Mozambican gas to do what? To do their electricity. But until now, no IFI, no agency, whatever, KWF or whatever development agency would contribute financing gas to power generation in Mozambique. So, yes, we have to go there, but we cannot just force our model of mature, developed, not growing in terms of population, societies with a slow economic growth to other and Mozambique is an example. Senegal is exactly the same example. I think that this is what, and I'm in COP. I was in COP. I would have loved to make a comment, but there is no time. But honestly, this is what the South or Africa resents about us, patronizing, forcing models. No, I think that, yes, we have a common challenge for the well-being of the planet. I open a parenthesis. China has now contributed more to the gases than the European Union in total. So we have contributed. Africa has still 700 plus million of inhabitants that do not have access to any electricity, and I think that I fully agree with the model. This is our objective. But when we do the granularity of the model and we go to the interlocutors, we cannot just go with our idea and force, which is what, among other issues, the European Union has been doing for years.
Yes, but one of the issues is that if you've got 700 million people without power, whose responsibility is it to fix that? And there has been a feeling that the West owes it to the South. That argument is often made. But it feels like, especially with the King's Atlantic Initiative and things like that, the South is starting to find ways to fix itself instead of asking the West to fix its past, what is left behind.
First, just one sentence on the 300 billion. This is not enough. We need a private investment. Private investment. For private investment, we need to create the risk conditions.
Yes.
And there, we need to move all the IFIs to just go into this area, and we need to
what is an IFI for those in the audience who don't know?
International financial institutions, including the EBRD. And we need to also move, and there are regional efforts that are being made, the countries to go into governance, because this is a shared responsibility, frankly.
So just because we only have a couple minutes left, we're going to go to this last question, and if you could introduce yourself.
Larichi, économiste du Maroc.
It is true that the South is plural. That is unquestionable. But let's stick to these concepts for the sake of the analysis. And this is to say that countries of the South are starting to play that emerging role in the redefinition and redesign of this new discourse and paradigm. But what really matters is the emergence of a new reality here, to the extent where we are moving from an old world to a new world. And as Mr. Attali rightly pointed out, actually the world is shuttling and stumbling between liberal economy, moving towards an authoritarian world, an interventionist world. And just the states are intervening more and more in the economy. So there are a couple of initiatives here and there that are announcing a start of this reality, or the kickoff of this reality. Let me quote this example. The membership of the African Union to the G20 has become a permanent member, and this is very important, during the Delhi summit in 2023. And this is a world forum and global forum with a specific agenda that really consists in the reform of world government institutions, fighting against poverty and achieving energy transitions. So here you are, a voice of the South that making its voice heard louder, that finally has the right to make its voice heard. Now, the challenge here, isn't it to really have this leadership emerge between several components of the South that were rightly reminded by the ambassador. But how to do this?
Right to point out that the South is being invited into global institutions like the G20. Minister Moines, is it enough, or what would you like to see next?
No, it definitely is not enough. I think it goes to the point of the architecture not being fair at all levels, and of reform needed at all levels, from the World Bank to the G20 to how much equality you're seeing at the Security Council and the outcomes, and you see the outcomes not being. But I don't think that this is going to be created towards invitation, that the West is going to say, please, this is your place. So I don't expect the way for a bigger role to be on an invitation basis.
So the economic powerhouses of Africa and Latin America are going to have to demand a seat at the table or create their own table.
We need to organize ourselves, and there is so much power just by the sheer numbers that we are just leaving out, that if we were to actually, and in the past it has helped, and at that point in time, I think the movement of non-aligned countries had its purpose and it served it well. I think that it's time for a newer generation or a newer version. There's also the non-state actors that are now playing a key role, whether we like it or not, and acknowledging that and trying to bring them to the table rather than being on the side and probably exerting more influence than what we want it to be. So there is space to create this newer platform that takes into account these non-state actors, more of the civil society, the middle powers that have a bigger role to play in this newer future. But it will not be by invitation.
Thank you. Ambassador Halal, to you goes the last comment.
So I just want to answer the question of my dear sister from Economist. Je vais bifurquer en français. C'est vrai, l'Union africaine.
It's true, the African Union has been invited to join the G20. Before that, Africa was already on the agenda, or rather on the menu of the G20. And all of a sudden, the G20 just realized that it was time, and highly time, to invite the Africans, but without interference. They can eat, they can discuss, they can say whatever they want, but they cannot interfere on major decisions. And the Secretary General is a member of the G20. Well, did it really help to solve the problems of the world? No. The World Trade Organization is a member of the G20. Did it really help to upgrade to a fair level the issues of tariffs and barriers? No. The World Bank, because this is the global trend now. We're inviting Africa, but without giving it power, without giving it the capacity to participate on an equal footing to the decision-making process. And look at the World Bank. if they're asked to really identify the claims and needs of the Africans, they're not really able to say it. Therefore, we need a major reform of financial international institutions within the Security Council, with the possibility to contribute to make Africans' dream true and to involve them in the decision-making process. And I'd say that beyond international institutions, there is a current positive trend, and that is the return of international law. International law has been expressed and manifested by joining the General Council, and we had the request of request of decisions on Palestine, on Ukraine. Now, there's another question on survival of the Pacific Islands. Well, this is also very important. So the International Court of Justice is a return back to international law. And this is where the future lies. And this is where the future of the world lies. More democracy, more rule of state and rule of law, and also respect of international law in other countries. Thank you.
They threatened walkout of all of the UN members from Africa, Latin America, the South writ large, and you can demand a seat on the Security Council and get change that way. But I'm sure you wouldn't comment on that here.
No.
With that, I want to invite everyone to have coffee next, and thank you so much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short coffee break at the lounge area. His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is organizing the 13th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues Conference, scheduled to take place from December 12 to 14, 2024, in Rabat, Morocco. This flagship event will convene over 400 distinguished leaders from the public and private sectors, civil society, international organizations, think tanks, and the media across the Atlantic Basin, fostering open and candid discussions on pivotal cross-regional and cross-sectoral challenges. This year's conference marks a significant evolution, transitioning from annual thematic focuses to a broader, more inclusive approach emphasizing the wider Atlantic space's core values and strategic importance. The agenda will delve into critical topics such as geoeconomics, regional security, democracy, migration, and the energy transition, with a particular emphasis on the African Atlantic region. Participants will engage in over 11 plenary sessions, interactive town halls, thematic breakout dinners, and intimate night owl sessions, all designed to encourage meaningful dialogue. The Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders 2024 program will bring together more than 40 young changemakers across the Atlantic. These emerging leaders will participate in a tailored leadership, policy and networking program, fostering intergenerational dialogue and bridging generational and perception gaps. Building on the previous 12 editions, this 13th edition will be a platform conducive to navigating the complexities of the Atlantic region and working collaboratively towards a more integrated and prosperous wider Atlantic.
The global energy transition places uneven financial burdens on developed and developing countries. Determining who bears these costs requires clarifying the roles of governments, the private sector, and international funds to achieve an equitable transition. Solutions must promote climate justice while providing support for vulnerable economies. What financial mechanisms can ensure developing nations are not overburdened by the transition? How can climate funds and development banks support economies at risk of disruption? What role should private sector investments play, and how can they be incentivized?
So that gives us the frame of our conversation. And our intention is to succeed where others might be stuck by drawing out some of the actions that can help to address the challenges of global equity and climate justice. Our conversation comes after the recent conclusion of COP29 in Azerbaijan and the mixed success of new financial targets. A new collective fund of $300 billion for developed countries to take the lead on delivering against the $1.3 trillion that developing countries want. Before we hear from our panelists, I'd like to hear from you in the audience. I'd like to tap into your expertise. So take out your phones and go to the app, the AD app, go to AD Connect, and answer this poll question. What is the most significant challenge in funding the global energy transition? Is the app working? Oh, you've already voted. Okay. Inadequate. Okay. Okay. I think, no? Are we good? Okay. Well, okay. So there we are. This is the wisdom of the room. And so I'll come to you, panelists, because we see what seems to be the prevailing opinion, the challenge to a just and equitable global energy transition is inadequate international financing mechanisms. So what would you think, and I'll start with you, Professor Lopez, what do you think is the most important consideration for ensuring that the energy transition is equitable, just, and effective?
Well, we have spent a lot of time with a methodology that doesn't work anymore. We are having COPs every year, so it's not to be forgotten that is COP29. And that basically demonstrates that we have not made enough progress in implementing the most important measures, including the Paris Agreement, mostly because it's voluntary based and also because the characteristics of the methodological process are not compatible with the requirements and the urgency. So as a result, we have a huge level of frustration that is building up. There is mistrust in the process. People go and try to negotiate money, targets, commitments that don't make much sense when it comes to implementation. And if you look into what is actually being delivered, we can even identify very easily that the delivery is the subject of huge problems of accountability. So what is actually declared as delivered, which is very little in relation to commitments, which is very little in relation to needs, is actually not commensurate with the reality. It's a bit of a fabrication.
But when we think about that, especially as you call it a fabrication, the poll tells us that in addition to inadequate financing, there's also resistance. And this resistance, when you listen to all the COPs, even as we come to the 29th COP, there seems to be a historical resistance, but also a defensiveness against ensuring that there is a just and equitable financing for the people, for the parts of the world that bear the largest, who are most exposed, to the vagaries of the energy transition.
Well, you know, the fundamental pillar of climate justice is admitting that the development that we have in the world today, where we are in terms of technological development, consumer patterns, and you name it, has been possible with destruction of certain characteristics of climate and a threat to the environment that is incompatible with future needs. So that's the pillar. And then we go into who is responsible for it, and obviously we know who is responsible for it. Is, you know, the processes of industrial revolution are very much part of the reasons why we end up in the situation where we are. And certain parts of the world, certain geographies have benefited from it, others didn't. Which basically translates into, instead of discussing financing the way we do, we should be discussing who is carbon responsible for the situation we are. And therefore you have countries that have a carbon debt and countries that have a carbon credit. So if we just equate it in those terms, the discussion is about countries that have a carbon credit getting something from the ones that have a debt.
Mm. And so, Mr. Strauss-Kahn, I come to you because Professor Lopez has set you up nicely with the carbon credit and carbon debt paradox, but also because the feeling in the room, and given your experience, is that we don't have adequate financial instruments.
Well, thank you. I would like first to jump on what Carlos just said. I think that most people now accept the idea that developing countries are disproportionately burdened with the deleterious consequences of climate change they contribute to little to create. So this is a big progress because it's the first step. Acceptance of the situation is the first step. And creates, of course, this justice problem you were talking about. Even if justice problem doesn't end here. There's also an intergenerational justice problem. What are we going to pay now versus what is going to be later? And that's another part of the justice question. But to come to your point, which is about financing and which appears when you ask the audience what they seem to be the most interesting problem, I think that there's a naive way, in my perspective, to answer the question, which is to say, well, we have to find new kind of tools, new flows to organize things. We have green bonds, we have blue bonds, why not pink bonds or purple bonds? We can imagine a lot of the financial technology is endless. But from my point of view, that is not the main point. The main point is, do we really consider that the future of mankind is at stake or not? If not, this meeting is useless. If yes, then we have to imagine something which is very different. And those who know me will not be surprised that I come at this point to SDRs. COP, one after the other one, and the last one was one of the most deceptive, struggled to find hundreds of billions of dollars. They got it in pledge, never in reality. The possibility to finance what is on with SDR is about $1,000 billion a year. I know all the arguments against this solution, and there are many. But again, arguments are one thing, the need is another thing. And most of the arguments against the solution financing the energy transition through SDR are right, corruption, inadequate investments, things like this, but they hold also for any kind of financing. Whatever the source of financing, you have this problem. So the point is, do we really want to accept the idea that 1,000 billion a year is 1% of global GDP? So if everything goes into inflation, that's 1% of inflation. 1% of inflation is not something without importance, I won't say that. But again, is really the future of mankind at stake? If yes, what is 1% of inflation? So I really think that the point is not to invent new kind of thing, but to use the tool we have. The problem, of course, is the political will to do this. My point is that we don't miss, there's not a problem of funding, but a problem of willingness to fund. And then we come to the political problem, which certainly is the most important in this story. We are not in a period where multilateralism has some strengths, and some, on the contrary, and so it's very difficult to imagine a collective or multilateral solution. But without such a solution, there won't be a way to solve the problem. So for me, the question, I will just end with this, is not that much who bears the cost of energy transition, but will energy transition take place? And I'm not quite sure it's going to be the case, because the willingness to do so is not obvious. The different stakeholders, developing countries and advanced economies, public sector and private sector, have interests which are not aligned. And so when they're not aligned, it's very difficult to find a collective solution. And there's no individual solution to such a problem. So unless something very damageable happens, which will force the countries to go back to some form of cooperation, as it happened in 2008 with the subprime crisis, and as it happened also somewhat with COVID, some kind of catastrophe. Then people, governments, private sector, everybody's afraid, they want to work together. But unless we have that, or until we don't have that, nothing will really happen. We need something like that to really make the political barrier, to destroy the political barrier, the reluctance of doing something. And if we come to this point, then the financial tools are not difficult to elaborate.
Okay, so let's say that something drastic has happened, and all these people who have been unwilling to work together now see the need to work together. How do you go about aligning these different interests?
Well, when really people are afraid, the interests align alone. They're afraid and they want to find a solution. Again, come back to the subprime crisis, the last big crisis we had in the world, which has been solved by cooperation. When the idea came out that from the IMF that the solution was to have around 2% fiscal deficit everywhere to avoid a crisis, many voices say, oh, it's not possible. We did it and we avoid the crisis. If really we come to a point, and maybe it's not that far when you see what's happening in the Pergélisol melting and in this kind of things. If we come to a point where the consequences, very deleterious, of the climate change, makes that people in the street begin to say, we have to find a solution, then government will move. And if governments move together, then the private sector will follow. So again, I'm afraid, I'm not happy to say that, but I'm afraid that we need really a shock, which is the ones we have until now, and we are not enough. We need really a shock to avoid this kind of selfishness, which makes that advanced economies have their own problem, and that they make a lot of speeches about and a lot of pledges, but finally they don't do a lot. Our German friend, for instance, are a good example about that, but France too, and all the European countries, they do something, they don't do a lot. Private sector is concerned about making good deals, which is just normal. That's a purpose for the private sector, but you can't expect from them there will be a leading force for energy transition. And the developing countries, they have enough on their plate to be not able to organize something, and maybe they don't have the strength to do so. So really, then we need a strong shock. We will have it. Unfortunately, we will have it. And at this point in time, we will go back to possible solution, among which I'm arguing in favor of using SDRs.
Okay. And so we come to Germany, Andreas. Because of course you were set up, and the opening question I asked was, what is the most important consideration for ensuring that the energy transition is just, equitable, and effective? But as we've been hearing, it seems that absent some sort of catastrophe, we are not going to have this energy transition, at least not an equitable one.
Okay, thank you. 7 trillion. 7 trillion. Before we get to the equitable, the just, and the effective, let's look at the size of the problem. It's 7 trillion per year in subsidies that we currently give to the fossil energy industry. IMF figures for 2022 published in 2023. It's the latest year for which we have these compilations. 2022 was a difficult year. Subsidies went up because of the renewed Russian attack on Ukraine and the consequences in the energy markets. But the long-term trend, which was supposed to be broken, is not being broken. We have that amount of money that is either paid by taxpayers in the countries that have systems for collecting taxes, or it's paid by future generations, because part of that subsidy, by the definition, is damages that are caused now and in the future that have to be borne by somebody. So it's not money that is paid to companies, but it is damage that they don't have to compensate. So it's money that they save because they don't have to compensate. It's a little bit complicated. For the OECD, the number is 1.4 trillion US dollars per year. For the European Union, the same year, it is 123 billion. It's enormous figures that we pay to keep up an industry that we know we should close down. And I think we want to put that first before we think about how much the energy transition costs, because it's actually cheaper. It's about 1/4 of the price of the damages that we allow the fossil energy industry to cause today. That puts into perspective the question of the justness, the equitability, and the efficiency or effectiveness of the whole exercise. The first thing we should do is a subsidy reform and eradicate all subsidies going to the fossil energy industry as quickly as possible. Some of the subsidies that we currently pay for the renewable energy is just to compensate for the fact that we need to subsidize them up so that they can compete on the markets where we heavily subsidize the renewables. So we are also saving money on the other side of the equation if we cut the subsidies. It creates enormous fiscal space that can be used for better things. The second most important point to say at the beginning is that renewable energy, combination of wind and solar, plus storage and the smart management systems that you need in between, is now cheaper than anything else. Building new renewable energy systems, including the smart energy management behind that, is cheaper than running existing plants in many parts of the world. Existing coal-fired power plants, existing nuclear power plants are more expensive to run than to build new. So in this situation, all new investment should go into renewable energy, energy storage, and smart energy. In practice, there's still a lot of new investment going into coal, into oil, and into gas, fossil gas. Why is that? It's not because people are stupid. It's because the legislative frameworks actually help the incumbent industries to survive, even though we know intellectually in our minds that they should die. In that context, what is just? You cannot have an effective energy transition that is at the same time just, because the term just in this debate has been framed to mean that those who hold jobs in the fossil industries at the moment need to be compensated. The investors that are investing in that space need to be compensated. That's the definition of the just transition. In Germany, and I'm a taxpayer in Germany, we've paid 40 billion euros in order to compensate the loss of 20,000 jobs in the soft brown coal mining, the lignite mining industry. That is 2 million per job. Actually, they inflated the number of jobs in the industry by a factor of 3, but never mind. 2 million, the residual working time of the workforce in that sector was 7 years. It would have been cheaper, way cheaper, to just pay their salary until the retirement age and shut down. If we had let market forces close down our coal industry, soft coal industry, it would have been bankrupt by 2025 with Russia's renewed attack on Ukraine, perhaps another 2 years on top, but not more. Instead, we have a legislative framework that organizes the phase out to 2038, and we are thinking about. One party says we bring it forward to 2035, others say no, we need to run it longer. We are actually subsidizing the life extension of an industry that is moribund anyway. That's the reality, and that is, I paid, on average, every German paid 500 euros into the pot in order to make that financing of the just transition possible. My family paid, on average, then 4 people, 2,000 euros. In fact, many people don't pay because they don't pay taxes. So I pay probably more than that. So for people, taxpayers in Germany, the word just has a very bitter taste. And I think we need to get out of that mindset that the transition costs money. The transition saves money. Investment should go into the direction anyway. We need to stop the new investment going into the fossil and nuclear industry and make sure that we create the space so that the private money goes into the renewable energy industry, the electrification as quickly as possible, the decarbonization in industry and the transport sector is possible on that basis, and that is the cheaper way. It actually saves money. And then many of the financial instruments that we're discussing, because we have in our minds the idea that we need to compensate existing industries that are still making investments that we know are not going to pay back if we want to decarbonize. So that's the way forward.
Andreas, you introduced some interesting parallels for us, because when we think about climate justice, we typically think about the vulnerable communities, those who are the island nations, Africa, Latin America, and various others. And yet, what you're introducing to us is the concept of vulnerable people within Europe. I think we saw this in France with the Yellow Vest protests against the energy, fuel prices, because of course, as you transition, it's people at the bottom of the ladder who feel that they're paying more for this transition to renewable energy. So then how do we balance these needs? Because you've introduced the concept of justice for people within the developed world, particularly when, as we've been told, the political will doesn't exist. And you've illustrated it beautifully. We're still paying for moribund industries. So how do we balance the need for justice in the developed world, all these people who will lose their jobs, but also the need for justice for other parts of the world which are bearing the brunt of the energy transition?
I do think that it was said that we recognize now, the world recognizes that there is this historic responsibility.
Yes.
I think it bears breaking that down a little bit. There were nations in Europe that started with the coal industry. They had emissions over different periods of time. I would say that responsibility increases from the moment when it was known that this was the wrong way to go. I would put that to 1896. I would excuse any emission before 1896 because people were innocent, because they were ignorant at that time. But the minute Svante Arrhenius explained how carbon dioxide in the atmosphere can and will lead, he actually made a correct calculation of how it would happen, how quickly it would happen. The minute that was out in the scientific publications, anybody still emitting carbon dioxide after that moment shares in the responsibility. Guilt is a strong word. Let's call it responsibility. I think it's important to understand that. So in that sense, I fully accept that there should be some sort of recognition of historic responsibilities, and that should play into a compensation for the most vulnerable communities in developing countries, which are practically everywhere. They are on all the coasts where we have the sea level rise. They're on the mountain ranges where erosion because of extreme weather events will increase. It's the vulnerability of the food system to increased extremes in our weather events. And of course, the small island states, especially if they're only that much above the sea level. They have a choice of relocating or converting themselves into floating communities in order to occupy the space that they had.
I think they would ask who pays for that, and that's the point of our panel.
I fully understand. It's actually relatively cheap if you look at the figures that all the countries, and when we say $7 trillion dollars per year in subsidies, this is not just the North. It is in Africa, Libya, Algeria, and Egypt are major contributors to that equation. Many countries, including the oil-producing countries, gas-producing countries, pay enormous subsidies for those industries, and they allow damage to occur. So there are deep pockets, and making the whole of the Maldives a floating community is actually relatively inexpensive at a time when we're thinking about converting harbors into floating infrastructure, because with sea level rise we need to relocate them every few decades anyway, so it may be cheaper to just put them as a floating infrastructure onto the ocean. So it's not a lot of money compared to the money that we put into the maintenance of the fossil energy economy at the moment. It's actually probably cheaper. So we're talking about less money in the future than we are spending on the energy system at this time already. Right. And yes, I agree, the countries with historical responsibility should put up the money in order to compensate or invest in the new infrastructure that may be needed by those vulnerable communities. There's no other way around it. That is a moral imperative.
Ms. Albornoz, I'll come to you because we are now talking about vulnerable communities, which is a point of our conversation, equity. And so from your experience, the opening question I asked was, what is the most important consideration for ensuring that the energy transition is just, equitable, and effective? From your experience, how do we ensure that legal frameworks in developing countries are designed to attract financing, but also that the most vulnerable and marginalized people are catered to?
Sí, muchas gracias.
Yes, thank you very much. My colleague on the panel had put that topic out there for all of you, and it was a very interesting topic at that. It's what's known as historic responsibility, and it's got to do with proportions, dealing with the scale and the level of impact and everything that's gone before historically in regards to this globally unbalanced situation. Now, this debate was dealing with the circumstances that the most vulnerable nations found themselves in, and at the same time we have to tackle dealing with levels of poverty that are really quite substantial, and to improve the situation of parts of the population that are in rural areas are affected by armed conflict. And then at the same time we have to deal with the problems experienced by the developed world. Now, all of this we should do in a way that allows these ideas to converge when the world is still spending 30 billion or whatever the amount is on armament and funding weapons worldwide. So this is something that's a real tension for developing countries constantly. As I said a few moments back, where we haven't been able to overcome these inequalities as regards workers, in the fossil industry that you've just spoken about, they're going to have to deal themselves with the consequence of this change in model, but also to do with the fact that we're talking about countries with governance and democracies that are still very fragile. We've said that Latin America is a continent that has had quite a peaceful trajectory in recent years, something that positions us as a continent where it is possible to think about things community-wise in terms of being able to face up to this demand that there is by international fora to deal with climate change, but not as a result of that are we going to recognise the fact that there's still quite unstable democracies and that fluctuate very frequently indeed. And we have taken a really long time to get over this. And I would say that this is probably where your question emanates from, which is the inequalities that 50% of the world suffers from, specifically women. Women in Latin America experience discrimination, and they are very vulnerable indeed, similar to what goes on in other continents. But this is also marked by a lack of political will on the parts of governments when it comes to mixing the needs of the population with the expectations that are put out there at this type of political forum. So what I'm getting at here is that the perception of developing countries, such as is my country, Chile, is that the levels of debate or of commitment should have a sense of proportionality about them, given the fact that some of us are still developing countries and we're still having to tackle with our own challenges, which are different from those of the richer nations who have failed to meet their commitments on climate financing time and time again. So what am I then going to do as a smaller country, a very skinny, long country, if you look at it on the world map, over there in Latin America? So we have thought about being able to contribute proportionally in terms of legal changes in our regulations and democratic change that allows us to see through a process that would bring through these necessary changes in this sense. And we have reiterated our commitment time and time again in this area, and especially the roles that companies should play, such as that which I'm currently the director of, which has important projects in green hydrogen. And obviously we know that we still have to process fuels and gas. That's still going to remain key at the moment. And so these sectors are fundamental, and this is a role that should be taken up by banks as well when it comes to financing, with different conditions according to the proportion of responsibility attributable to each country, and the demands on each of the respective countries should be differentiated. From my point of view, and I'll insist on this, countries with less levels of development versus more developed countries should be distinguished. And I said this last week in Colombia, not just because there's a scarce commitment to climate change, but also because of these defensors, human beings that are involved in the process of climate change and defenders of the environmental goals, such as Berta Cáceres, an environmentalist, were actually subject to harassment. They've been disappeared. We don't know what actually happened. Berta died, unfortunately. So we don't know this whole mix of circumstances that have to be taken into account. And we're not talking about figures or having to do this on a macro level, but all of this goes through the filter of the differentiation that should be made of the different situations in the case of developing countries.
Agrees with you that the countries that bear the greatest historical responsibility should bear the most cost for the energy transition. My question to you then becomes, given that you've introduced the gender perspective, how do we ensure that women, are protected and benefit from this energy transition? They haven't benefited from the fossil fuel industry. Whatever happens, and you talked about war, you also introduced the concept of proportionality and told us that, we have these defenseless, marginalized communities. What do we need to take into account to make sure that they are protected?
Bueno, allí hay diferentes.
Well, there are different policies that governments can implement. Just to give you an example, the percentage of women living in rural areas and the type of agriculture that carried out today, recycling food or traditional means of production of food. All of this has a direct impact on women who, most of them, live in rural areas. I think that we should include them in the discussion and that the inhabitants of rural regions should be listened to, and they should be given a major role in the civil society. And I think that this is somehow lost because this is a kind of discussion among the elites. I mean, it's only the companies, the equity talking. And I'm saying this specifically regarding what you said concerning the situation of workers in the oil and gas industry, asking about what happens with them, who cares about them, and what role should companies play. And the same applies to the most vulnerable communities. And I have to say this, it is precisely the poorest women who focus in the most inequalitarian region in the world, which is Latin America. So I think that it is up to the countries who should propel a change in behavior to facilitate women leadership, because it would trigger a faster change. We've seen manifold initiatives coming from the grassroots involving women and dealing with climate change, recycling procedures, with a higher commitment to focalized programs that will cater for the specificities of each region.
I'll come to the audience now, because you've heard the perspectives of the panelists. And in your opening responses, you said that inadequate international financing mechanisms were the most significant challenge to funding the global energy transition. So my question to you now, if you take out your AD Connect, is what innovative financial solutions, right, could help make the energy transition more equitable? What innovative financial solutions could help make the energy transition more equitable? Okay. Well, you're answering the question with the question, equity. Over to you, political will. Okay. Equity. Right. So you've answered the question with a question. And so panelists, I come back to you to ask you the same. Okay, no, where?
No, it kicks in.
It's okay. Political will. Okay. No? Political will. Panelists, I'll ask you to respond to what we're seeing, and I'll come to you, Professor Lopez. Given your experience on the continent, Africa, but also trying to mobilize a political will around economic transformation. How then do we mobilize? We've accepted historical responsibility. How do we mobilize political will, given that we seem to be at a stalemate?
Well, often the expression political will is a cop-out.
Okay.
It's a way of not dealing with the difficult questions. Just say political will and then you solve the problem,
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of put it in a shower and, everybody benefits from it. I think it's very important for us to identify with a bit more precision what is it that is not working. So we have the principle. We have debated now for about 30 minutes or so about common but differentiated responsibilities, which is one of the principles of the climate action and the environmental pillars of the United Nations. So nothing really absolutely innovative or new. It's something that we know.
But we've also taken on board the resistance within advanced nations.
I agree. So, but common but differentiated responsibility has been the subject of a lot of interpretation in order basically not to implement the most difficult consequences of doing common but differentiated responsibilities. Let's take your example of Libya, Algeria, and so on. In fact, yes, maybe these governments are subsidizing their fossil fuel industry for the benefit of exporting those commodities for countries that are actually using them to maintain their consumption patterns. So who is responsible? It's the theory of comparative advantages that has been basically framed in a way that puts certain countries in the condition of provider of commodities for the benefit of the world economy with a consumption pattern that does not benefit necessarily those countries the most. So if you go into the colonial frame, it was about exporting commodities. In Africa, it was mostly about that period. Now, fast forward, and today, 35 countries in Africa are considered by UNCTAD in the category of highly dependent in commodities, which is 80% or more of their exports are commodities. So we are exactly in the same frame. It's a colonial frame. Structurally, it has not changed fundamentally. A lot of things are new, but the key element of the economic structure is maintained. So we cannot discuss climate without discussing equity and development. In fact, that's why it has become almost cynical to say that we are going to increase climate finance when in fact what we are doing is relabeling the same money that used to be available for development. There's nothing new. It's also cynical when people say we are going to leverage, so everybody's leveraging the same money. There is nothing new. It's just to leverage. So I'm going to put this so I leverage and the other one will come. So look at the latest announcement that has just been done this week about either replenishment of the World Bank. The news that you read even in the Moroccan newspapers is that the World Bank has been able to mobilize 100 billion. No, it has mobilized 23 billion. But the rest is leveraging. So everybody is leveraging. The problem is that it's always the same money. There is no fresh additionality. So if we really are talking about innovative mechanisms, we have to go deeper into the discussion. Let's take the example of Dominique on the SDRs. It depends whether we are saying it's SDRs the way they are used today, which will be 5% for Africa, 95% for the rest, but mostly for the developed economies? Or is it the SDRs used with a different methodology, which I think is what you mean, which will require a complete overhaul of the way the decision process is taken? the same way as to respond to the challenges that you have put. It's basically about regulatory frameworks that have to change. You take the Bank of International Settlements, it has just put in place, after the 2008-2009 subprime crisis, a number of measures called Basel III that are basically prohibitive for new entrants into the international banking system to be sustainable. It requires due diligence and stress tests and all battery of requirements that make it very difficult for what is already considered risky jurisdictions, which basically are the African countries and the vulnerable countries. So we are talking on one room about climate finance, and we are going to respond to the climate action and all that. On the other room, we are taking measures that are actually making it impossible for these countries to access finance, period, be it for development or be it for climate, which basically puts them in a situation where it's about, do I pay my debt service, knowing that these countries pay a much higher rate than anybody else. So the interest rates in Africa are average 9%. For Germany it will be 0%. So, with all due respect, we are not in the same league. So you are in the first league, we are in the 23rd league in terms of access to finance. So we don't access finance. And because of that, we have a discussion that is distorted. It's not just about climate. It's about the word that appeared there and then disappeared. Equity in two senses. Equity in sense of balance, but also equity in sense of real capital that comes to these countries instead of just, concessionality, subsidizing, etc., without actually putting the risk where it belongs, which is the risky part is the planet, because we are in an urgency, and the best returns on investment is to actually put equity in these countries.
Thank you. I'll open the floor to questions. I know you want to respond to that, but I have to say Professor Carlos has to leave to catch a flight. So if you've got questions for him, now is the time to ask those questions. And I know that there are people behind me, so let me stand so I can see you. Right. Since I've had my back to you, are there any questions on this side? No? Right. Hello, how are you? Okay, great. It took a while. Oh, hello, Nick. I'll come to you and then to you, Nick. Where? Okay, go ahead, please.
Oh, okay, all right. No, my question is a quick one, all right. What about if a country develops technology for improving and addressing many of the changes of climate change? Are the developed countries going to accept it? For instance, and I'm not defending the case, but you look at what the whole demonization that you see of electric cars from China entering Europe, and the import taxes that want to be imposed, the situation in the United States. So are we adopting double standards here when it comes to, okay, the technology is okay if it comes from a country that is not within the system, that's only in the system, or what about the other ones? Because today is China, tomorrow could be Brazil, Morocco, any other country.
Okay.
Are they going to face the same situation, the
All
same
right.
challenges?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Where's the microphone on this side?
Acá, una mujer acá.
There's a lady over there. A man and a woman, right?
Thank you. Let me bring together the spirit of particularly what Dominique and Andres have said. And I'd like to summarize it as communications. Obviously, I was in broadcasting and so on. But the shock, Dominique, you're talking about is happening already. Mm-hmm. but for some reason, the public and the politicians are not connecting on this. And the politicians are not yet willing to engage in the enormity of what has to be done to communicate to reduce emissions. In the United Kingdom, we have a Prime Minister who said in Baku it's 81% reductions by 2035. How on earth is that going to be achieved? And Andreas, picking up on your point as well about the relationship with what you said about we keep paying for industries which actually can no longer survive. How is it possible that the political class can actually engage on the enormity of what has to be done and communicate with the public? I come from a country which fortunately has another 4.5 years of the same government. That gives them the kind of leeway which most other countries don't have. But I have to say, as an independent, that I worry that they're worried about talking about the accuracy and how frankly they've got to talk about what's going to be the impact on industries, whether it be the car industry, the steel industry, or whatever, that there's no real nerve to confront the enormity of what has to be done.
Thank you, Nick. Please ask your question, and then we'll come to you.
Nadia Moutea, professor, University Mohammed V. We know that when it comes to climate finance, this can translate into heavy costs beyond what climate action already requires. In 2019-2020, over 60% of climate finance enrolled borrowing funds all around, and I speak under the control of Mr. Strauss-Kahn, enrolled around $384 billion. Only $47 billion came with low cost or concessional interest rate. What has been done so far to solve this vital issue? Is it a resistance to change, political will, as we already mentioned, or is it only a commodity of letting the boat as they are, letting things as they are rather than rock the boat? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll take a final question from you. We'll allow them to answer, and then we'll come back. And I see you all. Is that all right? Thank you. Go ahead.
Bonjour tout le monde. Ce n'est pas une question.
Hello, everyone. I don't have a question, but rather a comment. My name is Mr. Adiel. I am an international expert in energy and the environment. Given how this discussion has unfolded, I feel compelled to bring forth some critical issues, in particular for Africa.
And so can I ask you to hold on your comments so he can respond to the questions that have been asked, because he's leaving this panel.
Que je peux avoir 1 minute?
1 minute.
May you grant me 1 minute?
En Afrique, il y a tout d'abord.
In Africa, there's first and foremost an issue of access to energy, with more than 600,000 people more than 600,000 people in Africa don't have access to energy. There's also the energy mix, which is dominated by biomass. There's also a huge potential of renewable energy, but which unfortunately is untapped. But to use it, investments are required, and for that, it's important to have valid governance, legal frameworks that are suitable. And also, this needs to be compounded with natural gas and energy storage to handle intermittence issues. So I addressed the governance, which is critical. There's also energy efficiency. The best energy is the one that we don't consume. And most African countries that are developing, well, there is a huge potential of savings.
The panel. So I'll start with you, and then we'll go around, because I think you wanted to come in, particularly on some provocation in Professor Lopez's prior remarks. Go ahead.
I didn't provoke him. Huh? Cannot afford that.
I'm used to that.
No, I'm just going to pick 3 quick points, because I think, for the sake of others contributing is very important, not to monopolize. I think it's very important for us to bear in mind one aspect that has not been underlined enough, is that there is now a way of dealing with energy transitions that has been tested in a number of countries with some degree of success, that includes making sure that you phase out fossil fuels in a way that is commensurate with the realities of the economy. So you are not going to be having targets and ambitions that you proclaim but don't have any intention of implementing, but rather you try to be a bit more sustainable, particularly in new investments. So you privilege the new investments, you try to phase out in a rational way. Case in point, Brazil. But I think it's also very important for us to bear in mind that, we always throw this thing about governance issues that you just mentioned now again. But let's be clear. If we are talking about Africa, because that's where, the deficit of energy access is the highest. If we are talking about Africa, I have some news. And the news is that in terms of default in infrastructure projects in the world, the region that has the least defaults is Africa. So this is not what people think. And the reason is actually very easy to explain is because, to get any project of infrastructure approved in Africa, you have like 5 years of negotiation because everybody thinks it's so risky that, it's sort of waterproofed in such a way that eventually there are no defaults. It's very marginal defaults, much higher in Europe, much higher even in the US in relation to Africa. So that's not, the problem is not governance. If the issue is about, whether there are good projects, well, the return on investment, I have news for you, the return on investment on infrastructure projects, the highest is in Africa. So let's be clear. There is a narrative, there is a discourse that does not correspond to the reality. And this is what, is translated into risk perceptions. And risk perceptions is not just about development in Africa in general, it's also the same problem we have in relation to climate. And Nick, I think one of the reasons the politicians don't actually embrace the level of ambition that is required is precisely because of risk perception not being as high as they should be. I rest my case.
Thank you very much. And Nick's point on communication was directly to you, Andreas, and to Mr. Strauss-Kahn.
Well, two quick points. First, I don't always agree with Nick, but this time he's 100% right. The way we can find to have the brain of politician and big corporate manager understanding what's really going on, or at least they understand, but decide to act in accordance with what they feel is absolutely crucial. What we can do in this direction is, of course, necessary. But then I come to Carlos' point. You say, okay, fine, SDRs, why not SDRs, but not in the usual way, because the usual way, 5% only goes to Africa and so on. First, they need the SDRs. Because what you say is we in Germany, we were unable to solve the social problem created by carbon and by the carbon factories. So to solve it in a political way which will maintain some social peace, you need resources, even if you're Germany. So the question is not only to find the money for developing countries, but also for developed countries. We are the place where the carbon is going out. Germany is for 25% of the carbon emission in Europe, and to help them to solve the problem at home. Then, of course, there's also the problem of some developing countries. So I'm not saying it has to be only 5% for Africa. You know what I mean about this. But we can do it in a way where the infrastructure problem you were just mentioning can be not solved, but at least helped. To need to do so, we need resources. It's too easy to say it's not a question of resources at all, it's a question of something else. It's basically a question of resources. And we have the resources. But then we come to, do we really want to do something? I agree with you. To say it's a political will, it's a bit easy to say because it's a way to avoid the problem. But at the end of the day, it comes back to the political will. Yeah, that is, are the people who are managing the planet, bad or well, but rather bad than well, decide to do something. And if they decide to do something, we have the tools. There is no way to invent some new mechanism. We have the tools, we know how it works, we know the drawbacks, we know the advantages. Today we need it. And the sooner the better. I agree that the shock may be already here, but people have to open eyes and to do something.
Okay, Andreas?
I cede to Carlos if you want to have a last word. Okay,
Okay.
all right. Then I would say technology acceptance, Marcus, on that one. China is driving down the prices for solar panels, for storage facilities. Lithium is now at a historic low again after some rise. Wind power and electric vehicles. China will ask for a carbon credit as a facilitator of carbon reduction in other countries because of the products they deliver. I invite everybody to think, as we allocate responsibilities, historic responsibilities, to think about how to give credit to those who enable solutions later on. Nick, why governments can't change their orientation is partly because of regulatory capture. The fossil industry is an incumbent industry. It is deeply embedded in the power structures of all our countries. And they're currently using the windfall profits from 2022 and 23, well, 21 as well, in order to increase their lobbying power across the world and financing think tanks, financing journalism, buying up media. It's really hard to get truthful narratives across. And I say that because everybody says the energy transformation in Germany is failing. No, it has succeeded. We are at more than 50% of our electricity is now from renewable sources. And because we started with that process just in time, early enough, we were able to wean ourselves of direct imports of Russian gas within 11 months. It would have been impossible if we had had the energy system structure of 10, 20 years earlier. We have a security benefit already, and we have already cashed it in the conflict, the energy war that we had with Russia in 2021. So there is a real benefit there. Last comment is I'm with Dominique Strauss-Kahn and Anna Palacio in her final statement in the last panel. They talked about we don't need innovation, we need the right packages with the right de-risking in order to mobilize private capital with the right risk mixture and rate of return. And it needs to be tailor-made for the countries and for the technologies and for the projects. It is really difficult to do that in a generalized manner. At the macroeconomic level, you can set the framework, but the investment decisions, they're individual decisions, and they need to be de-risked, and they need to be protected from a regulatory interference at the project level. That is where it needs to be.
Thank you. Sir.
Thank you. Great discussion. Rabia Muhtar, Policy Center for the North House and Texas A&M University. There's more to energy transition than has been discussed. I'm a farmer in a small village. I'm off-grid, and I have all of a sudden, with the energy transition, I have access to power. Look at the development opportunities that out there. I have power. I can plow my field, I can have cold storage, and I can transport. All of these developmental issues are not in the discussion. They should be, because it's a development opportunity for small-scale farmers all over the world in developing countries. Why that is not in the discussion today and in the energy transition in general? We're focusing on decarbonization. The energy transition is much more than decarbonization. It's much more than financing. It's a development issues all over the world, especially in developing countries and in small farmers, households.
Okay, I think the title of this panel was "Who Bears the Cost of the Energy Transition?"
But that's an important element in this whole discussion, that it should be part of that.
All right, thank you. Yes, Madam.
Merci. Merci.
Thank you, Larishi. I'm an economist from Morocco. So the transition model towards a post-fossil fuels world is in construction, but definitely not fast enough. And the pace of reforms is most definitely isn't catching up with the reforms themselves. And the idea here isn't to be optimistic or pessimistic by any means. I'm wondering whether the involvement of the private sector for the decarbonation of the economy is the main challenge at hand. It's true that there are new strategies that have been devised, be it in Morocco or elsewhere, to develop climate finance.
9 minutes left and lots of questions.
Je parle de la finance
So I'm speaking to climate finance and the mobilization of private financing. So the question I'd like to ask is, how can we identify the drivers that would ensure the profitability of green finance? Because private sector obviously speaks to profit. And my question is for Mr. Dominique Strauss-Kahn.
I'm concerned, as I was earlier on, about the language we use. Once we talk about developing and I'm not developing towards the USA. It's not for me a model of development. And so I worry that these assumptions that are in the comments that are being made here are going to undermine our ability to emerge with the kind of point that he's making, that we don't have to go through the path of the way Europe or America or other have developed. And what I like to hear, what I liked very much, and I would like to follow up with him later on, is there are ways in which the 600 million Africans who don't have electricity can have it or can have access to energy. But if our model is Europe and America and wherever else, we're not going to get anywhere. So I really am urging for a different approach and a different development model that we need to interrogate.
Thank you.
My name is Charles Dahan. I'm a strategic advisor. I worked a little bit in Africa. We are talking about transition and the cost of energy in Africa. Really, most countries in Africa don't need transition. They just need electricity. And we are at the point where most of the European or American company or energy company are mostly public company with shareholders, and all this company, and I've been at the COP 27, 28, they have not, the owners and the shareholders are not willing to let their money go. And that's the problem of today.
Thank you. We'll take one last one from you, sir. If you could pass a microphone to him. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Hung Tran from the Atlantic Council in Washington, D.C. Living in Washington, D.C., I have a very surrealist impression of the discussion today. We talk as if we were meeting prior to November 4th, 2024, without knowing that in a few weeks' time, Donald Trump will assume the office of presidency of the U.S. He will take the U.S. out of the Paris Agreement again, and there's talk that he will take the U.S. out of the UN Framework Treaty, which sponsor and set up the 29 COPs that we have so far.
Sir, could you make your point, please? I'm watching
the point is, the reality is that the progress, slow as it is under the COPs, risks being reversed in the next 4 years, and we have not talked about it.
Thank you. All right. So, panelists, I'll come to you.
Two small points. You first, and sir, if you may. You're right. That's why I said, will the energy transition take place? That's the main question we have now. It's not only to how to finance, but because the reason you say, I was not as explicit as you were, but I'm very pessimistic about it, and I'm not quite sure any kind of energy transition will really go on. Second, I like the way you say they don't need, Africa don't need that transition, they need electricity. Absolutely right. But look, you have to implement a power plant in any African countries. You can do it for a cost of 100 in a traditional way, or 150 in a green way. The question is who's going to pay the 50 for you? And then we come to the question of global financing to help giving you the 50 to make something which is clean rather than something which is traditional. So you need electricity, but there's no reason why this electricity will be the old way, as you said. You can do it in a new way. It costs more. Then we come back to the question of today, who bears the cost? And to the answer I gave, I'm not going to repeat.
Thank you. Madam Albanos?
Sí. La verdad.
Well, I think we can conclude several things. The energy transition or the generation of energy is different for each continent based on their own reality. And it seems I'm saying the obvious, but it is obvious. And this is a slow process that will take long time. And in these fora normally, what we find is it seems there's a side trying to find the solutions and take the responsibility, their historical responsibility. And then there's the other side who are on the other side of the world trying to compensate the responsibilities and be more focused. So I think that it is important to coordinate. It's important that developing countries are coordinated, and therefore we need to change the way we do things. Some time ago, because of the COVID pandemic, countries got together, and together, for good or for bad, they decided to take on some reforms, technological reforms. They developed vaccines. We don't know good or bad. We still don't know the results yet. But I think that to find a positive outlook, we need the humankind to be more coordinated so that we look at all the specificities and somehow we can avoid all these global pacts that invisibilize the poor countries.
Andreas?
Yes, thank you. Access to energy and off-grid for small farmers anywhere. In North America, they call it grid defection. And I, living in the suburb of Berlin, I'm already thinking about how much solar panels I can put on my roof and what do I need in order to cut myself off the grid. Africa can spare itself the trouble by buying off-grid systems. They are 300 to 500 euros per household, solar panel, management system, storage facility, everything you need for the basic electricity needs. As a modern energy, allows you communication, allows you direct banking because you can charge your smartphone on it. It's enough for a household. A system for a little workshop that repairs bicycles or motorbikes or farm equipment is a little bit more expensive, but it is retail investment so small that statistically it appears as consumption. It is not considered to be investment in the energy infrastructure because the small size of each of those decisions make it look like somebody bought a new television. That is what we have. The total cost of providing electricity to all of the 600 million Africans that don't have it at the moment, per household, difficult to do the household, I guess it's about 60 billion euros or dollars to electrify everybody by buying the off-grid, direct current, low voltage systems. And I say that because it is just a way, not as a leapfrogging, which implies that you're developing in the same direction, but taking a shortcut into where the countries will be in the future.
So, Andreas, I'll cut you
and
off.
I'll stop you there.
Yes, thank you. Because we have about a minute for you to make your closing remarks. We have a minute. And so I would like to ask you, panelists, if you could implement one immediate action to advance the energy transition in terms of cost bearing, what would it be?
You mean immediate action?
Yes.
It's just people going in the street.
Sounds like a very French
because
response.
you have to push the government.
Okay. Take to the streets. Andreas?
I would do two things. One is abolish all subsidies for the fossil industry and make environmental concerns conditional on all types of financing.
Okay. Madam Albanos?
Yo creo que el fortalecimiento.
I think that we need to strengthen democracies and also governments and also have efficient commitments. And those are the best mechanisms that we've known so far in order to achieve the different goals of humankind. So there are three different solutions for a problem that seems to not have a single solution.
Panelists, you've been awfully generous with your time and your insights, so we thank you. Audience, I apologize for those to those of you who didn't get to ask questions, but thank you very much for your engagement. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation this morning. We will now break for lunch at the pavilion. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is organizing the 13th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues Conference, scheduled to take place from December 12th to 14th, 2024, in Rabat, Morocco. This flagship event will convene over 400 distinguished leaders from the public and private sectors, civil society, international organizations, think tanks, and the media across the Atlantic Basin, fostering open and candid discussions on pivotal cross-regional and cross-sectoral challenges. This year's conference marks a significant evolution, transitioning from annual thematic focuses to a broader, more inclusive approach emphasizing the wider Atlantic space's core values and strategic importance. The agenda will delve into critical topics such as geoeconomics, regional security, democracy, migration, and the energy transition, with a particular emphasis on the African Atlantic region. Participants will engage in over 11 plenary sessions, interactive town halls, thematic breakout dinners, and intimate night owl sessions, all designed to encourage meaningful dialogue. The Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders 2024 program will bring together more than 40 young changemakers across the Atlantic. These emerging leaders will participate in a tailored leadership, policy and networking program, fostering intergenerational dialogue and bridging generational and perception gaps. Building on the previous 12 editions, this 13th edition will be a platform conducive to navigating the complexities of the Atlantic region and working collaboratively towards a more integrated and prosperous wider Atlantic. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Gallagher Fenwick.
Hello, everyone. Bonjour. Hello. I'd like to begin by calling our panelists up on stage, starting with former Prime Minister of Guinea, Mohamed Bivogui, please. Casey Freeman, President and CEO of the African Diaspora Consortium. You're welcome. Over here, please. Thank you so much. Paulo Portas, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, hailing from Portugal. Over here, sir, please. Thank you. Obrigado. And finally, Najet Vallaud-Belkacem, President of France Terre d'Asile. Madame la Ministre. Before we begin this exciting upcoming session, I'd like to launch a short introductory video, please.
Democratic institutions across the Atlantic face serious challenges, including populism, disinformation, and voter apathy. Interconnected struggles with political instability appear across North America, Europe, and Latin America. Strategies for reinforcing democratic resilience focus on fostering civic engagement, enhancing transparency, and implementing proactive measures against disinformation. What factors drive the rise of populism in Atlantic nations, and how does this impact elections? How has disinformation shaped public trust in democratic processes across the region? What roles can civil society play in combating apathy and promoting electoral engagement?
Thank you so much all for joining us today, those of you who are here physically, but also those who are joining us online. My name is Gallagher Fenwick, and I will have the privilege, honor, and absolute pleasure of moderating yet another exciting and hopefully intellectually stimulating discussion, this one entitled Democracy on the Edge, Election Year in the Wider Atlantic. Again, it's an absolute pleasure to be here at the Policy Center for the New South at the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. There's a lot to dig into under such a large umbrella as the title of this session. And while I'm happy to be surrounded by some very bright minds to do so, starting with yours, Casey Freeman, you're the President and CEO of the African Diaspora Consortium, whose mission, correct me if I'm wrong, is to support the African diaspora and positively impact its endeavors in a wide range of fields, from economic opportunities, education, healthcare, and the arts. And you've played, I think, a very prominent role in the world of higher education in the U.S., notably in the area known as historically black college, the historically black college system, the HBCUs. And you also are a published author. Thank you so much, Casey Freeman, for being with us today.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
And sitting close by, Madame Vallaud-Belkacem, a face obviously very familiar to people who hail from France like myself, where you served as education minister, I think, from 2014 to 2017 under a socialist president. After serving in government, I think you felt compelled to go back to one of your original callings, which is your commitment to important social causes. You worked as country director for the one NGO which fights extreme poverty and preventable diseases, and then you went on to your current role as president of France Terre d'Asile, one of France's leading organizations providing asylum seekers with support, accommodation, and obviously advocating on their behalf as well. I should also mention that you are, I believe, a visiting professor here at the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. What do you teach here?
Oh, sorry. Gender equality.
Gender equality. Thank you so much, Madame la Ministre, for having agreed to our invitation. And also sitting by are two other former ministers and government figures. Prime Minister Bivogi from Guinea. You served as Prime Minister of Guinea from 2021 to 2022. You also held many high-profile positions in regional Pan-African banking and financial institutions, but also across various UN agencies such as UNOPS, the United Nations Office for Project Services, and the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization. Before this, and I noted this because it struck me, this brilliant career, you studied at the Gamal Abdel Nasser University in Egypt, correct?
No, in Guinea.
Where is it?
In Guinea, in my country.
In Guinea. Ooh, okay. First mistake. There'll be many more to come.
I would have liked to be there.
To another polytechnic. So I noted that the other school you studied at is in St. Petersburg. Is that in Russia or in another
Yes.
St. Petersburg? Okay, got that one right. And the Kennedy School of Government, which I believe is Harvard.
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. Thank you, Prime Minister Bivogi, for being with us today. And last but not least, another esteemed former government official, Paulo Portas. Bom dia.
Bom dia.
You are the former Foreign Affairs Minister of Portugal. You also served as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense in the early 2000s. You founded Vinciamo Consulting, which is a strategic advisory and business intelligence company. And you're also a professor of geoeconomics and international relations at various academies in Europe and Asia. And I should mention that you are a membre d'honneur of the Academy du Royaume du Maroc since 2023. Muito obrigado for joining us today, dear Minister Portas.
Merci.
And thank you all again. Merci, shukran, for joining us in person. And a big ahlan bikum to all of you who are joining us online. Just a quick reminder that the last 30 minutes of this session will be dedicated from hearing from you all, and I hope you will have questions. We'll also be bringing up, thanks to the help of my colleagues on the tech side, a word cloud with a question which I submit in, which I hope you'll help us answering. So let's get right into it. Democracy on the Edge, election year in the wider Atlantic. Obviously, there's a lot to unpack here. Dr. Freeman, if I can start with you. I like this title, Democracy on the Edge, and I'm tempted to ask you, isn't democracy by definition always on the edge?
Yes. First, let me thank all of you for the opportunity to be here. And it's a rare occasion, I think I mentioned earlier, that an educator gets to sit among former ministers and ministers. So this will be a great discussion, I think. And I think let's just get right to it. We are in what I consider a cultural revolution. And it is really where majority populations are coming together globally, and they are anti-everything and everybody. Anti-migration, anti-LGBTQ, and
the planet was, take place in the U.S.
where
an African American was put to death almost live on camera by a white police officer.
Police brutality, right? Exactly. And so that event, I think, struck worldwide, and we had a lot of demonstrations worldwide. But now we are experiencing a backlash from that, and I think and part of that I can say is probably being led by who is the de facto leader of this backlash would be President-elect Trump. I think people certainly should have the right to vote for whomever they want, so I'm not denying that. But he's been very open about racial issues, and I think that has caused around the globe, you hear people say that it's better to be upfront. I think I was talking to a colleague about that earlier. Better to be upfront and say, but it's not better. It's not better to. It's not okay to highlight everything. Like his first sit-down conversation with Vice President Harris was. I mean, before she entered the race was like is she really black? I mean, do you want the leader of your country to highlight different populations in that kind of way? So I think that is the other area, though, I think that is really crucial for all of us is the way in which education has been weaponized.
Yeah. We'll get into education with
exactly.
Valo Belkacem. If I can just piggyback off of the fact that you're talking about education, because Casey Freeman was just mentioning race, identity. You served as France's education minister. In my mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's an inherent connection between education and democracy. And when educational systems are weakened or are weakening, does that automatically lead, in your mind, to a weakening of democratic norms and systems? And is that also part of what we are seeing? And not just in the US. Obviously, the US is a very prominent example. It's an election that the whole world has its eyes on. Right. But keep this in mind. 2024 is par excellence the year of elections. Elections have been held in more than 70 countries, representing about half of the world's population. Right. 2 billion eligible voters. And the US isn't even the number one in terms of numbers election.
Right.
India and the European elections as well. Anyhow, just on the point of education maybe being another one of those keys.
Vraiment ravi d'être. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really delighted to be here with you. Thank you very much for the invitation. First, to start with, quite obviously, democracy is on the edge, in peril. In other words, of course, it would be very difficult not to really take that into account. If I take a recent poll survey in France, at least 1/4 of French consider that democracy is not the best system ever. So I think almost the same, if not more, in the US. And it's particularly true in the younger generations. It is about 30% of young persons who think it would be better with someone else, with an authoritative person and democracy. Well, one has to ask ourselves as to what makes this democracy fragile and makes it more on the edge. Well, many think that we could say, but what I'm interested more in is the way in which there is no more a truth around which there is consensus building. There's only subjective and alternative truths. Therefore, if we cannot concur on this, if everyone lives in their parallel world, seeing things from their own prisms, so there could be no collective, no democracy. Hence, to come back to your question, whether school is the appropriate place to prepare future citizens and to develop the criticism and, of course, kind of emancipate them of their beliefs, of the conspiracy theory on which they are subjected to over the social networks. Of course, the answer is yes. The school is the best place because the rationale, the justification of emancipating, of course, having given collective prevalence on the individual. Of course, we should not underestimate the fact that school is being attacked. Within the school, you have all of the conditions in order for the school to do the citizenhood or citizenship building, but in reality, the schools are being weakened by at least three acting dynamics, and against which I'm fighting is something paradoxical. I mean that the more our societies are really getting cognizance of the ongoing awakening of the schools, the more they are brittle, fragile, and they claim schools to be competitive. So they impose on schools to be more competitive, which goes against the development. Competitive to whom, to what? Well, competitive within the meaning that we are going to ask and require from school very, very early to develop in the pupils the competition spirit, to give more importance to scores, to grades, to early evolution. And this we have to understand that does not allow the citizenship, the experience of democracy. It does not allow it to thrive. Because if you say to children, too early, you need to know what to do. Your grades are very fundamental. The children are not going to invest, and their parents only to invest only in what is being given scores to or grades to, but forgetting and so doing, of course, the sports activities, creation activities, everything that makes it possible for everyone to live together. So that's competition. The two other dynamics. This is the first problematic dynamic. We need to give the school the time of the school learning disciplines, but also living together and the criticism and critical spirit. The second dynamic, which is deleterious, which is the non-mixity. More and more so, the schools are from different backgrounds. The more and more we see that in all of the societies, for example, with a private and public education, with a separation of pupils, and disadvantaged populations ghettoize or ghettoize, which by definition does not make it possible for the schoolgoers to experience the otherness. Whereas the citizenhood, living together, the superiority of the collective on the individual makes it necessary to make the experience of the otherness, to learn about the others, to know how we can live together. So in all our democratic societies, we have to see to it that social mixity in school institutions be maintained. And the third point, which I also see being deleterious and not allowing schools to manufacture, quote-unquote, citizens, are the facts, the emissions, the interferences that come from the outside school and that invite themselves in the schools. By way of three examples I'm going to give. From the outside of the school, when we try to challenge the very fact that the teachers teach equality between boys and girls. Who is we try? Well, of course, reactionary forces. We see them thrive in France, say, no, it has nothing to do with, school has nothing to do with it, education to effective life, boy and girls education. But in so doing, you preclude schools from playing its role of construction of a citizen who would be really keen on implementing equality values. Well, from the outside, again, when there are reactionary forces, challenge the very fact that a teacher, a lady, takes her pupils to visit a refugee camp. It took place recently, and she was under really high and vivid attacks by identity associations. So you are not allowing school to manufacture citizens that are well aware and woke on such questions. We can, examples are legion. Well, the ultra competition you've mentioned, where school should teach to non-mixity. Yeah, you've mentioned that social non-mixity and the interferences and also emissions from the outside world are many a thing that we can, in their capacity to create citizens' schools.
Mr. Bivogi is, I think, challenging our mental maps. We've heard about the U.S., we've heard about France, and I'm very excited and patient to hear about what you have your eyes on when you read this title. The democracy under attack. Election year. What country or what countries do you have your eyes on when you think about these concepts? I think you have a surprising answer for us.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And thank you to the Policy Center also for the opportunity to be here and have such a great panel. Democracy on the edge. The first thing that comes in my mind is fragility of the democracy.
Of course.
But it is also resilience, because there are still democracies that have found ways to continue to be resilient. And you ask me for a country, I'm sure you are waiting that I tell you United States, but it is Ghana. You see, the reason
So
is
why
very,
Ghana? Let's get right
But
into it.
the reason is very simple. Last week, there was double elections in Ghana.
Mhm.
It all went very smoothly.
Yeah.
The results were announced. Even before the results were announced,
Mhm.
the outgoing, the candidate of the outgoing government called his opponent
Mhm.
to tell him, to congratulate him that he won the election.
Mhm.
And, and told him that we are ready to organize the transition
Mhm.
to be as smooth as possible.
So the future of democracy is in Ghana.
At least Ghana is an example.
I heard it's
that
in
is-
Africa. I heard behind me. No, let's
The
get
example, but what I wanted to say is the example is there,
Uh-huh.
and it is there since now, I think, 4 or 5 presidents.
Uh-huh.
The elections have always been fair and transparent.
So what's Ghana's secret? What should, weakened democracies see in Ghana in terms of bulwarks against the threats against democracy? What's
But
Ghana's secret?
I think you just spoke about it now. Is about the education of people.
Mhm.
As people over time, they went through very difficult periods before President Rawlings' time. But he took 18 years to prepare his country
Mm.
and ignite the democratic process.
Mm.
And he lost the elections, but allowed it to continue. And they developed internal mechanisms to resolve conflicts.
Mhm.
And those mechanisms that are completely indigenous
Mhm.
works very well. We see it now.
Can you give
This-
us one example of these internal mechanisms that they put in place and that work so well?
They have informal mechanism of elders.
Okay.
But when I say elders, is both traditional and also intellectual elders
Mhm.
that meet anytime there is a problem. They go there,
Mhm.
they sit, they discuss,
Mhm.
and they clear it, including during the election time.
Mhm.
When during the process there are problems,
Mhm.
they meet, they go there, they meet and they discuss.
Mhm.
They have also series of think tanks
Mhm.
that accompany the whole process
Mhm.
of, the democracy in the country.
Mm.
So I think, to me, yes, democracy is fragile, and it's fragile because, let's face it, governments do not always respond to the needs of their populations.
Mhm.
People are unhappy on one side. Of course, the autocrat to be use that opportunity to put the political parties in difficulty.
Mhm.
Because if you look very well at the grievances that are put on the table by those extremist parties, if I can call them, they are usually real problems.
Yeah.
They are not fake problems. So because of that, they have followers. Unfortunately, in the process, they change direction. So, and in the Atlantic environment, where there is common border,
Mhm.
common coast, common ocean, of course, there is a legacy of history since long time. Colonization,
Mhm.
slavery, etc., etc. So we influence each other in the region. And therefore, it is always useful not to only look inward, but look also to your neighbors.
Absolutely, and that's what we're going to keep doing with you, former Mr. Portas. You teach, so you have students in Europe and Asia, and so you're looking at future citizens of the world. In your mind, and we started tackling this with Prime Minister Bivogi. What are some of the bulwarks in the spaces that you evolve in against the threats on democracy? Is it coming from civil society? Is it institutional bulwarks? Is it tradition at times? And if we can take our mind off of the U.S. and Europe and perhaps try to focus on parts of what we call these parts of the wider Atlantic.
Ok, je vais parler en français.
will speak French. I would like to thank the Policy Center for the New South for inviting me to be here for the Atlantic Dialogues, and I would like to also greet the ambassador of Portugal, who's also here. So this philosophical question that democracy is a system, but freedom is a value, as far as I'm concerned. What's important is to protect or to earn freedoms. I mean, personal freedoms, economic freedom, civic freedom, social freedom. However, democracy, as stated by Churchill, is full of vices. Well, we haven't found any better solution, and this is 60 years after Churchill made this statement. Also, not all elections were equal. So if you take a look at 2024 and what the Honorable Prime Minister said about Ghana could have been said for Cape Verde. Both of these countries are considered by the United Nations to be the most effective democracies from the standpoint of freedom. It is both Ghana and Cape Verde. So there's a sort of... And so what is sandwiched in between are the institutions. What is respected worldwide is the role of institutions. So what do institutions do? Is through representation, they mitigate and reduce the effects of massification. This is why institutions exist. Otherwise, there wouldn't be parliaments, but general assemblies composed of the entire population. So this is where the crisis lies. It's the values of these institutions, and in my opinion, the critical point, and I won't be winning any brownie points by saying this. What changed is the pace and the intensity of the threats on freedom, and the difference today is this digital democracy. This is what has changed the nature of politics. I mean, we can call it digital democracy and anticipate that it will replace or destroy the representative democracy, and the fact that there are these. How algorithms are playing to our civic lives. Please allow me to remind you of one point which has changed the nature of democracy. This issue does not exist in autocratic regimes because, for the approach in autocratic regimes is censorship, and this is a Western issue, and it is not an Eastern issue per se. And the East is on an upward trend, and the West is on a downward trend, as we know. So please take a look at the mantra of democracy in the Western world. I mean, if you take a look at, especially when you take a look at social media, so what is complex becomes simplified. What is argumentative becomes insulting, very often, in fact. What is considered to be contribution to dialogue for a compromise becomes a discord. What is authentic becomes fabricated or manipulated. As such, as stated by Madam Minister, I disagree with a certain school of thought shared by Madam Minister, but the conclusion that we reach is whether modern societies have skills to tell the truth apart from what's not from untruths. So when you receive 20 videos on your iPhone or 10 images on your smartphone that are fabricated, manipulated, doctored, can people realize that they are being manipulated, that this is fake? And with the intensity, there's a wonderful book that I recommend for everyone to read, penned by an Italian author called Chaos Engineering. And so with digital, not only can you engage in propaganda, advertising on a one-to-one basis. And I will share an anecdote pre-Brexit. It was the first Western operation of massive manipulation. And in Wales, there was an elderly lady that had received an average of 12 to 13 videos on her smartphone on a daily basis with the electoral campaign, and she was a huge fan of Persian cats. And she started receiving messages saying that Europe will ban Persian cats. Vote leave. It's true that Europe has many odd and bizarre ideas, but naturally, they had no intention to vote against banning Persian cats, and so she voted to leave, and she had no other reasons to vote. And so this message was completely different from the one received by her neighbor, by her daughter, her ex-husband, etc. So this was really targeted one-to-one messages, and so we provide all of our data to these algorithms. They know what we say, they know what we reject, what we purchase, what we consume, what we browse. So in a nanosecond, it's possible to set a profile of any individual and tap into individuals' rationality and mindset. So if governments have shorter terms than the past, and if it is impossible to engage in long-term politics, because long-term today means tomorrow morning, and if we are completely captured by this identity politics, well, this is something that you can be a believer or not. We're all sons and daughters of God. And if we are not tolerant, if there's no tolerance for others, well, we will reduce the level of global tolerance. And so this idea of whereby we don't discuss the reasons, we discuss identity, gender, sexual orientation, etc., is absolutely deplorable. It is the moral principles that are actually in conflict, and I have a hard time where people start rejecting and refuse to tolerate otherness. And I believe that digital has transformed the nature of politics. There's this sort of TikTokization of politics. It's all everything's either in bits of 140 characters or short 2, 3 second, 30-second clips. And
it's obviously, it's pointing to one of the main factors that, is fueling the extreme polarization of today's political environment. But there is, I think, a need to sort of balance electoral integrity with, digital innovation and how it can lead to increased participation, which is positive. How do you think that balance can or should be achieved?
Yes, first of all, let me just say, I know it's very uncomfortable for people to have a conversation around identity. And so, but
why do you think that is?
Why do I think that is? Well, that's something I think that I kind of had this. I was thinking about the other day when I was thinking the Washington Post tagline says,
"Democracy dies in darkness."
Yeah, democracy dies in darkness. Well, race relation dies in denial. The very fact that these issues are real and they are across the dark web, you would be amazed at the kind of information that is written about different groups. Certainly I'm much more aware of African descendant groups, but there are other groups. And until we come to grips with that, these issues are indeed impacting on every most elections, not every election, but most election, particularly throughout Europe and the USA, those have been defining issues because this whole notion of how do I say blackness being somehow redefined in a way that it is negative.
But what strikes me is that as soon as the word identity comes up, for you it automatically has to do with race. Are there other elements that fit in your definition of identity, or is that the first and foremost element?
No, I as I indicate that they have to be debated in dialogue and not pretend that they just don't exist. That they just debated in dialogue and not pretend that they just don't exist. That they're just going to go away when the dark web is describing people in ways in which we would not imagine, because they are making things up, using history that's not real. And one way we can address that, of course, is the way in which we, I think I was mentioning the other night, is that having students, because this generation, I'm not clear on, but having students early on understand truthful, factual information, which is not happening right now. I mean, like right now, students go and study whatever they want to study, how that is impacted. But there, in the ways in which we try to construct our curriculum, it is a way in which students have to defend credible information. What is that? How does it come to be? And these kind of things can't happen if we are in denial that they need to happen. And that's all I mean, I know it's very uncomfortable, but I'm sorry about that.
No, it's not uncomfortable, not for me at least. It's quite fascinating. I wanted to ask you, Madame la Ministre, if you saw this factor coming in terms of the issue of identity becoming so central in the conversation about democracy. Is that something that you saw coming, and how do you handle that question?
Alors moi là-dessus, I might give you an answer that might be surprising, but that will take us in a path that is rarely taken. That is, I feel that our democracies are, I mean, with these identity issues, are committing the same mistake, or making the same mistakes as they did with the social issues, because I believe that the reason why in many of our countries, be it France or Italy or even Berlin today, where you see this rising extreme right-wing populism, well, this is related to the fact that about a decade ago, there was lots of social unrest where people were saying that there were unequal societies, that they had no outlooks, and so overall, and these demonstrations that were indeed legitimate and structural weren't really considered by by institutions and political leaders. And so these public authorities, these political leaders, institutions and whatnot, gave the impression that they were completely disconnected and didn't keep their promises, basically, and were always, they tended to be very, very homogeneous in their hiring. And so this really upset quite a lot of people that ended up gearing towards the extreme right-wingers that had a very simple discourse. So with regards to social issues, our democracies have failed, because instead of providing solutions to these legitimate claims, well, overall, they have demonized this extreme right wing. And I was part of it, and I, in myself included, and we can see that really led us nowhere, because when you take a look at France or even Italy before that, and so this demonization was effective, and there's a Republic Front that is erected to block this extreme right wing, which then ends up history, where you can see how history has unfolded with the extreme right wingers ended up leading the way. So with hindsight, the public authorities and institutions need to be sound and need to legitimately address these social claims. And so, which circles back to the identity issues, I believe that we're making the same mistake. As my neighbor was saying, there is a legitimacy in saying that we are experiencing racism, we are experiencing all of these very obvious identity-related issues, and we are in this zone where we are demonizing what we are qualifying as, oh, well, you're harming society because you're expressing racism and what. No, absolutely not. I mean, institutions should wonder how they can actually find right solutions. Otherwise, there are other extremists that will address these issues. And so I compel and urge our observers and our political leaders to address this. And so with these extreme right populist movements, well, maybe they would have transmuted these claims into identity issues. Well, that I'm poor, but I'm poor because I am white and I am replaceable. Is this what you're mentioning?
Parce que nous avons failli dans notre capacité à répondre à ces...
Because we have failed in our capacity to address these concerns that were fully legitimate, we left them in the hands of the far right that do not have any serious or solid responses, and that is only concerned by the votes and gaining votes and voices. And this is really problematic. And they're really researching and looking for a scapegoat. And therefore, the scapegoats are the foreigners, and they're growing and developing this identity problems, and all their problems stem from the foreigners, from migrants, etc. So they will stereotype them. And I'm saying that we should not give up, and we should regain this fight and focus on what we've done before. I've been in political affairs in a left-wing cabinet and government. We cannot say that we have not done anything, but most of the time, policymakers, politicians, they do things, but they don't have enough time for people to see and sense the output of their policies. And then there's the discourse. They make statements on TV, etc., that on, for instance, pension funds or subsidies for mothers, and people listening to them think that the subsidies or grant that is announced is going to be given right away. No, this takes time. This takes at least a year, and this is a way for, this is something that really challenging the institutions, that is a form of discredit. So these are the things that we should see and review in our public policies, and the far right have this superiority and have this strength to make themselves understood. As far as we're concerned, we have some hard time to be understood and to also explain things properly and how we are composed and where do the policymakers come from. They come from the same political, social groups, etc.
How it has evolved, I often think and say that, we live in the era of Amazon Prime. People want instant gratification. Exactly. They want to hit a button and want the solution within the hour. But there's also something else that's very interesting to me, is the erosion of commonality, meaning our ability to have to maintain spaces in common, our ability to have a common understanding of what's fact or what's opinion, common values and whatnot. What's Ghana's solution to this erosion that we're seeing in other parts of the wider Atlantic? How do they go about entertaining diversity while making sure that diversity doesn't turn into extreme divergence, where people are no longer able to bridge the gaps, are no longer able to extend a hand to the other side? How do they go about, sort of protecting that ability to function together?
You're asking me a very tough question. I'm not a Ghanaian.
I know, but I know it's a country you have your eyes on.
So, and I'm sure there is a Ghanaian inside.
Or maybe Cabo Verde. Maybe Cabo Verde.
Yeah.
Maybe Cabo Verde.
Maybe Cabo Verde or anyone. But the issue, I was just telling Madame in the room before we came, I said you have influencers that have more members than some political parties.
Yes.
Okay? So now you imagine the multiplicity of influencers there. And then talking to the same people. And of course, the followers, as they call them, receive a multitude of information that's come from all directions. Structured, supported by algorithm, as the professor just said. And they want, they don't want, they just get it. Like the old ladies that wanted to defend her cat. So this is something that political parties are not paying sufficient attention to. It's not only the content of the message, but it is the way the message is sent to people. Okay, I think it is extremely important. I think the political systems we have in place should start thinking differently if they want to bring people back. You know, people don't go to elections now. They tell you Madame was giving the figures. Exactly because of that reason, because they don't find themselves anymore in the messages of those political parties. They are better with the influencer than with the political parties. But I think in each of these countries, will receive this type of information differently because of its culture, because of history, because of where this information is coming from, and what is its direct neighborhood environment. Okay, so I think Ghana is in such a situation that the dividend of the past political history really is still kept. They had someone like Kwame Nkrumah that left really an extremely good legacy as a nationalist, Pan-Africanist, tried his best, failed at a certain point because he was ousted by a coup. But then later on came someone like Rawlings, who is a military guy, but was committed to really the well-being of his people, to democracy. He went through some, maybe I will say, harsh, maybe methods sometime, but in the end, he handed power to a totally civilian government. And then in that process, he came out completely poor. He told everybody, I don't have an account outside Ghana. He didn't have one account outside Ghana. Even in his account in Ghana, he didn't have enough money to go and treat his wife, who was ill, and he had just finished to be president. So that kind of people, that kind of example, really rally people around certain values. And I think it is important to develop those values. Again, we come to education, we come to information, we come to the role of the parties in educating people, keeping the mind of people in the positive. And the culture also plays a role. Ghana is a country where still traditional ruling system is still there. And it is respected, it is valued. I've seen big professionals working in the city, in London, in the financial sector. When their turn come, they go back home and they remove all these Occidental clothes, if I can call them, and put the kente, and officiate exactly like they officiate in the tradition in the village, keeping society together, resolving complex, paying attention to the needy, etc., etc. I think this is all this combination. So that's why you don't have one solution. But I think there is one thing that is central, is that you must pay attention to the people and to their needs, to their well-being. I think the essence of democracy is that. Do the best for the people.
I'm going to go to you, Minister Portas, but before so I see that we have 25 minutes left. So we have now entered our money time. And if there are any questions in the room, if people want to raise their hands, while people do so, I'll go to the questions. But I just want your last thoughts on this idea of meaningful reform to address grievances and sort of re-inject passion for politics, and perhaps more importantly than passion, just plain trust in politics. What are some of the ingredients that you put in what I call meaningful reform in order to bring that trust back?
rational politics in an era of irrational politics. Okay?
So reason
That's
versus
the beginning
emotions.
for a discussion. That's the minimum for a discussion. Just to say one word,
Of course.
and then not to
Yeah.
jeopardize time. But I just want to point that I don't believe that school is a place nor to magas nor to wokes. School is a place for knowledge, exigent knowledge, and tolerance. But it's not a matter of ideology and ideology supply. I have one chance in a good public school to increase my social mobility. I need to learn. I need good professors. I need authority. I need exams. I need effort. This is not a matter for sociological discussions, except the sociology.
But everything is
universities,
politics.
okay?
Everything is ideology.
No.
You'll never escape it.
No. Science is not ideology. Sorry. Science is science. That's why I don't want MAGAs in power, because they deny science on the vaccines, on the climate change, and ideology on, you cannot, I have one opportunity to learn economics, management, geography, history, mathematics, etc. I will not jeopardize my time as a second purchase square for ideology. This is, I believe in science, I believe in knowledge. This is the role of a faculty, of a university. And then tolerance, obviously. And then tolerance with people different from you. This is just because I don't want, this is a trend of the Anglo-Saxon world to replace knowledge by ideologies, opposite ideologies. I don't want Trumpists and anti-Trumpists in the university. Sorry, this is not the way to be useful in the money I spend as a contributor to build an educational system. Okay? If they want to conflict, go to the public square, not invade universities. This is a place for science.
And debate, I would say.
And debate, yes, yes.
So thank you so much for that forceful point. We're going to go to question. I see a gentleman over there at the very back. I'm going to point to him. He's got white hair, pink tie over there. There we go.
Rabia Mukhtar, the Policy Center for the New South and Texas A&M University.
Please,
you know, with the failure of the UN global system to protect people, and with the veto system we have in the global governance, with the climate change, climate action failure, and with all what's happening around us, do we still believe that the current track we are on democracy can be retrieved? Do we need a new system of governance that really respect the will of the people? I mean, we give you millions of people on the street protesting against war, and we still fund war, and we still have war. So what democracy we're talking about? Is it democracy for the elite? Is it democracy for the people? What kind of democracy we're talking about?
Great question. Casey, perhaps on this idea that one of the reasons, as this gentleman so pointedly noted, that people are so frustrated with democracy is that they feel that it no longer is delivering, and it's completely blocked and often attacked from within. And the UN Security Council, as he just pointed out, is a perfect example of that. So,
well, yes, can you hear me?
Of course we can.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you very much for the question, and thank you also for all my colleagues' responses, I have to say that. And I'm happy we're back to some aspect of this discussion, because let me just say this before I get to the other part of the response. The classroom, this is an important thing. All I'm saying is everybody in a country matters. It's not like 47 million, just because there are 47 million African Americans in the U.S., that our history doesn't matter, that it should not be a part of all history. So that's the point I'm making, that one group or several groups, or however they're defined, and migrants, that's something that should be on everybody's discussion, because across the world, across the globe, it's an issue that's important. And even there are differences in the way different migrants are treated. So I just wanted to make that. But in terms of like the conversation or discussion around what my colleague was saying about
democracy, do we have an alternative? And if so, which one? If we're no longer happy with democracy, what do we go for?
We should go for democracy. We should go for that. Mm-hmm. It's for the people, by the people. At least that's what we say in the U.S. And why wouldn't we want to go for that?
Because we're no longer happy with what it's delivering, and even more so with what it's not delivering.
Well, then we that's why we have dialogues. That's why we come together, not try to deny something is happening or pretending that that this group is happy or they should be pushed back or something like that. Everybody has to come forward. I wanted just today I saw an article. The reason that this issue around the race pushback is so important is there's an article just today in New Zealand. Where the Maoris are making a claim, and the article talked about, well, it's because the race pushback in that particular country. This is an important topic because individuals, whatever the country they're in, their voices matter. They should be included in whatever the educational structure is. They should be included in whatever.
I think I had a question behind you right here. Lady in the green, right here. Thank you. Right here. Thank you.
Thank you. Naye Bechili, I work for the World Bank and I cover West and Central Africa. I'd like to mitigate a little bit what you've been telling us about Ghana. Yes, there are transitions, but at the same time, it went through a huge economic crisis over the past year. And I want you to also look at and maybe address, what is happening, what has happened in the Sahel. We have had like 4 coups, your country, Guinea as well. 9 coups in the past 4 years in Africa. Does it mean that democracy doesn't work? And those coups were welcomed by the people, and we have the return of the strong man. So what does it mean? How can you maybe address those issues, please?
So you can hold on to the mic. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take 2 or 3 more questions. I'll group them, and then we'll go to answers. If we can have a couple more questions over here to make it fair.
Yes, I'm the ambassador of Morocco to the U.S.
Ahlan wa sahlan.
Ahlan wa sahlan. Hello, how are you? You remember, I think 5 or 6 years ago, we were together in the Security Council. And it was a session, Morocco, under the UK presidency at that time. It was a session on sexual violence against women. And she was speaking only about democracy, education, and I think it is key. In conflict resolution, education, and especially women and democracy is key. So today, do you think things are moving after you left the Ministry of Education in France? How in Africa, from an African perspective, can we promote these shared values? And Paulo, I was waiting to hear your points on the evolution in Europe today, and we would like you to, you have great experience in this issue, so if you can brief us about how we can move forward in this connection in Europe. Because Europe is now changing, the project is losing its... Thank you.
Thank you so much. Question from the gentleman in the glasses in the first row over here. If you can bring a mic.
Someone from Ghana here.
There's someone from Ghana. We have a question about Ghana already. Please, go ahead.
Khalid Chegawi, Senior Fellow Policy Center for the New South. Monsieur le Premier Ministre, bonjour. J'ai juste une question.
Minister, I fully agree with the lady. Of course, there are elections and cases of elections that are going pretty well and smoothly, but we do have some situations of doubt. In Ghana, it was the same. In Senegal, it was the same, and I admire the Cape Verde model. They had a beautiful alternance with Mauritius, and it's been going well so far. 2 islands, but they're not under the Francophone or traditional and conventional and incumbent Francophone or English speaking model, but they have kept their. Sometimes we have kept that cultural rooting that really are challenging and scaring. So we have sometimes a shaking, or rather travesting these elections. Sometimes elections are really faded out, and through populist movement in Tunisia, for instance, the president has managed to be elected, and at the end of the day, it became an autocracy. So Mrs. Najat knows this. We are the only continent in the world that teaches their children in primary school in foreign languages, and so far we have no other country, even in North Africa, where we believe we have a national language. We are taught with in foreign countries is how can you convey national values with foreign cultures and foreign languages, and this is a real problem.
De logarithme. Il va falloir s'y mettre. Je me rappelle toujours.
I often remember this example or this case study from high school. We were not allowed to use calculators, actually. This is a simple example I'm mentioning to understand how we can best integrate these elements within our youth's education. We cannot impose these same methods that we once knew to these new generations. We need to enable our students, and I'm not able today to cope with this level of modernization when it comes to technology, for example.
Shortcomings.
No, yeah. Is he speaking? Is he speaking? Ghana. Let him speak. Let him first speak and then carry on.
Okay, by popular demand, so from Ghana, I've lost control of the room. Ghana has taken over.
By spontaneous majority.
There we go. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. When good things are coming out of Africa, we must listen and hear. We are here. I'm Air Vice Marshal Hansen from Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute. I used to be the commander of the Air Force. And Your Excellency, you've touched on everything. I was almost going to say, when you mentioned Kwame Nkrumah, you didn't mention Sekou Touré. So I believe what we are saying is what you know very well. Let me just add some 3 points. We have what we call the Peace Council, and that was what His Excellency was referring to. In the Peace Council, we have traditional authorities who are members of that council. The president is not a member. We have religious leaders, Christians, Muslims, Protestants on the council. And it is part of the constitutional requirements.
Is it a sort of Supreme Court somehow?
I'm coming.
Yeah. I'll give you 1 more minute and a half.
Well, you took all the time, so let me...
Well, that's my job.
Yeah, so let us celebrate when good things are coming out of the difficulties.
Go ahead.
Second one, we have what we call an inter-party system where the political parties are the ones who run the methods and the principles. What I want to add is what we call the pink sheet. So the collation of the vote can be accounted for in real time. So you found out that a party could count how many votes that are being cast, and at the same time could know where his party, the percentages, and I heard yesterday was that Ghana's voting was 4%. It was over 60%. 60%. Yes. Now, this pink sheet method and procedures, the parties are able to adapt very quickly in real time so that it's transparent, it reduces the tension, and that kind of thing. Let me sell this idea quickly to everyone. The leader of the Electoral Commission is a woman. So when you involve women in such difficult decision-making process, that is the result that His Excellency is referring to. These are just some of the issues that I want to bring on the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
No, thank you. Greatly appreciated.
Okay.
You want to
respond? Yes.
You want to respond?
Yeah, I want to respond. Yeah, but Prof, the ideology issue in the school. Nobody, I think, here alluded to the fact that we have to allow teaching of ideologies in the school. But we must teach values in the school.
Oh, yes.
So, and values.
Factions, no.
No, factions, no. I fully agree with you, but I just wanted to put that into perspective. Is about values. Number two, to Madame.
From the World Bank.
Yes, my sister. I don't know the region, as you know, because you are just officiating now there. But one of the problems in West Africa, and also in many African countries, and I hear that, people say, we tried democracy, but it didn't work. Well, audit those democracies. They have never been democracy. You didn't practice democracy, and then you go and say, I have been doing democracy since 10 years, 20 years, 40 years. I'm sorry. Let's audit what has gone in our governance systems. The democracy was not there. And then we go and then we say, yeah, democracy doesn't work. Well, I'm saying Ghana is there, it works. Cape Verde, it works. And many other countries, it's working. Okay, that's why I spoke about resilience.
Sure.
So now, it doesn't mean that because we have democracy, we don't fail. You might vote the wrong people, or the less competent people, or the people who have some bias that makes impact on the social life, on the economy. I think if the Ghana will excuse me, we know all what has happened in Ghana with the economy, but that's not what was expected. But it happened. But it was, and in fact, the result of the election is exactly the correction of that mistake. You agree, madam? Okay, true. So I think that's the positiveness of governance, of say democracy. Of democracy. As somebody said, and I come back to you, democracies may not be good, but what better do we have to replace democracy? You know, it is very important. Now, the challenge today, you spoke about Sahel, is exactly to avoid falling into the autocratism, if I can call it. You know,
autocracy.
Even if you look, Hitler came democratically in power. He came and then he changed the whole thing for himself. And the way we end up by killing thousands of millions of people, you know. So I think today the challenge is really that one. How do we go through this turmoil in West Africa? I don't have a response, honestly speaking. And how do we turn that turmoil into real democracy? And again, for me, democracy is working towards the well-being of people.
We'll take just a couple more questions. Yeah, go for it.
Hi, my name is Rafael. I'm part of the Emerging Leader cohort, and I work at Meta at a team dealing with elections, basically coordinating the company response to threats around elections. My question is not digital. My question is regarding populism. Populism is not something new. We've been in that for 10 years, and it has been institutionalized. It won elections. It has been in some governments already, and it's not as if society was just looking at it and not reacting. So I wanted to ask a question about what are the main positive actions and responses to populism and responses to threats to democracy that you have witnessed, because it's easy to be disheartened by looking at cases in the US and some other countries, but my home country, Brazil, for example, there are lots of things happened regarding not allowing a president who pushed the boundary to be elected again. So I want to understand what has been done institutionally to fight that over the past 10 years. a good example would be good to finish this panel.
I
Thank you.
think Madame la Ministre wanted to give you an
Merci
answer.
beaucoup. Ça va me permettre de répondre à plusieurs questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I would like to reply to a few questions. I would like to come back to my colleague here on the panel. We should not make a very easy mistake, is to take our citizens for fools. When we speak about information, we cannot only blame algorithms and social media. The dynamics and the situations are much more complex than this. The discussions and the challenges that we face today are more informed, and people are more informed than 20 years ago through the internet. Facts which we deal with and we thought were our truth have been refuted. The Iraq War and the basis for the Iraq War, allegedly containing nuclear weapons in Iraq, was a lie. I think certain facts have been advanced when they were factually wrong. No, madam, I disagree with you. Well, I am very much attached to my scientific facts, and this is very important, this being my point in the education that we provide. It is important to fuel the analytical and the critical brains of our new generations. It is important to help them refute the status quo and actually look deeper into the information that they are given. The real challenge is to be able to overcome our own biases and this new generation's own biases across adults. We should be able to rely on the media, but the problem with our democracies is that the media are more concentrated. There are not sufficient funds allocated to the media or ethical committees, for that matter, who are fact-checking this information when people are actually putting forward some fake news. Artcom in France, for example, is a committee that is charged with reviewing news, and there are sanctions that can be imposed on the media outlets which are diffusing and advertising fake news. It is very important to have these monitoring badges. We have better monitoring mechanisms in the financial sector, for example, for banks and big corporations. Now, the sanctions for violating any competition laws or any rules established are much stricter. Now, for the media, we need to review the different norms and rules that we impose upon them as well, similarly. Now, I would like to reply to the question about situations evolving, and particularly when it comes to domestic violence against women. And this really comes back to going against protests, social or identity-related protests and demonstration against women. We need to have public authorities intervene against these sorts of behaviors, and unfortunately the consequence of that, or the lack thereof, would be backlash, which is what we saw in the United States. An influencer you may be familiar with, Andrew Tate, who was a big supporter of Donald Trump, and after having Trump elected, Andrew Tate was recording misogynistic videos targeting women and saying that men had won the battle versus women. So it is important to take things or take matters and consider them very seriously. We have the pros, we have the cons, and we have, unfortunately, very divisive battles which we can witness from one group to another. Now, the people in power and leaders must deal with these opposing views in order to tackle them and not be in denial. Youssef has asked about Europe 2025, or the perspective for Europe for 2025. Now, we see a growing resentment towards foreigners, migrants, and tourists across Europe, which is something that clearly is bringing us backwards. This is not a rational policy because with an average age of 44 years, can Europe really survive without migration? That is a lie. Germany will improve. I believe in that. Germany has always had strong political coalitions, so I am not as worried about Germany. 2025 will see elections, and I believe that this situation will improve because without France or Germany performing well economically, Europe cannot function, so we need to act. And finally, my last point here, to promote a optimistic democratic message. It was in Africa that we had the most interesting democratic experience. The South African elections confirming the decline of dominating parties in the eastern part of Africa and Mozambique or Rwanda, for example. The average age of an African is 17 years. They do not hold in their memory the history of colonialism and civil war. That memory is outdated for this new generation. But what is interesting, however, is the decline of the historically strong party of the ANC, and coalitions were formed. In Africa, this is not a particularly strong, or it's not Africa's forte to have coalitions. In Morocco, however, this is the case, with strength for Morocco. But in Africa, South Africa and Morocco are some of the continent's most powerful and most economies.
I would say this quickly. As long as there's respect of cultures across globes, particularly, I can only speak for my work with the African descendants, there will be respect for Africa as well, because it's all part of the same history and culture. So we have to make sure that when we're having these conversations, the wonderful conversations about, what's going to happen in Africa and how we're going to go forward with that, that we talk and have the same kind of, implement the same kind of respect across all other countries as well. I bet I can imagine that in this room probably I could say 10, 15 people might not even know what are the largest African descendant populations across which countries have the largest descendant populations outside of Africa, aside from Brazil. We know Brazil is by far the largest, but the U.S. only has 47 million. So just think about those things when you are thinking about.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to thank my wonderful panelists. Madame la Ministre, thank you so much. President Freeman, Minister Portas, Minister Bivogi, thank you so much. And thank you all for this very lively discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a coffee break at the lounge area. Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is organizing the 13th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues Conference, scheduled to take place from December 12th to 14th, 2024, in Rabat, Morocco. This flagship event will convene over 400 distinguished leaders from the public and private sectors, civil society, international organizations, think tanks, and the media across the Atlantic Basin, fostering open and candid discussions on pivotal cross-regional and cross-sectoral challenges. This year's conference marks a significant evolution, transitioning from annual thematic focuses to a broader, more inclusive approach emphasizing the wider Atlantic space's core values and strategic importance. The agenda will delve into critical topics such as geoeconomics, regional security, democracy, migration, and the energy transition, with a particular emphasis on the African Atlantic region. Participants will engage in over 11 plenary sessions interactive town halls, thematic breakout dinners, and intimate night owl sessions, all designed to encourage meaningful dialogue. The Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders 2024 program will bring together more than 40 young changemakers across the Atlantic. These emerging leaders will participate in a tailored leadership, policy and networking program, fostering intergenerational dialogue and bridging generational and perception gaps. Building on the previous 12 editions, this 13th edition will be a platform conducive to navigating the complexities of the Atlantic region and working collaboratively towards a more integrated and prosperous wider Atlantic. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Glover.
It's good to see everyone. It's a wonderful day here in Rabat. And I'm excited to announce and welcome our panelists of this esteemed panel on smart infrastructure investing in Africa and its connected future. Our first panelist is Jorge Arbeche, international, former Secretary of Ministry of Planning at the University of Brasilia. Welcome.
All right, thank you.
Good to see you. Next, we have Nicolas Massoud, a member of National Congress of Argentina. Welcome, it's good to see you again. Yes, thank you for being here. And lastly, Arkebe. He is a British Academy Global Professor at SOAS, University of London. He is also a former senior minister and senior advisor to the Prime Minister of Ethiopia. Welcome. And with that, we will watch a brief video and then we will jump into this wonderful conversation.
Smart infrastructure is crucial for Africa's sustainable development amid digitalization and urbanization. Integrating advanced technologies optimizes mobility, energy efficiency, and public services. Investment strategies, public-private partnerships, and regulatory frameworks bolster resilience and innovation, advancing Africa's connectivity and sustainable growth. How can smart infrastructure align with Africa's sustainability goals and foster connectivity? What roles can public-private partnerships play in financing smart infrastructure? How can policymakers address risks related to data governance and cybersecurity?
Good afternoon again. And now we jump into this really hearty conversation. I'm excited to hear from all of you. And you know that smart infrastructure plays a key role in shaping Africa's economic transformation and sustainable development at the same time. And we're really going to unpack today and discuss how digitalization, urbanization, and climate changes accelerate the needs that Africa has in its infrastructure to evolve beyond traditional models. And I think that's where we're going to start today to have this discussion. And I'm so interested first to find out what your thoughts are on how smart infrastructure, and even you could define it if you'd like, how smart infrastructure initiatives align with Africa's sustainable development goals, and how does smart infrastructure foster regional connectivity? And with that, I'm going to start with Jorge.
First of all, thank you for having me on this very interesting and rich conference and part of this panel as well. Well, Africa, as some other regions in the world, have to deploy this kind of technologies, not only because they are important per se, but also because they need them. And why they need them? Because there is a lack of resources. So they have to use whatever they have in a much more smarter way. And that includes government resources. As we all know, there is a fiscal crisis. Many countries have huge debts. So they can not do many things that they may want to do, and technology may be a big ally for them to do things. And not only for them, but also for the private sector as well. One sector that I'd like to stress that was mentioned by the video is the delivery of services, especially service delivery for the poor. So governments may want to use smart technologies, being AI, being some other tools for developing and delivering those services. But I'd like to go further and mention something else. Technology is and will be increasingly important, but it will be especially important when we look at the future. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about the new economy, the green economy, and everything that is anchored on the green economy. I'm talking about green energy, biodiversity, critical minerals, forests, food production, energy access at large. When you think of the case of Africa, as we all know, has a lot in terms of natural resources. And that's a critical point. And why? Because the relative prices of natural resources is bound to increase over time. And why? Because they are becoming more and more scarce. I'm talking about water, critical minerals, but also green energy, biodiversity, and all those things that are directly or indirectly related to geography. Geography is becoming more important. Until very recently, people they were not paying too much attention to the importance of geography. So we were focusing more on productivity, more on technology, and all those things that are obviously extremely important. But because of climate change and because of geopolitics, geography will become much more influential. And Africa is ready to explore the huge amount of natural resources that they have. And for that to happen, they will need technology, smart technologies for exploring, for developing business models, for attracting foreign direct investments, for developing new knowledge that are needed to take advantage of geography. So I see a lot in terms of potential for Africa deploying, using that smart technology and all those different types of smart technology. And then the things related to connectivity. Of course, we all know, and somebody mentioned that thing in a previous panel, we all know that Africa can benefit from integrating more and better for several reasons, including scale, including some other reasons. And of course, technology is a way to go. And integration may come through different channels. One is, of course, a physical integration, which is, of course, very important. But there are some other ways for Africa to integrate more and better. And one is the digital economy. Another one is e-commerce. Another one is energy integration, so that you can explore the strengths that each country may have. And there are some others. For example, things related to the way you manage the environment, the way you manage critical minerals at large. So in all those cases, technology may play a critical role.
Do you have a particular example of how an African country in particular is leveraging this smart technology, if you will, and how that impact is kind of creating a path forward around sustainability, if there's a particular example?
There are some few or some good examples. M-Pesa is one of them, and there are some others. So payment systems and some others. So they're pretty good examples, but the thing is how to escalate and to accelerate, and not. There are good ideas. There are enough ideas, good ideas in the region, and the thing is how to find the enablers for that to happen, for you to escalate and to accelerate all those solutions.
Thank you. Arkebe, I'm going to go right to you because I'm thinking about the work that you do and have done as a former senior advisor to the Minister of Ethiopia. And now all this research that you're doing based in London around all of the work around infrastructure rebuilding and how that can be done in a smart way. Can you give us some insights around economic sustainability initiatives that you see in the research you've led?
Thank you very much. I think the starting point will be we are talking about smart or intelligent technology, but it means in broader definition, digital technologies combined, especially with green technologies. This is where the real transformation is happening. When we talk about digital transformation, we are talking about AI, about big data, about quantum computing, about drone technology. We can list some important which are shaping not just the services sector, but overall all economic sectors. And when we look at the advancement, the pace is quite rapid. One specific example, if we look at e-commerce, year 2000, the size of e-commerce was only $27 billion. By 2024, it's over $5 trillion. By 2050, it's expected to be about 30 trillion, a conservative estimate. Same thing with e-payment. E-payment by 2050 will be about 50 trillion. So the pace is quite fast. On the green transition, a major fundamental transformation is happening in EVs, battery storage, in solar energy, wind energy, then also electrification grid. Major things are happening. And these both are going to shape the 21st century. And according to the research we are conducting, it's going to be the green industrial revolution of the 21st century. Having said that, if we look back at our continent, we have seen some progress in some technologies because we are latecomers. In mobile, Africa has seen significant penetration in smartphones, in internet penetration. But when we link it with the pace that is already happening at global level, the lag is, and the gap is increasing, and we are also observing a digital divide and a green divide, which should really concern us, and this requires a new approach, a very strategic approach to see how we can catch up with the world. Because what matters is not the pace we are moving, but it has to be contrasted with overall global advancement in technologies.
Thank you so much. And Nicholas, I'm thinking you can help us give some perspective from a political perspective in particular around how smart infrastructure will help build out and foster collaboration in Africa and beyond. So I'm curious from your point of view how that plays a role. And I know an area of expertise you have is around agriculture. So I'm curious how you will shed some light on this conversation.
Well, thank you, Sarah, and of course, thank you to the Policy Center for allowing me to share this unique event with all of you. So I'll take two licenses, if I may, Sarah. The first one is to specifically speak about this sector, agriculture or agribusiness in general. And the second one is to refer to the theme of this panel, not only specifically to smart appliances, AI or Internet of Things applied to agribusiness, but more broadly to innovation, institutional innovation and techniques, new techniques, which not necessarily are already in the face of AI. So yesterday and today, many of the panels were reflecting about, well, our identity, who we are, what do we have in common, and especially what challenges do we share. And for me, it's quite obvious that if there's one field in which Latin America or South America, specifically Atlantic South America, Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay, and Atlantic Africa, or maybe in the case of Africa, it's more broadly, can not only cooperate, but really, truly integrate economically themselves, more than from public sector to public sector or from the third sector to the third sector, but specifically in the private sector, with companies as the main actors, is agriculture. This is because Africa as a continent, but more specifically, 17 countries in Africa that share the Great Savannah, have more than 60% of the world's total unused fertile land. More than 60. So if we speak about natural resources, we usually associate African countries with oil, gas, and minerals. Well, land is the largest of all. Fertile land with adequate rainfall regimes. And they have the demand as well. I mean, surprisingly, while they have 60% of the unused fertile land, they import food for more than $80 billion annually. So what's happening really is that all the excess, the surplus, generated by commodities such as hydrocarbons or minerals, instead of flowing to acquire capital goods to develop the industry in these countries, as it happened in our countries, in South American countries, 40 years ago, because we are more similar than we believe in this point, they are going to import food that could easily, or quite easily, be produced, not only produced till the point we replace imports, it could be broadly produced till the point in which many countries, which are not rich in minerals or hydrocarbons, could be net exporters of food. And why I speak about integration? Well, because I think one of the few fields in which our South American countries are still leaders, worldwide leaders, is precisely in agriculture. Our companies are top-ranked in the world. They have state-of-the-art technology, biotechnology, biogenetics, innovation, state-of-the-art machinery, and a whole business model with a very effective know-how that already served to do what I'm suggesting to do in African countries, in our countries. Our countries were also, there were maybe not tribal countries based in family artisanal techniques of agriculture, but they were family-based too. They were developed from family units that grew as much as to the point that today, for example, I'm not that familiar in Brazil, but the largest food producer in Brazil is a family-owned company, the Batista. Well, in Argentina, out of the 10 largest, 6 of them are still family-owned companies that crop more than 200,000 or 300,000 hectares each. So I'm not speaking of an utopia here, but of course there are some challenges. I mean, what I'm stating here is South American technology can be exported to African countries, which it would be an improvement to South American countries, which nowadays export food, raw materials, instead of highly added value products such as human talent, machinery, biotechnology, or whatsoever. And the African countries could leverage from all that technology transfer to really develop to an industry scale, still family-owned or family-based if they want to, and not only replace imports, but furthermore finance some future industrial development with all the surpluses that today are not being invested in industry. Only 2 of the innovations I think some of these countries should probably start thinking about in their own ways. The first of all, it's more like an institutional innovation and has to do with land ownership. And this is a very critical aspect for many countries in Africa, and it's a cultural aspect, so all my respect on that. But really, one of the main struggles to finance agricultural development is that they cannot leverage from their ownership, which is it's real because they really possess their land, but they don't formally possess their land. They don't formally own their land. So they cannot pledge as guarantee those lands to get loans and buy machinery or buy technology as all other countries in the world did in the past. And again, this doesn't mean we are only opening the doors to multinationals and that the families will not be the key player in the sector anymore. Not at all. Our experience is not that one. Our experience is how, from an institutional innovation, framing the way out for land ownership in the way it is, maybe it's in the way of cooperatives. The third largest exporter in Argentina is a cooperative that put together 25,000 families, and it's the third largest one. It sells like thousands and thousands of millions of dollars annually. So it's respectfully of the scheme, of the sociological scheme. We need to think about some way of practical land ownership scheme so that all that wealth which is in the land can be used to finance the next step of innovation. The second one probably has to do with more agricultural innovation techniques. The first one has to do with another controversial issue, which is GMO, genetically modified organisms, or the role of biogenetics. And just to give an example of two quite similar countries in the field, Brazil and Argentina, under the very similar conditions of fertile lands and rainfall regimes, yields in Brazil are 20 to 25% higher than Argentina. And that's only due to one aspect, which is a modern framework, a modern bill that allows and protects royalties for the companies that invest in biogenetics and innovation, which again, we are not only thinking about multinationals that only care about their royalties. Many of the top players in Brazil and Argentina are local companies, as could be the case in the future in Africa. But I mean, what is really important to understand is that biogenetics are responsibly used, a very accurate tool to expand yields and then to expand productivity. And what's after productivity? Labor retribution, wages or labor retribution. So there's an upside there too. And the second one, and I will just end up here because I don't want to monopolize, is no-till techniques, direct plowing, which in Africa only accounts for less than 2% of the fields. In our countries, it's more than 70%. And that not only comes with a decrease in costs because you, instead of working fields twice, you only do it once, but it's way more responsible and aligned with the 2030 agenda and the climate change itself by controlling moisture and stubble preservation and lots of very important aspects. But here's an interesting point. Sometimes when you need to move on to the next wave of innovation, don't have developed the previous one, which would be, for example, the traditional machinery for traditional farming, is an advantage. Because now, to move on from an artisanal way of working land directly to no-tilling technologies or no-tilling techniques, it's way more easy because you don't have the lobbies associated with the traditional way, which is why in many other parts of the world, they haven't moved yet to a more responsible, climate-wise, and a more economic way of farming as no-till. Well, I stop here. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate in our plenary session that we have access to technology. So we are going to throw up a word cloud question for you all in the audience and those participating to participate in elevating and answering this question. And so the question for the word cloud is, and you can go into your app to participate, is what issues should be prioritized to drive economic sustainability in Africa? So what issues do you all think should be prioritized to drive economic sustainability in Africa. And we'll give some time for you all to go into the app and to add some words to illustrate this conversation with the participation of our audience. And as we await, we've got some answers already. Governance is reigning as a primary word of feedback, and free mobility. We've got equity and anti-corruption, employment, agriculture, technology. This is really helpful to illustrate what our audience and those participating see as the primary issues to consider for driving economic sustainability. Infrastructure, subsidies, water I saw as well up there, and humanity. Management, interesting. The need for managing these processes, sovereignty. Very helpful for this to illustrate the issues at hand. And certainly agriculture, Nicholas, is something that I think is a theme we've heard over periods of time in terms of how land can be used to kind of drive the future or progress. I appreciate that point. And thank you. Education is also another word that's popping up there, and training, developing our next generation and acknowledging the next generation is the future, which should be a key aspect of defining what success looks like. So we thank you all for contributing to this word cloud, and we'll continue. So as you've contributed to the word cloud, you may come up or be developing some questions. We'll engage the audience shortly with a few more questions for the panel, and then we're going to hear from the audience. The next question I'd love to hear from you all is around the role the public-private partnerships play in financing and scaling smart infrastructure projects. I think it would be interesting to hear from your perspectives, and we'll start with you, Jorge.
No, thank you. Thank you very much for the question. Let me pick up one very quickly, a comment on what Nicholas has just mentioned. Until very recently, 35 years ago, Brazil was importing food. And today, Brazil is a major food exporter. And why? Because of this type of things. Technology, among some other things. And in the second comment, in regards with my previous comment, very quickly, when we look forward, according with Bloomberg, BCG, McKinsey, World Bank, and some others, by 2050, the world will need something in between $100 and $200 trillion in terms of new businesses in order to fight decarbonization. $100 and $200 trillion. What am I mentioning that? Because decarbonization, joint with food security and energy security, are among the most pressing issues ahead of us. And Africa is ready to participate in that conversation. And Africa can become a key player in the economy of the future. Africa can provide food for the world, just to follow what Nicholas had just mentioned. Africa can be a key player in decarbonization. For example, Africa can attract foreign direct investments for producing clean energy. If you consider radiation, solar radiation in Africa, Africa is a key player, or can be a key player for producing energy and for attracting factories that need that energy to do whatever they need. Steel, fertilizers, aluminium, chemicals, and many other things that are energy intensive. And then the other thing. So the thing is how to frame, how to articulate, how to develop an architecture for Africa to attract resources, for Africa to develop the right financial and capital tools for attracting, for creating the right enablers for investment to come. And for that, of course, we need financing by definition, but we also need many other things, including regulations and some other things. And there is also a key role for IFIs, multilateral development banks, and some other types of institutions that can be a key player in terms of creating the de-risking tools for then attracting the private sector, which is the one that, in the end of the day, has the resources needed, not only for Africa, for Latin America, for the other, for other places. So, and then when we look at this $1 to $200 trillion, most of the businesses will come from the private sector. So we indeed need a kind of a conversation between the public and private, and we need to find the right way to develop the architecture that is adequate for each country in Africa. We cannot follow one single recipe because countries are different from different perspectives. But indeed, the way to go is to find a way for the private and being national and international, the private and the public sectors to work together in order to grab part of that economy of the future. And I think that this is the way to go, and Africa can do that.
And thank you for tying that together, how the growth or progress of Brazil's economic sustainability around agriculture, it was really a key indicator if you look decades over decades in that growth. Do you know, or do you have an example of a public-private partnership that either helped fuel that growth or other areas of sustainability and paths forward?
You mean
in Brazil?
Well, there are plenty.
Yeah.
Actually. Without the private sector, Brazil would never be a major food exporter, by definition. But there is a critical thing, which is called Embrapa. Embrapa is a research institute, public research institute, which helped develop most of the very critical technology needed for Brazil to develop the agricultural sector. And Embrapa is behind. Many people may not know Embrapa, but Embrapa is extremely critical because they are the backbone for Brazil to become a major food exporter. And now Embrapa and some other research institutes are developing some other new technologies that will adapt our agriculture to the climate change, including how to use water in the best way so that we can save water. So those things that are critical for Brazil and for Argentina are also critical for Africa. And just to remind you, a few years ago, when Brazil and some African countries wanted to develop the biofuels industry, some of you may recall that. For some reasons, that thing did not go forward. But still, this may be a way to go. And why not? Without entering the competition between food and fuel. Well, I understand that, but I believe that there is room for each of those. But there is an increasing demand for different types of biofuels, including SAF, that's the fuel for aviation, e-methanol for ships, and some other types of biofuels. And the demand is extremely huge. There is room for everyone. There are some very nice technologies being developed right now. And I believe that Africa can be part of that agenda. The main, let's say, things needed to be part of that are present in Africa. And why not Africa being a key supplier of biofuels for the future? So I think that this is
very helpful.
Yeah.
Very helpful insight. I'd be curious from you too if you would like to share a little bit about public-private partnerships in particular and how to harness that.
Actually, I would like to now focus on Morocco. It's my favorite place and one of the brightest spots in this continent. That combines technology, industry, and grid energy, because we are not talking about hypothetical things. So on the financing elements, we could see one of the major investment happening in Morocco is the development of the port facilities, one of the best and a huge investment made on Tanger Med, and also industrial hubs and industrial cities that also led to the development of the automotive industry in Morocco. It was able to successfully build in a period of 10 to 15 years to become one of the largest exporters in this continent, equal now to South Africa, 95% exporting to Europe. This means export capability, skill upgrading, know-how transfer, and being globally competitive. And the industrial hub and the port facility we are mentioning has put Morocco to be one of the leading in terms of ranking of port facility. And one interesting element that has been demonstrated at Tanger Med was the basic infrastructure was built by the government, but on this infrastructure, it also involved private financing, those leading shipping agencies also to build some of the additional infrastructures required. Then I also want to highlight to bring OCP, one of the most important Africa's, let's say, national champions. OCP has been a catalyst in building the Mohammed VI Technological University, which is now emerged as very, very promising in developing technological capability. It has also pushed and pioneered on the green transition, which is done on research linked with IRSN and many of these Moroccan institutions. And here we see the focus on technology, the focus on industrial capacity, the focus on also competitive firms is coming together. I also want to bring additional example from my country, Ethiopia. Ethiopia has been investing on energy, and it has invested over $25 billion in the last 20 years. And out of this, the approach to financing has been first to use domestic resources. So the biggest hydropower dam in the continent, 6,600 megawatt, is being built entirely mobilized and financed locally because foreign external financing could not be secured. And many dams have been expanded, and it uses now 100% renewable energy, wind and hydro. On the additional element in relation to transportation, also the type of transportation being built is electric-powered railway system, which is now combining East Africa, especially Djibouti and Ethiopia, which also brings back to this agenda. Here I want to highlight to say a few things about financing. The approach to financing has to be quite diverse approach because financing is a major limitation now. About $200 billion is required for energy, for transportations, for telecommunications in this continent, without even considering industrial infrastructure. And it's impossible to get 200 billion. And currently, many African countries can only mobilize about 1/3 of it. This brings us how is this gap to be financed? And a key limitation is here the debt stress of many African countries, especially after COVID-19. So they are struggling with how to manage financially and how to invest. And here the approach has to be first, domestic resource mobilization has to come first. Secondly, also multilateral and bilateral DFIs, development financing, has to be increased. Currently, World Bank, for instance, is not providing adequate development financing or concessional loans, and which we need to expand. And we have to consider also the alternative financing from the global south. Bundesbank in Brazil is among the largest. China Development Bank is even bigger than the World Bank. So we need to find concessional loan. I'm emphasizing this because in year 2000, about 50% of financing of Africa was coming from bilateral institutions, DFIs. Now 54% comes from the private. And the problem has been the commercial loan because of the Federal Reserve's high interest rate, and also US dollar also have bigger value. The interest rate has almost doubled from 5 to 10%. So it's not sustainable. And we also need to bring the aspect of foreign direct investment in this process. Loans through the private financing may not be durable. Corporations, let's say like OCP or Ethiopian Airlines, will still be using this facility, but for government financing, it will be a big challenge. But they have the ability by bringing policies, incentives to attract many companies to invest in Africa, like what Morocco has done with Renault and Peugeot. So we need to magnify and see how the continent should be able to attract more productive capacity, more productive FDI.
Thank you for that. And I'll let you have the last word, and then we'll go to the audience, and so get your questions percolating and ready.
Great, thank you, Sarah. So maybe to follow up with the line I was talking about agriculture, I think public-private partnerships are probably the only way. We need to redefine who are the relevant stakeholders on this, which are not more, as maybe 30 or 40 years ago, country to country or state to state relations, but rather country to company or company to company. So I'm doing this emphasis in existing enterprises or companies because companies are vehicles that already combine themselves an equilibrated set of technology, machinery, human talent, know-how in a full and effective business model, which is profitable, which is very important. So having those existing companies already working in one of the stakeholders of this meeting, which is the other side of the Atlantic, and having the proper resources and the huge demand and the labor force on this side of the Atlantic, what countries and even no one asked for this suggestion, but even not only countries, maybe this type of meetings, think tanks, should emphasize a little more, rather than public sector diplomacy or third sector, in the private sector. We might even think about, I'm coming up with this now, but in future editions of these dialogues, to have special chapters on some clearly identified opportunities where we come with private sector stakeholders, really relevant companies that can advocate themselves to a specific agenda. So what really countries should do is to identify those relevant companies all around the world, but why not in the wider Atlantic, and provide maybe 2 or 3 aspects. The first I already spoke about. Definitely to develop this on an industrial base, we need African countries to come up with a land ownership scheme of themselves, developed by Africans, respecting African culture and African traditions and sociology, but a land ownership scheme at the end. That's absolutely needed. Investment protections agreement, that's among countries. That could definitely work. I mean, in order to specify what are the guarantees of the investments. Special tax regimes, that usually helps to take the decision of why going to one country instead of the other. But not more than that. Then the whole risk management and the financing is going to be done by the companies that are seeking for profitability, which is absolutely seekable here in African countries. And then probably what another aspect that the public sector should help in would be, well, the social license and how to navigate the negotiations with local tribes and you know how these two worlds can combine harmonically themselves. But again, this is something that already many of the companies in our countries already navigated because we are more similar than we really believe. So a public-private partnerships is the only way, and of course, international banking system has a very important role to play here. I mean, a very important and relevant experience in Brazil is the BNDES, which is the Exim Bank, local Exim Bank in Brazil, which is huge and it's very well oriented to replacing imports and fostering exports. We have a similar experience in Argentina, the Inter-American Development Bank, the African Bank. I mean, all those banks, international banks that are probably working isolatedly and each one of them following different strategy, they would become very powerful in order to finance the takeoff of the African agricultural sector with the landing of South American companies and the exchange of technology, if all of them would work together in financing those type of public-private partnerships.
Thank you so much. I saw a hand over here. We'll start here, and we'll then go back to you. We're going to do 2 to 3 questions at a time, and then you will be able to answer them. So from here, and then this gentleman. Thank you.
Now it is. My question is the following. One of the things that surprises me when I look, for instance, at what took place in China, because I've been living there for a while, is that you need to have planning, long-term planning. And that is something that the democratic clock in our countries does not allow to happen. Every 4 years, we're changing people. So how can you have a long-term plan? And second thing that the Chinese say is that you need to find your vocation. What is your vocation as a country so that you can find disruptive industries that will allow you to move to the next stage? So it's planning, vocation, and this long-term perspective. So for instance, I'm always surprised to hear sometimes when I'm in the plane, people coming from South Africa going all the way to Istanbul to move to Morocco. So why don't we have a Dubai solution, for instance, in Africa? Or why don't we have, like, some of the, I'm not saying that the Chinese model is applicable to everybody, but there are lessons that we could learn that perhaps could be applied and that we should look into. But the issue there is always this, you have the infrastructure first, build a road, and get rich. And that's the whole process that you see when you're analyzing the Chinese model. Not saying that we have to follow everything, but perhaps these 3 things or 4 things should be guiding ideas for us when we consider about this issue of, rethinking the region and rethinking ourselves economically. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment.
Thank you. Fantastic discussion. I have a more flexible view with respect to the relationship between democracy and planning. They are not incompatible. The fact of the matter is that the investments made through Embrapa in Brazil, they were long-term, and they took long before they start bearing their fruits. And an important fact is the following. For instance, like Argentinians know quite well, one needs to dance a tango. Lula, for instance, in his first mandate, created an office in Accra, based in Accra, to offer let's say, the 500 plus different types of sugarcane seeds that Embrapa had developed, which are the base of one possible ethanol, and therefore the biofuels that Jorge was talking about. And but we need to dance the tango. There was no demand. So if the Africans really took the initiative, they could adjust, adapt those 500 plus types of seeds, which are appropriate for different types of seeds with a minimum of production engineering the Brazilian experience with seeds might have been brought here to Africa. We need the other side doing this. And George, he has, become famous among for much of his work. But one recent thing has been the following: we keep talking about nearshoring, reshoring, friendshoring, and he comes and talks about power shoring. So clearly, I understand you talking about the power shoring potential that Africa has. Am I right?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We'll take this gentleman here, and then we'll continue to move across to other sections.
Thank you. First, I would like to congratulate the moderator and the three panelists. This was an excellent panel, and she'll all be very proud. And Arkabe pointed out exactly how Morocco is a leader in industry, and it's a leader in agriculture. And the points, Nicholas, you mentioned also, Jorge, are very important. But I've been listening all day, and I've been hearing, Latin America and Africa should work together, and there are these parallels that could make it fit, but nobody's offered anything practical. Nicholas, you came closest at the end, but take something, Nicholas, you mentioned, no-till farming. Morocco is now a leader in this. They have a new business, Turba, and in Morocco, 71% of the farms are 5 hectares or less. So Morocco is very well adapted to deal with small farmers, and they've expanded this to Africa and also in Brazil. So there is an example that you mentioned. Now, how do we get, I'm with you, I'm totally on your wavelength. How do we get Latin American businesses or US businesses, from my perspective, or anybody, to interact with a company like Turba? Is it going to be, who's going to facilitate the business to business? Who's going to facilitate that? What specific mechanisms? You had a good suggestion at the end. Maybe you could expand on it, or Arkabe has been in this business a long time. But can we move from the specific mechanisms to make these marriages happen? Please, I would like to know some ideas.
Thank you for that question. And I'll open the floor to any of you to respond.
I could take the lead. Thank you for the question. So I'm very pragmatic too. So I'm happy you asked for that. I don't think it's that difficult. I mean, the potential. The first thing is, again, the actor is the company. We need companies coming to Africa. That's what we need. First, in my opinion. Sorry, it's my opinion. We need companies coming to Africa as companies, like an internationalization of companies. Let them be from whatever part of the world. I mean, I'm not only advocating for, but I was trying to stick to the point of the wider Atlantic. Otherwise, there's full of very competitive companies all around the world. So first thing, we need to call for companies. Then we're not speaking about thousands of companies. They are quite easy to identify. And what they need is not much more than institutional certainty and stability. So that's, again, for the third time, for me, one of the main obstacles for them coming here is the lack of a land ownership scheme. South Africa is the largest producer of food and exporter in the continent, and maybe hazardously, but I don't think so, it's the only country in which most of the land is privately owned, and it's easy to make transactions on land. And that's very important to finance and to mitigate the risk of the agricultural business. So that's the first thing we need to work on. So maybe that's like a special aspect we could work on the frame of the Atlantic dialogues going forward. How can we help to establish an African adapted scheme of land ownership? But then it's just a matter of inviting the companies and giving them the objective and stable institutions and showing them the capacity of making profits for them to come. So again, yeah, of course, investment protection agreements, special tax regimes, and banking cooperation are very important.
but none of them is as important as land ownership scheme and allowing GMOs. That's my opinion, which is controversial, but I mean.
Thank you. We'll take a comment from both of you and then take 3 more questions from the audience. Go ahead, Jorge.
No, very, very briefly, and I will be provocative, starting from the Marcus question about planning. Well, as I mentioned, we cannot follow China, obviously, and how to manage that in democracies, in which in every 4 years we have to change the entire team, as we mentioned. Perhaps this is the role of the elitists. They have to grab their responsibility and they say, look, let's talk about medium to long term. And that's what we want, how we see. But this may be a solution. I don't know if there is another one. And then regarding vocation, which is extremely important. When I think about vocation for Africa and for Latin America, the best thing to do is not to invent. Just do the bread and butter. We can do whatever is in the comparative advantage story. Meaning we are very ready to take advantage of geography. As I mentioned before, 3 of the most critical challenges ahead of us are decarbonization, food security, and energy security. Africa and Latin America are ready to take part in those solutions, making a lot of money, a lot. So we have to look at those things also from the business point of view. Africa will, I think, Africa and some countries in Latin America may not expect developed countries to pay the bill for adaptation, because that will not happen for several reasons. One way to go is to take advantage of the climate change challenges and food and energy security and make it part of the solution. How? Converting that in a business agenda. I know that this is hard. I know there are many challenges, obviously, there are many challenges, not only in Africa, but also in the US, wherever. But perhaps this is the way to go. And then coming to the power shoring. As Canuto mentioned, power shoring is a very simple tool, a very simple strategy. This is a corporate strategy and not a political strategy, such as near-shoring, friend-shoring, and reshoring. Power shoring is very much a corporate strategy for moving energy-intensive plants to wherever you have green energy available for you to produce in a nice way, being in compliance with norms, where you have energy security, enough energy for you to produce, and so on and so forth. So Latin America, many countries in Latin America, including Brazil, are ready to attract companies around the world that need that type of energy for them to produce, including in a safe place in terms of geopolitics. And Africa can also be part of the solution. As I mentioned before, in many parts of the country, including this country, solar radiation is extremely attractive. So why not converting that in a tool for you to attract foreign direct investment to produce here whatever you need, let's say steel or whatever, green fertilizers, which is very much in demand around the world. Why not producing green fertilizers with green hydrogen and then exporting that very nice solution for everyone? So there are ways to go forward, also through the private sector channel, and power sharing is pretty much part of that story.
Thank you. Well, your thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to highlight what is happening in the continent. We have been talking about agriculture. And for me, what OCP has been trying, OCP is a Moroccan state-owned enterprise which is involved in phosphate production and export. And OCP has focused almost for the last 2 decades studying the diverse agricultural situation in farms in many countries and trying to come up with precision agriculture solutions so that the type of fertilizer is linked with the type of soil. And it has also worked on how fertilizer production facility can be established in terms of production in many countries, including in Ethiopia. So we have many examples, and we need to capitalize on it. In terms of land, I mean, agriculture is, for me, not about land. Because in almost 90% or 100% in Africa, land is privately owned. It's not under state ownership. So investors can take land, they can rent from farmers. The issue is not about land. The key point will be how to provide the right policy environment, the right conditions that foreign investment and local investors can flourish in that type of environment. Then I want to comment on the point linked with long-term planning. We know there are many strategic plans across the continent. South Africa has 20 years, 25 years plans. Ethiopia has, for instance, electrification 30 years plan. Morocco has long-term plans. Many of the African countries have long-term plans. The election cycle is always difficult to predict. But the point is, this is the system we are focused. If we are acting in multi-party system, that is part of the reality. So the political elite, what they need to do, even if they are organized in different parties, is to create some common areas where there may be some continuity, but there will always be areas of differences. In Ethiopia, for instance, starting from time of the emperor, including the military regime dictatorship, including recently EPRDF that ruled the country for 25 years or 30 years. There has been two major areas where there has been consensus. One is about energy, especially hydropower generation on River Nile has been a common aspiration of all regimes. Ethiopian Airlines as a national champion also, all government has been championing that. But there are differences also when it comes to policies. So given the reality we have, first we have to recognize long-term plan is possible, and the parties should be try to work. Whoever comes to rule for 5 years or 4 years, there must be some areas of consensus, but there will always be some areas of differences. So we have to, I think, stick to our reality and then find how we can move forward.
Thank you so much. I would welcome hearing from 3 or 4 more other folks. We'll start here, and then we'll end up here and in the back over there. And I will get back to you. We'll get back to you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I will speak in French. Merci.
Thank you very much for having given me the floor. And first and foremost, I would like to congratulate the moderator, as well as all of the panelists. This is indeed a very important topic, and I very much appreciate the moderation and the high level of discussions. With regards to agriculture, I would like to warmly thank all of the panelists and contributions, because Africa does indeed have lots of land, but unfortunately what's lacking in Africa is technology. And I believe that the examples that were shared for instance, Brazil in particular, but also Argentina, illustrate how important technology is, because for most of the African continent, well, agriculture is very much characterized by artisanal agriculture. And if I were to give the example of my country, the DRC, well, technology is completely absent for a population to the tunes of 110 million, and the agriculture is virtually almost fully imported, and we spend $2 to $3 billion to import agricultural products, whereas we could produce all of this in our own country. So technology is very important. And the honorable speaker did mention earlier that Brazil used to import agricultural products, but today Brazil is actually exporting agricultural products, and I believe that Argentina has also made major strides. Israel as well is virtually a desert country where there's no rainfall, but through technology, Israel is exporting agricultural products to Europe. So it's not about land per se, but it is rather a technology-related issue. The other point that I wanted to mention is the leadership and governance-related issue. Governance and leadership go hand in hand with planning, and we also mentioned the issue of China. But let's bear in mind that there's also an issue of governance and leadership that is very present in Africa. Let's take a look at Zimbabwe, for instance. Well, before the former regime, Zimbabwe used to export agricultural products, but with such a leadership, this leadership and poor governance, now Zimbabwe is currently importing its agricultural products. It's the same country, it's the same land, it's the same climate, but the leadership issue and the governance issue is unfortunately a fatal issue for Zimbabwe. Because to go on the pathway of technology, there needs to be a vision and leadership. Our dear Ethiopian friend mentioned a fundamental governance and leadership issue. If there are two cases where Ethiopians came to an agreement, it was energy and Ethiopian Airlines, which has become an emblematic airline covering the entire African continent. But this is a state-owned company, fully. It's a state-owned airline, and there was a vision which has been sustained, but it is an African Airlines, and even that's used by Westerners, but it is an African airline. So there is a governance and a leadership issue. Dubai has also been mentioned as a great example. Dubai is a desert. When you take a look at Dubai 60 years ago, compared to many other African countries that were colonized in the past, that were very much ahead of Dubai, but due to the vision, or owing to the vision of Sheikh Mohammed, he did have a clearly set vision for Dubai, and he achieved that vision. Even in terms of technology, Dubai has made great strides, because in fact technology is a decisive factor. What we need to bear in mind is that if we wish for Africa to propel and move forward in agriculture, technology is unavoidable, because it has very low productivity. Even in the US, even in Europe, agriculture is subsidized. Even Trump, who is an ultra-liberalist, and I will conclude on that note. So I believe that agriculture needs to have greater support from the state to ensure that it's more technology intensive, and to ensure that it has the excellent, it does have the required investment and support.
Here, and this gentleman here.
Thank you very much, and I will be very short to compensate for my friend. And of course, I agree with him that there are some issues related to governance, and the African Union have been cognizant of that, and they established the African peer review mechanism, which is at the presidential level. So they discuss that within the African Union at each African summit, and they come up with some proposals and best practices and others. My question here is about tax evasion. There is always the issue of tax evasion. And even though the African Union have established a commission that was led by President Mbeki, and it came up with a very comprehensive report about measures to be implemented, the multinational corporations and the big companies are still evading.
Thank you.
And are still not paying taxes.
Thank you so much.
What can we do? Thank you.
Excellent. We'll take one more comment question, and the gentleman then over here.
Merci bien.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moderator and very dear panelists. I'd like to warmly thank the Policy Center Morocco for their diligence and hospitality. Of course, we all have reacted to this. But what about the vision and international cooperation? So the vision is, let's say it up front, in Africa, 80% of the youth aspire to have highly qualified education and highly qualified jobs, which is actually almost impossible. So our report needs to be reassessed and reamended. Millions of youth today account for 1.5 billion by 2040, and they would need, they will have a higher education diploma of maybe high school or higher education, but our education model and curricula is philosophical, intellectual, but very few are really adapted to the new global economy. Therefore, there is a systemic deficit, for instance, in terms of water management, in terms of quality of our infrastructure, and boost our productivity that will hopefully mitigate our dependence and chronicle dependence on the balance sheet, preventing us from moving forward. And thirdly, international cooperation. International cooperation is based on two leverages. The EU and the United States are very active in the ADB funds, namely in renewables in Africa. However, ADB that has only an African name, that has nothing but an African name. So most of our international funds or ADB funds come from foreign investments and foreign funds. $500 million have been invested to assist our countries to manage the corridors. This will help to strengthen intra-zone trade in this zone where we have the free trade zone agreements. So Africa has a huge human potential, systemic growth that is there, that is tangible, but it's not happening. The triple agricultural project, the hydropower, the hydro solar. So what did actually the Africans do to gain ownership over this? Nothing. I think we should think deeply about this. So
we literally have 30 seconds for the gentleman here, 30 seconds for the lady, and 1 minute for each of our panelists to wrap up. Thank you.
So this panel has proven that Africa is very rich, isn't it? What about debt forgiveness? A country which is so rich, but heavily indebted. And that is why you don't have the balance sheet to reinvest. And thank you very much for the energy. 2 points, energy and debt forgiveness.
Thank you kindly. And the last question here.
Merci Sarah, merci aux panélistes.
Very much to Sarah. Thank you for this brilliant session, and to the panelists. I have a brief question on the lands and local communities, especially. At a certain point, there is an over-exploitation and a lot of international corporations working in the agro sector and that are really taking ownership over the smaller arable lands of the smaller communities, and this becomes a real challenge for those local communities that are really losing their income, and also the excessive water resources exploitation, not to talk about the longer term, and the water resources scarcity can really pose a sovereignty problem. I'd like to listen to a reaction of panelists on this.
End the session with each of our panelists giving us some insight and maybe picking a comment question that we just heard. Jorge, let's start with you, and then Nicholas, and that could be.
Well, very
Oui, ce sont des questions extrêmement intéressantes et des commentaires riches. Permettez-moi de finir en disant la chose suivante. Oui, l'Afrique regorge de défis en termes d'agenda. Cependant, quand nous réfléchissons au potentiel, encore une fois, dont jouit la région, qui peuvent d'ailleurs contribuer aux solutions, non seulement d'ailleurs que pour l'Afrique, mais pour le monde également. Et là, je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de raisons pour nous d'être optimistes. Alors, vous savez, nous faisons face à beaucoup de défis communs, globalisation galopante, des pressions alimentaires et sur le monde, des conflits ici et là qui compliquent la donne, mais l'Afrique est en position de faire partie de la solution et non pas uniquement faire partie du problème. Permettez-moi de plaidoyer pour de meilleures politiques, mais également une bonne orientation dans le secteur des affaires et du commerce, etc., et d'attraction des investissements directs. Je vous remercie. Quelques commentaires et éléments de réponse. Concernant les risques de terres et d'exploitation des terres et des communautés locales, pardonnez-moi, la question a été posée en français, je ne parle pas le français. Oui, je dirais que cette transition est pleine de risques. Et pour les identifier et pouvoir les gérer, ce qu'il faudra faire, c'est d'abord identifier les familles. Les familles qui forment cette unité de l'agriculture autonome et qui devraient être les acteurs clés de cette transaction et de cette transition qui pourrait monter en puissance au fil du temps. Les familles sont celles qui créent les entreprises. Ce ne sont pas des grandes multinationales qui viennent de l'étranger, mais c'est plutôt des familles qui acquièrent de la technologie, d'autres acteurs et qui financent leurs propres entreprises. Alors, par exemple, dans notre expérience, nous avons par exemple des familles qui ont beaucoup subventionné, qui ont investi, qui achètent beaucoup plus de terres et qui achètent des équipements, des machines et qui vont eux-mêmes prêter à d'autres petits exploitants et petits agriculteurs, les aident à mettre en place des entrepôts pour entreposer leurs récoltes, etc. et passent même à un niveau supérieur de recherche biotechnologique, etc. dans les semences, etc. Ce sont les familles locales qui le font. Ce ne sont pas les corporations internationales. Donc cette transition doit se faire de manière douce. Par exemple, l'exemple argentin avec les latifundistas, je ne le recommande pas. Et donc développer
Acquiring commercial surplus and fiscal surplus that then could lead you to a wise debt management rather than debt forgiveness. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. And we'll end with you. Thank you.
I want to end with a positive note. First, let's look at the last 50 years of Africa's past. The average growth rate in Africa in the last 50 years was 3.5%. Global average rate of GDP was only 3%. So let's try to put in frame everything is not frustrating. The second point on the debt. Africa's debt is not the worst performance. There is a total of 100 trillion now globally. Africa's debt is 1.1 trillion, which is just 1%. And in terms of percentage, it's 60% of its GDP. And all OECD countries are over 100% debt to GDP ratio. We have to look deeper on the key challenges around this area. The international governance system is flawed. This is one point. The last point I want to highlight, very good point you raised, the tax issue, which African Union brought to the United Nations, and it was unanimously adopted. who rejected G7. And I want to highlight there is about $100 billion of illicit financial flow and capital flow flowing from the continent. This is a big amount of money. Out of this, 70% is in extractive industry, mining, oil and gas. This brings us to the issue of political economy. This brings us to the issue what the multinational companies also play. So my reminder is everything is not frustrating or a pessimist perspective. There are many bright spots in this continent, including Morocco, including my country, which has been growing 10.5%, according to World Bank data, for 15 consecutive years. And that has improved its average life expectancy from 44 to 67 in a period of 25 years. And we have to be motivated to change, and we have a lot of resource, and we can influence the process.
Thank you to our panelists for this inspiring conversation, and to all of you for your participation.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a coffee break at the lounge area across from this auditorium, and we will reconvene at 5:30 p.m. King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is organizing the 13th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues Conference, scheduled to take place from December 12th to 14th, 2024, in Rabat, Morocco. This flagship event will convene over 400 distinguished leaders from the public and private sectors, civil society, international organizations, think tanks, and the media across the Atlantic Basin, fostering open and candid discussions on pivotal cross-regional and cross-sectoral challenges. This year's conference marks a significant evolution, transitioning from annual thematic focuses to a broader, more inclusive approach emphasizing the wider Atlantic space's core values and strategic importance. The agenda will delve into critical topics such as geoeconomics, regional security, democracy, migration, and the energy transition, with a particular emphasis on the African Atlantic region. Participants will engage in over 11 plenary sessions, interactive town halls, thematic breakout dinners, and intimate night owl sessions, all designed to encourage meaningful dialogue. The Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders 2024 program will bring together more than 40 young changemakers across the Atlantic. These emerging leaders will participate in a tailored leadership, policy and networking program, fostering intergenerational dialogue and bridging generational and perception gaps. Building on the previous 12 editions, this 13th edition will be a platform conducive to navigating the complexities of the Atlantic region and working collaboratively towards a more integrated and prosperous wider Atlantic. For more information, visit our website, atlanticdialogues.org. Camimo.
So, good evening and welcome to this session that explores ideas for how we can move beyond fragmentation to construct Atlantic communities of interest. It's a pleasure to be your moderator again. And as always, at Atlantic Dialogues, we have a lineup of incredibly brilliant people offering their insights as our panelists. Here they are. I'll call out Sergio Alcocer, who's the president of the Mexican Council on Foreign Relations. He's also a research professor at the National Autonomous University of Mexico. Next we have, please have a seat, yes, go ahead. And next we have Stephanie Miley, Senior Advisor for Atlantic Cooperation. Ms. Miley is also the U.S. Ambassador nominee to the Gambia and is awaiting Senate confirmation. Thank you for joining us. And last but not least, we have Dr. Mampele Rampele, who's a member of the Planetary Guardians. Dr. Rampele was a co-founder of the Black Consciousness Movement with Steve Biko that reignited the struggle for freedom in South Africa. Thank you. So we have a framing video for this conversation. Before we get started, let's watch it on our screens.
The wider Atlantic offers a unique framework for cooperation among Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, North America, and Europe, emphasizing shared histories, interlinked economies, and common challenges. This concept promotes collaboration to tackle climate change, economic diversification, and demographic shifts. By fostering dialogue and action beyond traditional geopolitical silos, the wider Atlantic prioritizes inclusive growth, sustainable development, and innovation. It seeks to deepen trade ties, advance technology, and develop governance models reflecting shared priorities. Redefining multilateral relations will create inclusive, equitable futures for all regions. What mechanisms enhance trade and innovation? How can cooperation drive sustainable economic strategies? How can trans-regional synergies support sustainable economies and build resilience against global challenges?
In which this picks up from where the conversation yesterday about the Atlantic at the crossroads left off. And so I'd like to crowdsource the wisdom in the room with a diagnostic. Please go to your gadgets, to your AD Connect, to answer this question. What one word describes the biggest challenge to creating cohesive Atlantic communities of interest? What one word describes the biggest challenge to creating cohesive Atlantic communities? Is it not showing on your? It is, okay. Okay, yeah. And so let's see what comes up. Polarization.
Food.
Capacity disparities. Distance. Okay, so distance is coming up, and I think we've, successive panels and polarization, interest and trust. Panelists, I'll come to you, and my first question to you is, how would you respond to what we're seeing on our screens? Which of these issues do you think should be the top priority for wider Atlantic cooperation? And I'll start with you, Ms. Miley.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be back here. I had spent 3 wonderful years in Morocco and know well Morocco's interest in the Atlantic and its amazing work to try and bring people together in conversation to include the Atlantic dialogues. I think that for me, I'll just say I've just recently started as the senior advisor for a new initiative in the U.S. government called the Partnership for Atlantic Cooperation. And I see all of these things being an issue. I was mentioning to our wonderful moderator before that sometimes our institutions create fragmentation because of the way that we consider how we divide ourselves. I can speak mostly to government, but we do that in academia, we do it in NGOs. It's a center for North Atlantic. It's even in the State Department where I am, we have the Middle East, North Africa. Morocco is in that grouping, not in Sub-Saharan Africa. Well, of course, Morocco thinks of itself as an African nation that has a foot everywhere. But our own institutions sometimes exacerbate what may be viewed as fragmentation or polarization because we don't work across those bureaucratic lines. So I think that's one of the things we're trying to do with this new initiative, is to work across bureaucratic lines and bring together a new grouping from our side, from the way the U.S. has viewed it. I know other countries may have already engaged in this way, but the entire Atlantic, not the North Atlantic, not the South, but all of the Atlantic countries, to talk about critical issues like aquaculture, blue economy, environmental damage, and things like that.
And yet one of the words we see there, actually two of the words, I'll pick up on the negative words, interference, polarization, interests. Given where you sit, and I know you have to be careful, and we were reminded earlier that things change on November 4th, but given where you sit, with the U.S. typically accused of interference and subverting things that don't align with its interests, what role can you, trying to choose my words carefully on your behalf, what role can you play in this sort of complex geopolitical situation we find ourselves in at the moment to ensure that we have functional communities of interest?
Exactly. No, thank you. That's a very good question, a very valid question. I think that what all of us need to do, and I'm not talking, of course, I'm government, but academia, NGOs, private sector, we all need to look for ways in which we can collaborate and listen to each other of what our issues are that are most important and how we can address those with resources, with expertise, with shared knowledge. And that's what we're trying to do with this new initiative. It is focused on some very specific, and I apologize to people sitting behind me. I will turn, because I hate to have my back to you, but it's some very specific things, like, for instance, in Angola, helping Angola to refurbish a scientific research vessel and bring new scientists, young scientists, to learn about the area so that way they can help in the aquaculture issues that are so important. So I think it's taking a more humble approach, an approach that's more cooperative, that's more learning from each other, and opening up the doors of all these institutions to hearing from others, so that it's not just one group and not another.
Okay, thank you. I'll come to Mexico. We'll stay with the Americas, because if the U.S. Needs to be a bit more humble and collaborative, Mexico and your president are certainly showing us what it sounds like and feels like to have a robust foreign policy. From where you sit, how can institutions like the Mexican Council on Foreign Relations help foster dialogue, the listening that Stephanie has just asked us to adopt to align Northern and Southern Atlantic priorities?
Well, Ludwig, thank you very much, first of all, and I would like to thank the Policy Center for the New South for the invitation, and I want to acknowledge the presence of the Mexican ambassador to Morocco. And I think the question, of course, is very valid, and I would like to say that the Mexican Council on Foreign Relations is a think tank, similar to PCNW. It is a new PCNS. It is a think tank that is organized to actually bring together experts from different fields. And as a think tank is to bring knowledge, but also the expertise that particularly practitioners, whether from the private sector, public sector, or NGOs, can bring to discuss things. But I would like to make an emphasis that you mentioned that this panel sort of follows what was discussed yesterday. And I don't want to discuss identity anymore. And I don't want to discuss whether the South exists or not. I think we need to be more pragmatical into the approach. So I think that the think tanks, what we can do is to put the ideas together that are pragmatical. And Stephanie was mentioning about scientific cooperation. And I think this is one of the words that we need to substitute in the words that appeared here. There were negative words. All of them were negative words. Whereas we should use a positive word. Why don't we use cooperation as a word? And then we can start talking about scientific cooperation, like the vessel that Stephanie mentioned in Angola, or we can talk about technological cooperation. Several times the word innovation was mentioned yesterday. And but in order to have innovation, you need to have people that are trained to actually innovate. And innovation is not something that you can take a course, innovation 1, 2, or 3, and then you become an innovator. That doesn't work like that. You need to have a culture of innovation, and of course that can be built, but you need to change. And culture change, as we all know, is quite difficult. It takes time, but you need to do it. So I think this is one of the things that from Mexico and from Latin America, and Mexico is not only Latin American, it's a North American country, so we can play both sides. We can cooperate with Africa, and particularly with Morocco. We can learn a lot from Morocco, and I think Morocco and Africa can learn from us. Mm-hmm. And I think that having a vis-a-vis cooperation in these topics will be quite interesting, and this will be a way also to establish a more long-term cooperation and agreements with these areas.
Okay, I want to be fair to the audience. I asked them a negative question, which was the biggest challenge, which is why they responded with negative issues, and they will get an opportunity to respond to a positive question. Right. And so hopefully, that clears the air on that. But I'll stay with you, Sergio, because your expertise straddles engineering and public-private collaboration. And so given your extensive experience, what do you see that we can take in terms of building, in terms of constructing new communities of interest? You've talked about scientific cooperation, innovation, and culture, and these are things that are not necessarily new.
No.
What is new that you have to offer us from your experience?
Well, in terms of infrastructure, there is a big push throughout the world, and I think this is something that the African countries, Latin American countries have much to do, which has to do with sustainable infrastructure. About 18% of the gas emissions come from the cement and the steel industry. Half of them come from China because China is pretty much produces half of the cement and half of the steel. And about 38% or so of the emissions and the consumption in energy comes from buildings. And we are not doing enough in order to reduce the carbon embodied in infrastructure and the carbon that is produced through the operation of our buildings and infrastructure. So this is something that we can put our brains together in order to reduce the emissions, and this is something that will be contributing to fighting climate change, as has been discussed here, is the main threat that humankind throughout the world are facing, and this is something that we can work together. There is a claim that infrastructure like this will cost more because you are requiring to use certain materials that may not be available in your location. That might be true in certain places, but if you do a life cycle analysis of the overall infrastructure, that means from the planning all the way to the commission of that infrastructure, it makes sense economically to invest in that. And now we are more and more moving into recycling buildings. We don't accept anymore just demolishing a building and then building a new one. And we are trying to use as much as possible the buildings and infrastructure that we have. And so that means that, of course, we need to retrofit. We need to, in some cases, strengthen because of earthquakes, and Morocco suffered earthquakes here. And but in any case, we need to use as much as recycled materials that we can. And in order to do that, we need to develop those materials. We need to develop data about that materials. And we can use, of course, artificial intelligence, if you will, to doing that. But But eventually, the very aim is to reduce gas emissions. And this is something that engineers and architects should be working on that. We should be preparing for that. This is something that is new, and they need to work on and together to accomplish this. And this particularly in terms of earthquakes, Morocco suffered an earthquake some months ago, about a year ago or so. Mexico has suffered many, many times of these. And of course, we can work together in this area.
Thank you. So, Dr. Mampele, I come to you because we've started almost with a macro view of foreign affairs. We've, sort of come down into engineering and architecture. But there's a point you've been bringing up throughout the day, and it's about the language of, I hear inclusion, but also standards. And so from your perspective, with the work that you've been doing on shared humanity and inclusivity with the Planetary Guardians, what do you see emerging in terms of sustainable and equitable Atlantic governance models?
Thank you very much. I want to thank our hosts here. It's always wonderful to be here, but I'm particularly feeling at home in the circle. This is an acknowledgement of this cradle of humanity called Africa. And how we meet is this way, because then I can see you and you see me. We're talking about going beyond fragmentation to construct Atlantic communities. The starting point is on acknowledgement. How did we get here? And in a sense, we've got to use the polycrisis that is upon us. Let's not waste it. Use it to, first of all, acknowledge how did we get here? We got here because the divide and conquer of the colonial process literally undermined Africa as the cradle of humanity and the cradle of the first human civilization. So it's not as if we're going to rediscover engineering from Europe, or we had it here. I mean, how did you succeed in building the pyramids in Egypt if you didn't have architecture, engineering, and science? Okay? So if we acknowledge that, then we are able to tap into the rich heritage. That is a common human heritage. The second point I want to make is for us to construct these communities of interest, we've got to acknowledge another reality which our ancestors always understood. There's only one race. There are no races. One race, the human race. The reason there was this imposition of racist notions of superiority and inferiority is to justify land grabs, exploitation, enslavement of people. Because when you dehumanize them, you can live with treating them as less than. So what excites me about this conversation is that if we proceed from this place of acknowledgement, the re-embracing of the essence of being human. You know, human beings are amazing because we are born to be in relationships. You know, animals can give birth now and the little thing will trottle around under, behind its mother. Not human beings. So any notion that there is a selfish gene in human being, it's a construction. Human beings are not selfish. They are, in essence, generous because they have to live in community. Now imagine Africa and Latin America and all the Atlantic regions and nations coming together, leveraging this God-given capacity for being connected, interconnected, interdependent within the web of life, which means we don't put ourselves as human beings above nature. We are part of nature. And Mother Nature has been very generous to us because we have abused her, but she keeps giving us second chances. So I see this conversation as an opportunity for us as the people assembled here, but also where we come from, to have a fresh start. And this fresh start is not about how we combat this or the other thing. It is how we leverage the rich endowments we have. I mean, Africa should not be worrying about fossil fuels. We've got plenty of sun, of wind, of the oceans around the continent. It should be natural that we are able to generate renewable, clean energy. Food security. Why is my country, with all of the science, the engineering, and the knowledge, still importing food? It's called mismanagement. It's called poor governance. It's called poor leadership. That is not a disease. It is an attitude. And so my point is that the obstacles in constructing these Atlantic communities of interest are very low bar obstacles. If we were to come together here and decide that we are going to take the long-term view, we are going to take the view of being responsible citizens of this wonderful geographic space called the Atlantic. And we will be able to set up models like Morocco is doing. It is setting up models of what is possible with good leadership.
Okay. So look, you've used a term which I am familiar with, the polycrisis. I'm not sure how many people are familiar with it in this room. Unpack that for us as you share with us how, for instance, the fresh start that you talk about, because communities of interest are not new concepts. We've heard about listening, we've heard about what is possible in terms of technical cooperation, but within the context of humanity and the polycrisis and fresh starts, what would a new, say, community of interest built around climate change look like?
I would take it beyond climate change because I think climate change is a symptom of a system of socio-economic and political relationships that's not fit for purpose. The system we have was designed to enrich a few at the expense of many, designed to exploit nature in the interest of profits. So when I talk about a fresh start, I'm talking about us needing to really step back and say, what kind of socioeconomic and political system would be appropriate to take advantage of the rich heritage of these Atlantic communities and build a different future? And Morocco is showing some elements of it. Some other countries may also be doing the same. I happen to come from a country which has snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory. South Africa has everything that it needs to be an absolutely successful country. But it hasn't succeeded because it hasn't acknowledged that it needed to learn from both the past and the future and need to understand that governance is not a populist endeavor. It's a professional, highly technical, and something that requires values-based leadership. But you look at post-colonial Africa, most of the leadership of the countries of the continent are people who've just stepped into the shoes of the departed colonials. Everything, including big Mercedes-Benz, blue light boys, the whole lot. The values of Ubuntu, the values of there is no me without the we have been lost. And so I go back to what someone said, that we should be teaching children science and geography. You can't. These are not machines. These are people. We've got, from the very beginning, in K to 12, be helping our young people to understand what it means to be human, what it means to be a citizen, and what are the rights and the responsibilities that come with it, and the values that should govern relationships. So I talked about polycrisis. We've got a crisis in terms of the planet that we live in. We have made it uninhabitable. We have a crisis of conflicts and wars. We have a crisis of the climate that is making life very precarious for the majority of people. All those crises are interlinked. And all of them require of us to go back to the beginning. You know, in African culture, if you get lost, don't keep going round and round. Go back to the beginning. And I'm glad you've all come to the mother continent where we began. So perhaps from here, we can go back with fresh ideas.
I think they're looking to you, the experts, panelists, for the fresh ideas. But I'll come to you in the audience with the positive question now. And so if you take out your gadgets, and the word cloud question I have for you is, what one word is the most significant opportunity for Atlantic collaboration? Opportunity, interference?
That's maybe a leftover from last time.
Is there something? What is the most significant opportunity for Atlantic collaboration? Young people.
Yes.
Well, that's good.
Youth. Okay, let's talk about young people, the youth. Emerging leaders are somewhere. They're scattered around the room. In Kenya, we've had the Gen Z protests, trying to correct decades of misrule and apathy, and poor choices by the older generations. What opportunities do you see existing for Atlantic collaboration that are intergenerational? Because I'm not sure that we know how to, until people go to the streets, we don't quite know how to talk to each other across generations.
I think that's a wonderful question for me because I have a 15-year-old. And with a 15-year-old at home, I'm living this day by day. But I would like to follow up on some comments that my panelists made, that I'm very pleased when you were talking about issues of starting again, being open and listening, and when Sergio was talking about, how we start things from the beginning. I think we need to move away from the zero-sum game mentality that we've had for decades, that I need to get economic development and I'm not, if I'm advancing in a way in competition with some other entity. I think we need more integration. And I think in the sense that when we look at issues, we're looking at them in a holistic fashion. We're looking for holistic responses and solutions. And we're looking at them in a way that will advance everyone, that will bring the most people forward. I think what I see with my 15-year-old, I don't know if it's for everybody, but the younger generation seem much more interested in collaborating with each other at all times. They want to be connected. I mean, if he goes a day without talking to his friends, it's a disaster, right? We have a problem. But in a way that's, even in school, they don't want to compete against each other. They don't want it to be that there's a first, someone who's smarter. They want to help each other. They want to be in these kinds of environments in school where they can be participating in team projects. And I think that's critical for us as we move forward, is to understand that the younger generations, I think, look at us sometimes, or certainly me and my generation, as being much too siloed in the way we view issues. Much too, we think of, as you were saying before, it's not that any one of these crises is something separate and not, having an impact on the other crises. They're all connected. But I think the younger generation sees that more holistically, and we need to start tapping into that now. Because I think they do come with a much more collaborative and cooperative approach to what they see as the world. So I hope that helps.
I'll come to the engineer to ask how. How do we tap into this energy, this generation that wants to collaborate, who we're bequeathing with a dying planet? How do we tap into the youthful exuberance that wants to survive despite the horrible cards we have dealt them?
Well, I wouldn't be so doomed. I think we have problems, of course, but I mean, we need to solve them, and that's why engineers are for.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyway, so I would say that there are two things. First of all, one thing is collaborate, one other thing is cooperate. And I think for me, cooperate is that we're going to be four of us, and then we're going to share the burden, four of us. That's cooperation. Collaboration is that you're working yourselves, and then just come as an outsider to do a little bit. And that's collaboration. So I rather think about cooperation, in which we can sit at the table, and then we will set what we are going to be doing, but in a equal manner, if you will. So anyway, the question is, why do we need to cooperate? And I think we need to reduce inequalities. This is a problem in Africa, and it's a problem in Latin America and many other places. We need to give more opportunities, particularly to the youth, as you're mentioning, and we need to be more inclusive. And in that sense, the framework, and we need to work on this cooperation, has to sort of fulfill these main objectives. It's not just to have exchanges of students or mobility of faculty here and there. No, you need to accomplish something. And then in that regard, there are many good examples of this cooperation that we can work on. For example, in Europe, they have the Erasmus program, and it has worked very well with mobility of students and faculty. Why is that we don't have some sort of a program like that in the Atlantic Basin, in which we have some mobility? Not only could be physical mobility, now could be virtual mobility. We can internationalize our curriculum so that we can have a forum like these ones in a virtual manner, and we can discuss problems among, let's say, students from South Africa, from Kenya, Nigeria, and from the United States, and from Mexico, and from Morocco, of course. And then there are many ways in which we can discuss and actually develop solutions. One of the things that we need is to, for example, develop the workforce for the future. Artificial intelligence is going to move is going to disappear, if you will, some of the jobs that we have right now, jobs that the machine can do repeatedly. And that doesn't mean that those creative work jobs will disappear. But we need to train the new generations to use artificial intelligence, and then we need to reskill the workers that we have. And this is something that can be done and should be done in a cooperative manner, because lessons that are learned in Morocco could be very useful in South Africa and will be useful in the United States and Mexico and whatever. So these are the kind of things that we can work. And of course, there's plenty of things. But why don't we develop a framework? You were asking what can we do, COMEXI and the Policy Center and many others, and what we could establish a framework of this cooperation and then design the house. Academic mobility, student mobility, workforce development, and for example, languages. We need to learn French, why not? And you need to learn Spanish and or English, and or any other language. And this would be a way to develop a more tolerant society, to have more knowledge among ourselves. And Madame Rampili was mentioning this is the cradle of civilization. Very few people know that. I'm sure that the human species started in Africa, and we can learn from each other if we have these sort of exchanges. I think the best option that we have right now is to educate the youth and to take the educated youth on the positive, on the future. And of course, that's what we engineers are. We can solve the problems for you.
Our work here is done. Okay, no. Mampele, I'm coming to you now because, of course, on the continent, we have the issue of youth unemployment, but also when we see the youth stepping up, and this is very true for us in Kenya, when we see the youth stepping up to take ownership of their destiny, it's us, the older generation, who come in and undermine them. And so from where you sit, given your own experience in the liberation movement in South Africa, how best do we harness the youthful energy in building communities of interest? We've got the how, in terms of technical cooperation and things that we can focus on. But you have lived experience of this.
The fundamental starting point is self-liberation. My generation was the generation of the Gen Zs, you would say then, 1968. And we are the ones who liberated ourselves from the idea of being called non-European. Imagine, in Africa, you are a non-European. Crazy, isn't it? Non-white. Who said that I wanted to be known by my color? But this was an imposition, and my grandparents, my parents had accepted it. And we had accepted it until 1968. And then we woke up and said, as long as you judge yourself by the standards set by the person who's oppressing you, you have no chance. So self-liberation is the beginning of wisdom. Because then when you have re-embraced the essence of who you are as a human being, no one can bully you on races, sexist, or any other. At least my personal history attests to that. I'm not very strong physically, but I don't get bullied. Not because I do anything, I just look at you and you can't bully me because I'm free. A free spirit cannot be suppressed. So my generation and your generation and the generations before this current youth are the ones who failed to lay the foundations for Africa's greatest wealth. It's young, gifted, and energetic people, not to be job seekers, but to be contributors, innovators, creators of a future that we, as their parents and grandparents, would be proud of, but importantly, that they would be more comfortable bringing up their own children. What gives me hope, and I speak here as a member of the Club of Rome, we managed to negotiate with the UN, and the UN last year in August 2023 proclaimed a decade of sciences. Now, someone here this morning was talking about science, you've got to respect science, you don't bring in. It's the silo mentality that is a problem. If you go back to ancient sciences, everything is connected to everything else. I mean, you didn't have biology, botany, zoology. You had an understanding of biological sciences and so on, but you also understood how they work with chemistry, with physics, and with cosmology, right? And so we have the good fortune now that we've got a decade, UN decade of sciences for sustainability, which is aiming at changing the epistemology that is a product of the Industrial Revolution to having a much more humanistic approach that is integrated, but that frees the talents of your greatest artists, your greatest scientists, your greatest engineers, etc. But they will be fully educated beings, not technicians, but fully educated. And I also have the great fortune of being the head of the Club of Rome's intergenerational conversations. We have young people from China, from India, from Latin America, from Africa. I'm talking now close to 2 million young people who meet virtually and are sharing. They are not waiting for the golden oldies to give them permission. They're just doing it. And so I believe, quite frankly, the greatest gift for the Atlantic communities is the youthful populations we have. Imagine what we can achieve. Just think about it. And so I'm very optimistic about the future because I know that young people are going to rise to the occasion.
Well, thank you very much. I think the PCNS would say that's why they invest in the Atlantic Dialogue's Emerging Leaders program. And so I'll open the floor to questions. And because I feel terrible for having my back to you, I'd like to start here. Are there any questions on this side? No? You're good? Okay. Nkosana, okay. Please.
I've got a simple mind, so I'm going to frame my question very simplistically. The engineer there understands the disciplines of testing a system.
Right.
You stress it to its breaking point in order to establish its limits. And I think when we're talking about us, people, we need to try to develop a similar approach.
To stress people?
When we stressed, how do we behave and how accommodating really are we of others? Because I think we can kid ourselves and use sophisticated language and what have you, but when we stressed, what do we do? Now, my simplistic architecture, I suppose, which is bothering me, for as long as the unit of account is the nation state, a country, where the accountability between the ruled and the leaders or rulers, whatever I want to call them, is that unit of account. I personally think that we ought to listen to President Trump, the incoming President Trump, quite carefully, because I think we may not like his personality, but actually there are some fundamental things that he is saying which we should listen to quite carefully without being emotional about it. The unit of account of the state forces those who are elected to account to the people who elect them. If I'm elected in Zimbabwe, I'm not expected to go and look after the interests of Zambians. I'm expected to account to my people within the nation state.
Okay.
So I want to understand, in using that stress system, what exactly we're talking about. How do we do this? How do we break out of the architecture of the nation state to account to people who are not responsible for you being a leader in your own country?
All right.
How does that work?
Okay, thank you. Please pass the microphone behind you to Nick. And do you have the microphone? Pass the microphone to the gentleman there. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I think my question is really for Mamfela, if I may. I'm sorry I'm behind you here. I was actually with Mary Robinson and also your co-president of the Club of Rome, Sandrine, in building bridges in Geneva earlier this week. But given what we're talking about communities of interest, I'd like to put to you communities of concern across the 4 continents of the basin. I'm close to Andreas, and we were talking to Dominique about this, Dominique Strauss-Kahn earlier as well, about how to bring together those who are not just communities of interest, but communities of concern, particularly when it comes to not just the climate change, but climate emergency, biodiversity, and so on. And after all, Brazil is going to be hosting COP29. We've just COP30 next year. We've just had COP16 in Colombia as well. So what I'm wondering is, what kind of big idea is in your mind for mobilizing? And I was with Johan Rockström when the planetary health check was announced and revealed in the New York Climate Week back in September. There's a movement where the science is relentless and the warnings are terrible. And we've seen it in southern Brazil as well in the last few weeks. And I'm just wondering what big idea you have in your mind for creating a community, not just of interest, but of anxiety and action.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Sir, you have your hand up. Yes, please go ahead. Adele people, we're talking about young people, and I'm surprised that your hands are not up. But anyway, carry on.
Merci bien.
Thank you, honorable moderator. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you to the panelists for your wonderful contributions. If you so allow, I would like to address my question to Madame Manfelian, who addressed the issue of humanity. Naturally, from that standpoint, I believe that our personal or diversities or our specificities could be, could converge around this notion of humanity. From that point forward, 2 or 3 ideas come to mind, which is the Senghorian thought, which speaks to our roots and the fact that we can have identities, but these identities are multiple and go from the human mobility, but also communities of nations between citizens of their origin countries, their transit countries, host countries, and vice versa. So naturally, if we're in Senegal and we go to college and go to university in France, and then we go to work in the US and then China, before returning to Senegal, you're going to tap into these countries and you're going to learn from these countries.
Question?
Oui, j'ai une question et je vais la poser.
Yes, I have a question. I'm going to ask it.
C'est de savoir.
So my question is the following: is whether science can address the concerns of material concerns on the one hand, on the other hand, our cultural specificities and our sociological realities. Thank you.
Allow us to answer these questions, and we will come back to you. Okay, thank you. Mampali, I think there were several questions addressed to you, and then to you, Sergio. Yes. So please go. Have I done something?
The nation state, was that addressed to me? Okay, to all of us, okay. The nation state is made up of people. And I don't agree with reducing everything to the electorate elects people and therefore they can only do what they were elected to do. We have seen many elected people doing exactly what they please. What matters is the quality of the citizens and therefore the quality of the democracy. We're not talking democracy as a every 2 or 3 year kind of exercise. But if we are talking about democratic governance, we also are embedding in that the essence of being human. Therefore, the person who is elected is accountable not to those who voted for him or her, but to all of the human beings where he or she acts. And I would dare say let's take Africa, there are regional and of course the continental institutions. The issue is not that there is something wrong with the nation state. The problem is the limitations of linking what is committed to at the regional, the continental, and the global level with how one acts at the national level. And this ties to the issue of the communities of interest versus communities of concern. I don't know about what you mean by concern. The fact of the matter is, human beings have been known over millennia of having a gap between what we know and what we do. Even at the level, and I'll make a confession here, as a medical student, I used to smoke. You know you shouldn't be smoking. But you smoke because, and we had all manner of excuses that we're living next to an oil refinery and therefore anyway we are going to get. It's ridiculous. It boils down to that issue of self-liberation. Because self-liberation, it means you make a decision about what kind of human being you want to be, what kind of leader you're going to be, what kind of citizen you're going to be, and what kind of professional you're going to be to make a contribution for the common good. And this is the kind of values-based leadership that should stem from K to 12, where we are educating young people to understand what it means to be human and what it means to be a citizen. And this ties to your question, I didn't get your name, about the humanity versus multiple identities. Have you been to a rose garden? Yellow, pink, they're all roses, right? The fact of one single human race doesn't mean we don't recognize the richness of diversity. And the diversity is cultural, is in terms of talents, is languages, etc. What we don't want to have is the assumption that there are certain languages and certain cultures that are superior to others. That's the problem. Because that comes from the notion of some people are superior and others are inferior, or some civilizations are superior and others are inferior. So within this family of humanity, we have to have this sense that there is no me without the we. Even if I don't know you from a bar of soap, you are a human being, and therefore I have to treat you with reverence because you are human.
Sergio.
Thank you. Related to the stress and testing and fracturing, yeah, well, that's what we do indeed in engineering. However, I think one positive or one cooperation that engineers can do related to public policy is that in many cases public policies are not designed based on the problem they want to solve. What we do as an engineer, we need to sort of conceptualize the problem. Then we propose ways to design, which is why we do the testing, in order to test whether one solution is better than the other one. And then once we have the data to support one of the other solutions, then we implement it, but then we follow up that solution to actually prove that that solution is solving the problem that we conceptualized. And I think in that sense, public policies could be developed and should be developed in that way. So you need to conceptualize what is the actual problem you want to solve, and then you identify who are your stakeholders. You bring them to the table, you listen to them in order to perfect your conceptualization. You design a solution, you implement the solution, and you may fail, of course. But they should, in order to measure it fast, then you can sort of solve back or recover the solution and change the solution, modify it in order to improve it. And I think in that sense, what you're saying is how can we become more accountable if we can show that we are following a process that actually has some rationale behind it. Of course, there is a chance that you can miss it that you don't have enough data and then you can fail. But I think in that way you can sort of at least evaluate the progress of these public policies. And now related to the communities of concern, I liked better the word that you mentioned at the very end, which is communities of action. Because we can be concerned, but we don't do anything. We should be concerned and do something. And for example, there is a very interesting experience on the Academy of Sciences for the Youth. Typically, the members of the Academy of Sciences in the world have either no hair or they are gray hair, or both. And the issue here is that you need to have the youth, the younger researchers, to actually implement what they are learning and implement it as soon as possible. That's what the action comes. So having these sort of groups for inviting these brilliant people could be a community of action in certain areas. And of course, you can divide it into groups. For example, housing is a problem everywhere, either because housing is becoming old or because there's scarcity of housing or what have you. Well, why don't you just bring all these young people, smart people, and think that we can build housing in a different way, that we can retrofit, that we can recycle, I don't know, housing in a different way. So I think this could be one option. And then related to the question of science, whether science can solve problems, yes, I mean, that is the purpose of science. That is the purpose of technology. And of course, astronomers will argue that, well, they are looking at the planet everywhere, I mean, very far away. Well, that's fine. But eventually, that knowledge is going to prove to be useful to humankind. And that's why science is so important, has to be improved. And I will invite the Atlantic Dialogues to have a panel in the future to talk about science and technology, not to discuss whether artificial intelligence is better because it's in this program or another program or biomaterials, no, to discuss the how science and technology can change humankind and improve the well-being of humankind.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer.
I just wanted to follow up on the question of the nation state. I really like the comment that Dr. Ramappalli had made earlier about the fact that we have to teach everyone their rights, but also their responsibilities. And I think right now we may have erred on the side of everyone knows their rights, but they sometimes don't want to live up to the obligations of being a citizen in a democracy and how they have to understand their responsibilities, because that's the only way you're going to get transparent, accountable governance, is if people understand what they need to do to ensure that they can demand of their leaders of whatever stripe, be it local government or at the national level. And so I think that that's very important, that it is a two-sided coin. People have rights, but they also always have responsibilities, and that is what protects their rights, is their exercise of those responsibilities. And on the community of action, I also like the community of anxiety comment, because sometimes that is what we are, a community of anxiety. We're looking at issues that are causing us to be quite concerned. But again, the idea that nation states in the past, it is true, have not cooperated fully or as well as they could. I think we're at the point now where we realize, for instance, ocean currents are changing. They're not changing because any one country is doing anything, but it is going to affect all of us. And we absolutely need to stop thinking we can do it on our own, that we can do it in a way that is going to be short-sighted or is not going to actually address the multiple problems we'll see from these things. How are we going to address it? It has to be done in a cooperative fashion so that we're hearing from everyone who's affected and everyone who has an ability to, to help alleviate the problem. And I think that, I hope nation states are moving in that direction more so now. Thank you.
You got the mic, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. This is really wonderful discussion, and I love everything that I heard. I mean, there is no races, one human race, cooperation rather than collaboration, that we have responsibilities as well as rights. This is great, and I actually would vote for Mandela to be president of the world. But my question is that the world actually seems to be going in a totally different direction from what you are talking about. I mean, if you look at the results of the elections in the United States, if you look at what's happening in Europe, even in Africa, where we see different ethnicities fighting and all the civil wars and so on. So what can we do about it? How? I mean, what you have presented is such a wonderful image and such a wonderful objective, but we're so far away from it. How can we get there?
Okay, I thought that's what they were doing, because the title of the panel is Beyond Fragmentation, the fragmentation that you've described. But people, we're racing against the clock. I would ask you to be quick in making your interventions. Please go ahead,
Yes,
sir.
no, thank you. And I will vote for you as well.
Manfella for president.
You mentioned the polycrisis, and you are absolutely right. There are so many of these, and they're interrelated. But I would guess the mother of all is the issue of youth and youth joblessness and the whole culture of youth here. And frankly, going back to what Hafez was saying, what can we do about it? Because it's good to be talking about, 10,000 feet up there. But the reality is that today in Africa, more than 30% of the youth are jobless.
Mm-hmm.
And we have an issue with that.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a microphone here to the young people? Just put your hands up or just stand up so the microphone can come to you. Thank you. And then go ahead.
Yeah, my comment builds directly on this, actually, and it's going to be unpopular. So I think we over-glorify youth. Look at the end of the Second World War. We had the largest generation being born, baby boomers. What do Gen Z think about baby boomers today? They think they're the people who are responsible for all of the ills in the world. We educated them. We gave them all the tools that they needed. And what happened? We screwed things up. Why? Because we're human beings. What I would say is the answer is slightly different. I would say we need to take the resource that is the youth and engage it with the other generations. The fact is you need to have more intergenerational cooperation, not just international cooperation. And that surely harkens back to pre-industrial times, not just in Africa, but around the world, when elders were respected and elders engaged with youth and passed on these messages.
But also elders had a place in society.
Well, absolutely, absolutely. And that's what I'm saying is that we forget about all too often in these discussions.
Thank you. Do you have a microphone? Go ahead.
I do indeed. I will admit I stood up absolutely ready to swing at the first half of that, but you do have a point, and it was what I was coming to. I also wanted to pick up on what Nick said about, I'm so sorry, my name is Danielle Alakija. I'm a member of the AD2024 cohort. Nick mentioned something about communities of anxiety specifically. And I think that's really important because we do have a community of anxiety, and it is the youth. And we're incredibly anxious, and we're incredibly frustrated and angry because we're constantly listening to conversations about us that don't include us. And it's been a wonderful panel, and thank you all for your interventions, and you'll forgive me for saying you're talking about the youth, and you don't have any young people on stage.
That's right.
So at this point, there are 41 young leaders. I'm not going to say all here in the room because I don't want to get anyone in trouble, but there are 41 young leaders who've been here for a week coming up with some incredible, incredible insights on how to change the world and how to have a better space. I've got a very loud voice because I did theatre for lots and lots of years, so I'm used to shouting. But I think it's time to include, as you said, there needs to be an intergenerational debate. We need to rely on the expertise of our elders, absolutely, but it's the action of our youth that are going to save us at the end of the day. So my question for the panel, very quickly, I promise, is what is your practical advice for young people who may be in the room today or watching online on how to, A, start to build these communities, and then start to engage with larger established organizations to affect some change?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so hi, my name is Asma. I'm also part of the Dell program 2024. A quick comment on youth and science, I think. So I'm working essentially in water resources management, which is an engineering field. And as a young female, the average age in the water sector, for instance, is 50 years old, and mostly are men. So I want to bring in the voice of young women to this. But also, I had a question in terms of youth collaboration or exchanges in the Atlantic dialogue. So I'm a young Moroccan. I did my education in Morocco, the UK, and China. But when I decided to go abroad, I did not look around into the southern part of the Atlantic. And I think my question is, how can we increase the investments in soft power of some of these countries to attract young people and have their education there, but also to increase the attractiveness of education institutions, because that's how you can increase like cross collaboration among countries in the Southern Atlantic region. Thank you.
Thank you. And one final question from you, sir.
William Zartman de Johns Hopkins à l'étranger. Nous avons beaucoup parlé de la collaboration.
We have spoken about cooperation quite a bit, and this seems to be, there seems to be complementarity in terms of contribution to value the differences that we have, and this applies to the youth as well. Emphasizing these differences in order to find ways to bridge these gaps and cooperate further.
Stephanie, and then we'll work our way back to Mampele.
Thank you. I'm going to turn my back just so I can face our audience members that ask questions. I love what you were talking about. As I say, I have a 15-year-old. I'll give you a quick vignette of something that really hurt me. A friend asked me if I could talk to his daughter, who was studying in a very well-known graduate program in the United States. She was interested in working in overseas endeavors, and I talked to her and I said, well, have you taken the Foreign Service exam? That's how you become a diplomat in the United States. She said, no, because my friends told me I probably wouldn't pass it. So I said, you need to get better friends. But the first point is, do not underestimate yourself. And this gets back to Dr. Ramaphosa's point about self-liberation. Know yourself and know that you should never say no about yourself. Somebody else is going to reject you, that's okay. Never take away an opportunity yourself. And I think we have to ensure that our youth know that they should stand up for themselves at all times. And we have to empower them in that way. And I think the idea of how we help with countries to become more attractive, let's say, to having interconnections or exchanges. Brazil has some wonderful scientific universities. I was a biochemist before I became a diplomat, and in my lab, we had people from Argentina, from Chile, from Brazil, from Paraguay. We had people from all over the world, China, Finland, Japan. I think that they're out there. We just maybe need to get more information out. But I love the idea of creating more connections so that students are looking around the world to where they can go and blossom when they're in a community of others who have similar ideas. But I'm absolutely sure I'm on the other side. I'm a baby boomer too, so I'm part of the problem here. But I think we do have to do as much as possible to encourage youth and to give you those opportunities that we had in many ways. But you have many more. Speaking as a woman who entered a field where there were very few women in science and in diplomacy when I joined. It's been an uphill battle. We've made some changes. We have to do more. And so I welcome that energy to come in and say, I'm not satisfied with this. We need to push for greater change. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergio?
I totally agree that we need to foster intergenerational collaboration and cooperation and talking and just listening. And I have the privilege to be a university professor, and I have a bunch of students, undergraduate and graduate. And so I have to listen to them. I have to understand what their challenges, what are their fears. In many ways, they are personal fears. The COVID really affected them, and we haven't heard from to the students on what are their main challenges. And this is something that is not only a personal problem, it's becoming an institutional problem. There are many universities who are not paying enough attention to the anxiety that has been built within the academics, with the faculty, and within the students. And of course, we need to listen to them on that, and of course, on their ideas for the future. And as Stephanie was mentioning, we need to trust, and I trust my students. And let me tell you, when I was a student of engineering, about 5% of the students were female, civil engineering. Now they're about 25 to 30%, so it's a six-fold increase. Still small, if you will, but it's still for a very conservative engineering discipline like civil engineering. Probably you are, water management means civil engineering, of course. We're very conservative, you know. And but I think we're striving for having more students. My best PhD students are women. And I'm sure that the more women we have, the better engineering will be made for the world. So we're happy to have more women. But we need to empower you. We need to give you more opportunities. But listen, don't wait for us to craft those opportunities. You need to open them. And you need to convince your professors that you have the ability, you have the competence to actually take that opportunity or craft your opportunity. And
sorry, Sergio, I'll interrupt to push back on that.
Yes.
Because I think around the world, women are pushing back and trying to take opportunities, but we have significant barriers, which include resistance. And so if you could respond to the emerging leader with what you, as a professor, with graduate students and undergraduate students, are doing to ensure that more women come into the pipeline and are not pushed out by the various obstacles that they face, whether in academia or anywhere. How does that work? Because the burden cannot solely be on women.
No. I'm not saying that. That's what I'm saying, that they need to talk to their professors, and whether these are female or not, and they need to convince them they have to have more opportunities.
And the professors remain unconvinced.
In many cases, they are not convinced, and you need to convince them. And there are many that are convinced that they will provide more opportunities for students.
And I think also the idea of mentorship and looking for others, and it doesn't have to be just women professors, for instance, but those that you see who are willing to be mentors and work with the same generation to convince, for instance, some of your professors might be more convinced by a peer talking to them about the benefits than necessarily from the student, because they're still locked in that power strata of I'm the professor and you're the student. You don't come to me with that.
And also depends on the age of professors and all that.
Yeah, thank you. Mampele, there were several questions for you, most of which seem to think that you're describing a utopia that is beyond reach in today's world.
Well, if you think so, come with me to Botswana. Botswana today has a president who's 50 years old. And where did it come from? From young people deciding that they are going to mobilize beyond the traditional party lines and just have young people forming an umbrella and saying, well, yes, you are part of the liberation. Yes, you are part. But we want to go into the future, not to be prisoners of the past. I can tell you, Mozambique is in dire straits now. The adults are in dire straits. The young people are clear. The election was stolen. They are tired of liberation parties that claim to be the messiahs when in fact they are the thieves. And they are making clear that unless there is an acknowledgement that they, as a majority, voted for different parties, right? So this is not utopia. And let me say to you, my dear daughter there, who is asking why you are not on the panel, you as the cohort of young leaders who are here, you saw the program. Why didn't you challenge the people who have gotten you here, the Atlantic Dialogue, who are arranging this, to say, why are we not on the panels? And I'm speaking as someone who was smaller than you at the time when, in 1968, we didn't wait for permission. We just moved in and we didn't make noise. We just moved in and said, we've got a point of view, right? And I would also urge you to do one thing that we are proud of at the Club of Rome is we have this intergenerational conversation, not just young people are the messiahs who are going to save us, but we need to learn from one another. We made big mistakes, and you must learn from our mistakes in order to go to the next level. And I agree, it's not the duty of women to change their agenda, but it is in our interest to put an end to a patriarchal system that's robbing the world of the wonderful talents of women. And so we've got to also look at it as it's an institutional cultural problem, which is part of the imposition. Because remember, Africa didn't have a patriarchy before colonial conquest. the chiefs and the what have you that were, it was most indigenous communities were matriarchs. And the reason was that for a very long time, our ancestors didn't know where women got these children from. It was a miracle. So they thought these are gods. They must just be. So when they figured out that they had some role to play, they still treated women with reverence until the colonials came with their patriarchal systems and created what we have. But we should not be prisoners of that past. And so I believe that each one of us, young, old, in whatever institutions we are in, we have to be pushing for institutional cultural change that creates an environment for all talents to flower. Because for God's sake, I'm 77, I'm going in a different direction. I would like to see young people leading. And I did say to people earlier today that it's really a pity that we don't have the voices of
Okay,
young
so let
people.
me interrupt you because because of time. And I do want to say I've been coming to Atlantic Dialogues for a couple of years, and there's a tradition. There's a traditional space allocated to young people. And so what will happen is that the emerging leaders will be center stage tomorrow, sharing their views in the way they want for over an hour. At 16:15 tomorrow, at 4 o'clock tomorrow, there will be a panel with the veteran, distinguished broadcaster, Nick Gowing, in what we hope will be true intergenerational dialogue. So there is space for you here at AD, and that's the way it's been constructed. But typically what you also find is that some of the panelists tend to be former emerging leaders showing up. My panel is not representative necessarily of AD's design because we had some people dropping out and others stepping in at the last minute. So we give grace for last minute shifts, but also pay attention to the agenda because there is space for young leaders. Okay? Thank you. So look, this panel is standing between you and dinner. There's some yawns. I see people putting their jackets on. But I wonder if we could take a minute to allow the panelists to sum up their thoughts. And I did have a question for you. I'm not sure whether you can answer it, given that you might be starving. Can you answer the question, or should we just close and go to dinner?
Answer the question.
You want to answer the question? Mm-hmm. Okay, so my question to you guys and the audience is, given everything we've discussed today, if you take out your AD Connect, given everything we've discussed today, reflecting on the discussion, what is the most significant shift in your understanding of how Atlantic communities of interest can bridge divides and foster inclusive cooperation?
Trust.
Okay. Trust, dialogue, partnerships.
Solidarity.
I want to say thank you. Our work here is done, but not quite. And so, panelists, very quickly, how do we action these? Because you've done well, you know, and this is what the audience is saying, that, you know, you spark thinking, creative thinking, and possibilities. But how do we move towards that? You know, if you could take 1, 2, 3 steps to actualize a more trustful partnership across the Atlantic Basin, what would it be?
Thank you. It's a tough question. I think, again, coming to any question with a degree of humility, not any one of us knows what the answers, all answers are, and understanding we are interdependent, to your point of we all came from one place, we all are here on this earth together. I think if we don't accept interdependence as a reality, then we oftentimes think we don't need the other. We don't need the other country, the other community, and I think we do really have to do that. That's not a prescription of, you know, do this. I would say trying, as we are in our small way in this initiative that we've started, the Partnership for Atlantic Cooperation, looking at practical solutions to problems by bringing the force of expertise, resources together, and trying to solve a problem, can start building some of those communities.
Thank you, Sergio.
Well, as Stephanie said, I don't think we have all the answers, but I may just propose an experiment. Why don't we take the emerging leaders from now, let's say the ones that are here with us, and the ones that have been in the past, former. Why don't you just establish a social network for itself, and then convince them to be ambassadors in their own countries, to actually invite other sort of emerging leaders in their own countries, or the ones that actually were proposed to be emerging leaders and were not selected. And then why don't we just establish a network and put a problem every month or every week, and then try to get in sort of a crowdsourcing ideas how to solve that problem. And we'll see what happens.
Okay. And Mampele, you get the last
Mine
word.
is just simply, we are stronger together, and intergenerational conversations like you are describing as an experiment, we have them in the Club of Rome. We call them fireside chats.
Look, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your kind attention. Please, a round of applause for our wonderful panelists, Sergio Alcocer, Stephanie Miley, Mampele Rampele. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the Policy Center for the New South is organizing the 13th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues Conference, scheduled to take place from December 12th to 14th, 2024, in Rabat, Morocco. This flagship event will convene over 400 distinguished leaders from the public and private sectors, civil society, international organizations, think tanks, and the media across the Atlantic Basin, fostering open and candid discussions on pivotal cross-regional and cross-sectoral challenges. This year's conference marks a significant evolution, transitioning from annual thematic focuses to a broader, more inclusive approach emphasizing the wider Atlantic space's core values and strategic importance. The agenda will delve into critical topics such as geoeconomics, regional security, democracy, migration, and the energy transition, with a particular emphasis on the African Atlantic region. Participants will engage in over 11 plenary sessions, interactive town halls, thematic breakout dinners, and intimate night owl sessions